Good morning, Butters here, and welcome to the Kowloon Cricket Club for the Fincher Shield between Kowloon Cricket Club, of course, and Hong Kong Cricket Club, where Kowloon Cricket Club are the defending champions. Let's have a little look at the pitch before the game starts. It's a two-day game play. Now, the pitches are broken up here a little bit, Kowloon Cricket Club. So as you can see, there's a really nice grass cover. A little bit of dirt here, but then right to the middle of the length, really nice grass cover. And then if you come down to that, shows a little bit of grass off from the end of the spinners of Hong Kong. A little grass, yeah, all the way out. Down there, a little bit scuffed up. A might break up. Definitely, you win the toss, you're going to bat. Let's throw Bushy with the toss. Before the game starts, it's a two-day game play. Now, the pitches have broken up here a little bit, Kowloon Cricket Club this season. You can see
there up, come on, ready? Thanks, boys. Out of the middle for the toss. Got that umpire. Come on, ready with the point. Two captains. KCC, Jamie Atkinson, and for Hong Kong Cricket Club, Fincher. It's a KCC home game, so HKCC will go. Into the pod. I'm in the head. HKCC one toss. They're going to bat first. Did it come across by a big chat? What made you decide to bat first? Okay, congratulations on getting good luck with the bat for the Jamie Atkinson. You lost the toss there, buddy. But what were you doing on the toss? Okay. That would raise against the batsman. So one yourself, you're trying to score those conditions. Start trying to get low hits and possible. Okay, well, good luck today. Two-day game coming up. The Cricket Hong Kong two-day Premier League game will be underway very shortly.
Thanks.
Yes, good morning and welcome to Kowloon Cricket Club for this historic Fincher Shield two-day Cricket Hong Kong Premier League game between KCC and Hong Kong Cricket Club. Aaron Bush with you. You saw the toss, a very good toss to win for HKCC. They will bat first, and doing the pitch report and why it was important to win that toss. Matt Botters, Botfield, he's in commentary. Botters, good toss to win for HKCC.
Yeah, it certainly was, Bushy. Certainly was indeed, and there was absolutely no question that Fincher was going to bat first, winning the toss. Hopefully the pitch holds together beautifully for a couple of days, but it wouldn't surprise at all if we see some deterioration as the days go on.
Yeah, as Fincher said at the toss, he's looking to spin this game into victory for HKCC.
Yeah, I think they'll play a part, but from a Kowloon Cricket Club perspective, they've got to look on the up. They've got a chance with the ball early. There is a bit of cloud cover about. Sun's trying to poke through, but it hasn't as yet. So Atiq Iqbal and Jay Davidson will be looking to make some inroads. Strong batting lineup, Bushy.
Indeed, and Jamie said at the toss it was a bit jittery there, but he actually joked. I think he joked. He said he was going to bowl first anyway, but he said eventually he wanted to bat first.
Yeah, that was a little cheeky Jamie Atkinson joke there.
I believe so, and he says with this cloud cover and green top to start with, he's looking to take early wickets. You can see on the screen now, not far away, the players heading back towards the swimming pool pavilion. And we will be underway here very shortly. And we've got a big lineup of commentators for this weekend, Bots.
Yeah, we have. Both clubs going to be well represented across the 2 days. We're going to have Malhar Vora with us first off this morning, and from Kowloon Cricket Club, and Tom Ingram from the Hong Kong Cricket Club will join us for the first session up to drinks, and then smattering of stars throughout the 2 days.
It's going to be a fantastic tournament. We'll be here all 2 days covering it live. If you're watching on Cricket Hong Kong Facebook, Cricket Hong Kong YouTube, or KCC YouTube, we've got it split across 3 different streams today. We'll keep you up to date. Drop into the comments, say hello, and tell us how what you're doing for this day, for the 2-day Premier League game.
Yeah, huge clash between these two. Of course, Kowloon Cricket Club, the defending champions and holders of the Fincher Shield, hold the Hancock Shield as well, the biannual clash. That's the other two-day game that's played every second year up at Hong Kong Cricket Club. So looking to defend the title here, the Kowloon Cricket Club boys.
And we should mention, out in the middle, the umpires. One of them is going to be umpiring his very last Fincher Shield. Shiroi Vasher out in the middle. Little presentation before we did the toss. And congratulations to him and happy retirement. He's got a year left, but this is his last two-day game.
Yeah, it was a wonderful presentation, actually, and so well deserved after so many years of service as a player and then over 20 years as an umpire. This will be his last Fincher. He's going to umpire for another 12 months, but this will be his last two-day game, which is tremendous for him. It was lovely that they made that beautiful presentation for Shiroi. He's out in the middle now, waiting for the players to enter the field.
A little delayed. We're going to get underway at 9:30. It's now 9:32. And out in the middle, umpire Venkatesh with umpire Vasher. They're ready. We're ready. Looks like KCC are ready. They're in a huddle over near the swimming pool. There you go. You can see the umpires. Congratulations to Shiroi Vasher, umpiring his very last Fincher Shield. About the Fincher Shield, first played 43 years ago between these teams here at KCC, December 1980. Of course, the history of these two playing two-day cricket goes way back to 1946. The Fincher Shield, of course, named after Edward Teddy Fincher, who helped rebuild KCC after the war. He was involved in the war, he was interned, and then after the war came help rebuild as president and captain of KCC. He also had a little cricket shop just not far from KCC back in the 50s, the E.C. Fincher Cricket Store, which is very cool. Now the shield is named after him. As the players are starting to come out for KCC, as Bod has said, look to Atiq Iqbal and Jay Davidson, the Namibian nightmare, to take early wickets for KCC. And of course, HKCC will be looking to get off to a good start with their star batting lineup. As you can see them coming out there, Martin Kutsia. And it's probably Nazakat Khan, I would expect, who's back from... He wasn't injured, just a little bit of surgery, so he's raring to go. And I will leave the commentary for Bodders to take over for the first session of this very exciting Cricket Hong Kong two-day Premier League game.
Thank you, Bushy. We'll hear more from Bushy later on after the drinks break. Looks like Jay Davidson, Namibian nightmare, unsurprisingly going to take the new ball from the clubhouse end. Looks like Martin Kutsia is going to take strike. Now with me this morning, I'd like to welcome to the commentary team Mr. Tom Ingram from the Hong Kong Cricket Club.
To be here once again. You and I obviously did the first session of the last two-day game as well.
Indeed we did.
It was a very special morning for Hong Kong Cricket Club, but turned out to be a tough few days for the boys in the end.
Yeah, KCC defending champions here, see if they can go back-to-back. Also with me this morning is Malhar Vora. Good morning, Malhar.
Good morning. Super excited to be here. My first stint in commentary, but when the opportunity came up, couldn't say no.
You jumped at the chance.
Yeah, definitely.
Excellent, excellent. I think I'll ask you for a tip, but I think I know what it's going to be from either one, so I don't think I'll even bother, actually. Jay Davidson, I'm going to look for early inroads, KCC here, having lost the toss. Let's see how Jay can get underway. Oh, a bit of bounce off the wicket there, Tom.
That's good to see. I've played here earlier in the season, and it was a bit of a dead deck initially. Was ripping an absolute mile as well, so I think spin is definitely going to be an important aspect of this game. But seeing that is nice.
Sunday League game last week, actually the pitch broke up.
Really?
During the day, and it was really popping around. It was actually quite dangerous at a point.
Oh, wow.
Jay again. Martin Kutsia on strike. He just leaves outside. Malhar, you spent a lot of time out in the middle this year. Saracens had any games here this year?
We've had 3 games here.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, lost all of them. But it was nice to get opportunity on the turf as well. Not this exact wicket. We were playing more towards the pool end. But yeah, I think it's been a good wicket to bat on generally for us. We've had some high-scoring games, yeah. So it's been pretty interesting.
Davidson. Oh, really fizzed through to the keeper. Got through well there, Tom.
Certainly did. Jay always has a habit of getting Martin out early doors, so it would be nice to see Martin really sort of take control of this game and get on the front for early doors. But looking at that, I mean, Jay's an unbelievable bowler, so he's just going to have to do what he has to do to survive at this point.
Yeah, he really, over time, he's had the wood over Martin. Martin, of course, not shy to throw the bat around early. Loves scoring quick runs, but two-day format might change his ways. He slashes, as I say that, he slashes outside off.
The ball was there to hit, I think. He'll be disappointed in that one, missing out on that one, because Jay does keep it on the sort of same spot. He's a fantastic opening bowler. Very difficult for the batsman, especially when the ball's swinging early doors.
He's very patient in the way he goes about his bowling, trying to use that patience, bowl that same line of length, and he'll do the same to Casilla. That's more forward, outside edge into gully. 3 slips in early on the attack. 3 slips gully point. Malhar.
I think conventional field to start off, but it's nice to see that it's nice to see that in a 2-day fixture at KCC. We don't often get to see 3 slips in a gully here, so it's great for all the viewers as well. Something different.
I think they had 4 slips in a gully against the Wanderers last year, because we were certainly struggling at one point. I think 60 for 8. Good game.
Well, there's none for none in the first over. Oh, that one got up on Martin again. Soft hands, played it in, goes to gully. And that's the first over done. It's a maiden over. None for none. Tom.
It's, yeah, fantastic start, obviously, by Jay. Straight on the money. I wouldn't expect anything less from him. But in terms of the team KCC have today, is there anyone missing?
The only one, Simandeep Singh's out for the season, injured.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, you know, he'd be one who'd be right in contention, of course, for this side. But he's injured, did his knee playing football, I understand. So there's no Simo.
I noticed Chris Carter isn't out there as well. Apparently has a flight tomorrow, but whether he would have been selected is another matter. With such a strong side out there at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, Carts would have come right into selection if he was available for sure. Azaz Khan is going to come from the bowling club end. First off. Interestingly, no Atiq Iqbal opening the bowling.
I would have thought Atiq would have been opening as well. He's been having a good season, scoring some runs as well, I've seen.
His 4th highest run scorer in Sunday Div 2.
Unbelievable.
Captaining the side this year as well.
Yeah,
so
very
leading
good.
from the front.
Yeah, he's doing a tremendous job with the bat as well this year. It's amazing. Archie Rath to face his first ball. Taking on his national teammate Azaz Khan. Just the 2 slips in. And Azaz loses his run-up right at the delivery stride.
It's great to have Anchi back in Hong Kong, especially coming back into the cricket club side. With a few guys back now, it's a very strong side, arguably the strongest side that I've seen in my nearly 9 years at Hong Kong Cricket Club.
Certainly from a batting point of view,
I've
never seen a stronger club batting lineup than this one. Azaz Khan. Oh, just tied Rath up there. Really just got him.
That is not what you want first thing in the morning.
Not at all.
Good morning, Anchi.
That did not miss. Rath sucking in the big ones at the moment. Down on his haunches. Martin's coming down. He just got sent away by Rath. Said, I just need this moment myself.
Yeah.
Little cheeky grin on Nazaz Khan's face, if I picked that up correctly.
And a few comments from Jay telling Anchi to hurry up.
Or big deep breaths from Anshuman Rath. Second ball from Azaz. Oh, that's hit him again.
Seems to be a little unexpected bounce early up. I think at least from this end, the first two balls that we saw, Anshit doesn't seem to be expecting it to come that high.
Last weekend and the weekend before, the uneven bounce that we saw getting up on a good length was the bowling from this end, exactly where Azaz is bowling from now. So I wouldn't be surprised if we did see that. And it got more exaggerated as the day went on.
That's a wonderful carry.
Yeah, let's that go through to the keeper. Just wants to, just regrouping. He's only faced 3 balls, but you can tell he's just still taking in those deep breaths, recovering from that first delivery.
Certainly would have woken him up though, so maybe what you need first up for Ranchi to get himself going. Not his first choice, I imagine, of setting himself up, but
just watches that through, no harm done.
It's nice to see Azaz opening the bowling. I think having been riddled with some injuries here and there, I think it's nice to see him take the ball up front and just take the fight to the HKCC batsman.
I'll take you through the playing 11 shortly. After this delivery. Oh, that's wrapped him on the pads. It's a huge shout. Vasha says no. Hong Kong Cricket Club playing 11 today, Tom.
so we have Kinchit Shah, Adil, who obviously performed fantastically in the last 2-day game. Anshuman Rath, who's returned to Hong Kong, which is great to see. Ayush, the steaming in fast bowler, looking forward to seeing him bowl, hopefully much later in the day. David Shakir, the oldest member of the side.
Respectfully. Azaz charges in again. Just off the face of Rath, back to gully.
Haroon Arshad, Luke Jones, Martin Katsir, who you see batting at the moment. Nizkat Khan, who I imagine will come in next. Sahal the surname's rather hard, Malvernka. Shiv, of course, who scored a wonderful 100 just a week or so ago for the Opties against KCC, actually, as well. So his form here is quite good.
Indeed it is, and he did it on a very tricky wicket as well. So 2 overs, 2 maidens to begin with. We'll get Mulhar to run through the Kowloon Cricket Club 11 in a minute. After he can kick it off after this first ball from Jay Davidson, his second over.
Yep, so we've got Jamie Atkinson captaining and obviously taking the gloves today. Samad Khan, nice to see some young blood into the Fincher Shield squad for KCC, and he's an exciting young left-handed batsman and can bowl a bit as well. So hopefully can see him later today. Aizaz Khan, obviously with a new ball today. Atiq Iqbal, captains the Infidels here. A great coach for the juniors here as well, so nice to see him out there as well.
Jay again, a little bit distracted from something behind the side screen. We've got people walking behind the side screen on their Sunday morning exercise. They are. Regular occurrence here at Kowloon Cricket Club. People on their Saturday morning walk and exercise, just holding up play for a short while. Martin's nearly ready to go, just waiting for the walkers to go past, which they've completed. We're underway again. Oh, a big slash. He's hit that. He's gone. He's gone. That's the big wicket at KCC early. There's no runs on the board for Hong Kong Cricket Club. Martin, we mentioned it earlier. He likes to go hard. He went hard at that time. Outside off stump. Jay Davidson picks up the big first wicket.
Yeah, devastating for Hong Kong Cricket Club. Martin KCC, who's on wonderful form for Hong Kong as well, has been outdone again by Jay Davidson.
Yeah, big slash outside off. Martin just walked. He knew he hit that straight away, Maha.
Yeah, and nice to see that there's some bounce and carry from both ends as well. So I think even though KCC said, or even though HKCC won the toss and picked a bat first, I think KCC will be relishing the opportunity of perhaps having a go at Nezakat now and perhaps putting a middle order under a bit of pressure.
Yeah, that was good true bounce. That wasn't over the top bounce at all. It was just, it was there. It was a bit too close to it, and he's edged it and he's gone, and that's the end of Martin.
Balls, but when you're up against Jay, he seems to have the hold over him.
Yeah, it continues, doesn't it? I'm not sure how many times he's got him out, but it's a lot across the last three seasons. Big wicket early for Kowloon Cricket Club after losing the toss. It's exactly what they wanted. Jay Davidson into his second over, takes his first wicket. The big wicket of Martin KCC. And that, of course, brings the captain of Hong Kong, Nezakat Khan. What a batting lineup this is. Nezakat Khan at 3. Facing us fired up Jay Davidson, the Namibian nightmare. Khan's ready. That's short. And he just watches it through. Malhar, just continue with that KCC 11 if you could.
So we've got Babar Hayat as well, a star batsman from KCC, and we expect him to make a lot of runs, hopefully later in the day. Then we've got Daniel Bukhari, another left-handed batsman who can roll his arm a bit with some off-spin as well. Jay Davidson with the new ball. Mo Khan, an exciting opening batsman as well, so he should hopefully be playing some attacking cricket up front. And Sunny Bimsaria, and obviously the head coach of KCC, Waqas Barkat.
It was Mo that scored 275, wasn't it, against the Dragons?
He did indeed. That was here, 275 earlier in the year. Jay Davidson again. Second ball from Nezakat, who pulls out. Have we got someone behind the side screen again? We do. This time it's not the walkers, it's the ground staff actually. The groundsman of KCC sneaking in there just to the side of the side screen, so another little delay. Of course, if you are in Hong Kong, absolutely beautiful day at the moment. A little bit of cloud cover, but the sun is poking through. Oh, that's full. Beats him outside off stump. Started well, Tom.
It looks tough out there for the batsman. It's going to have to be a very patient innings by the batsman here today.
You mentioned Shiv's 100 here the other week in the Sunday League. Of course, Sahal Malvankar also got a century, and I watched all of that innings. They both battled really hard early on a tough wicket, but then the bowling got a little bit loose, so they took full advantage. Yeah. So there's runs here if you get through the difficult part. It's tough to start, but if you can get through that difficult period, you can get away. Just defends into the offside. Young Samad Khan comes in and fields. He's doing the job at point. You mentioned Malhar. It's good to see a couple of young guys in both teams. Samad Khan, part of the under-19 squad, and Shiv Mathur, part of the under-19 squad, both making their two-day debuts.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's a lot of great inspiration for the rest of the young lads out there. I think seeing someone of their age playing a two-day fixture bodes well for the future as well of Cricket Hong Kong.
Davidson again, steaming in. Oh, he has started beautifully, hands on his face. He thought he picked up the national skipper there. He didn't. That is the end of the third over.
How would you describe that shot?
Let's have a look at it again on the
Oh,
replay.
look at that ball. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness.
I'm not sure how I'll describe the shot, but I'll describe the ball as being unplayable.
Yeah, that was a nut.
Wasn't it ever? Just a little bit of swing in and then hit the seam, movement away. Outrageous. Jay Davidson started on fire. Wicket maiden. 3 overs gone. Still not a run on the board.
Do we know what KCC would have done should they have won the toss?
They were going to bat.
Bat as well.
Jamie joked he was going to bowl and then said, no, we would have batted. That was never in doubt. 3 slips in now for Azaz Khan. Bowling to Anshuman Rath. It's defended on the back foot. Yeah, you mentioned it's so great to have Anshi back in cricket in Hong Kong.
Yeah.
Now.
He was such an important part of the cricket club, you know, 3-4 years ago. A wonderful friend to many as well, and completely understand his reasons for heading off. But it is wonderful to have him back. He's a great asset to the club, and a great asset to Hong Kong as well. And I look forward to seeing him score more runs and hanging out with him as well.
Azaz bowling to Rath. Oh, it ties him up again. Didn't get him exactly where it got him the first ball of the first over, but it wasn't far away. Azaz Khan getting in on the action here. Yeah, we had him on the 8 for 52 podcast earlier in the year, Anshi Rath, and he was just a great interview. He's such a wonderful fella.
Yeah.
Swashbuckling these bat around out there. Just trying to hold his concentration. By Sharoy Vasha in his final 2-day game at the bowling club end, officiating. It's Fuller, it's wide outside off stump. Jamie has to take that nearly in front of second slip. There's a wild one there, Maha.
Yep, and that's the first runs on the board for HKCC, albeit from a wide.
And
but
we'll
runs
take
are
it
runs.
as well. Yeah, very lenient in the 2-day games with wide, so it just shows you quite how wide that one was.
Vasher gets himself into the game in his final 2-day game, extends the arms. It was the right call. It was extremely wide. By the time it got through to the keeper, as I said, it was basically in front of second slip. And first slip standing very wide. See if Azaz can get the line back. He does. He drives at it. Just misses. Missed everything.
Yeah. They need to be much more patient. Watching the ball coming back in now on the replay. Well, that's nipped back a mile.
He beat him on the inside. But you're right, though, he went very hard at that, didn't he? No need for that now at 1 for 1. Just punched a bit off. Probably got away with that as ours. It was very full. Sonny Bimsaria there at mid-off doing the fielding.
Yeah, the top order at the cricket club are naturally aggressive, but it's just sort of switching to sort of the two-day format and not forcing it. I know they like to dominate the bowlers, but patience is key, certainly when the deck is doing what it's doing at the moment.
Absolutely correct. There's patience. Just watch as that go through. Mo Khan down at fine leg, giving lots of enthusiasm. Never quiet in the field, Mo.
No, and I think he takes pride in his fielding and his energy in the field. So it's nice to see him cheering his bowlers on.
So it charges in as the 747 goes across. Kowloon Cricket Club. Watchful again, Anshuman Rath on that final ball. Still no runs off the bat. At the end of the 4th over, it's 1 for 1.
It's a long way to go, though. Long way to go. Patience is key.
I think it's 96 overs to bowl in the day. That's a lot of cricket.
That is a lot of cricket. Yeah, that is a lot of cricket.
That's what you mentioned it earlier, Malhar. If HKCC do get away, it wouldn't surprise later if we see Samad Khan be thrown the ball just to mix it up for a couple of overs. As you said, he's quite a good bowler, young man, but quite quick.
He is, and he hits the deck quite hard. So I think especially on this wicket, there would be some nice carry into the keeper as well.
Of course, they'll go to a two-kick bowl before that. These two have started beautifully for KCC. Davidson now into his third over. It's full of defended. Didn't really come out of that one, did he?
No. Similar sort of shot to the one we watched before when Jay bowled that unbelievable, unplayable delivery. He's sort of holding back a bit. Front foot needs to come forward. Not that anyone should take any coaching advice off me.
I would.
Thank you.
Well, we've got some players, people behind the side screen again. The ground staff sorting them out, asking them to sit down over there. Davidson. That one got up a little bit. Just defended into the offside. Yeah, when Jade bowls that full of ball, you've got to get out on that front foot to it. You really do. Yeah. Even if it is a little bit poppy, you've got to be prepared for it, but you've got to be forward. Otherwise, it's a nick off or even an LB for the one that nicks back in, right?
But that's how he gets you. He makes you think you want to go forward, and just then the one that comes up.
Oh, beats him again. He's tough to face this morning, Tom.
Yeah. I mean, Jay is bowling unbelievably well. It's gone through him.
He's just cut him in half, hasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, Jay started incredibly well, but also the batsmen are... I mean, obviously the conditions are difficult at the moment, but they're certainly making it look tough out there.
Yeah, they've got to get through this first hour. As I said, a bit of cloud cover. A little bit in the wicket early. Steams in, Jay. It's full of edges, bounces in front of third slip. Gets him on the knee, it runs away. It's not going to run all the way. Going to get back for a couple. Again, not a great deal of confidence in the shot, but first runs off the bat.
Pressure release for the boys out there. I think any of them would have taken runs through the slips just to get something on the board.
It's Bubba Hyatt, I think it looks like, in there at third slip. Bounced well in front of him. Never a catching opportunity, but Davidson again, encouragement, picking up the edge. That's a well-taken single. No cover in there. Samad Khan's had to come round from point. Nazaka does well, turns the strike over.
Yeah, more confident shot there. Certainly got forward to the ball and just nudged it into the gap. That's what we want to see more of. Rotation of strike.
Absolutely. So they get more comfortable out there, slowly but surely. Anshuman Rath now will face his first ball from Jay Davidson. He's faced the 12 deliveries, all Azaz Khan. One to come in this over, the fifth. Again, a little bit of movement behind the side screen. That's full, that's outside off. And that's the end of the over. That's 5 overs gone. The score is 3-1. Now, Malhar, we'll ask you to step away from the mic for half an hour. We've got a very special guest stepping in for half an hour with us. I've got Tom Ingram to my left. And next to Tom Ingram, I'd like to welcome to the microphone Mr. Mark Ingram.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the warm welcome. Nice to be here at the KCC this morning as the clouds start to break and the light is improving. We just need the batting, the bowling, I should say, the batting to improve on behalf of HKCC.
Now, it's not a coincidence that they're both surnamed Ingram. It's a father and son combination that we have here, Tom.
Absolutely. It's an honour to be alongside my father in the commentary. Dad spent many years here down at Kowloon Cricket Club.
Azaz Khan. It's in the Zakat this time. It goes through. Spent a lot of time here, Mark, yes?
Spent a lot of time here, either playing cricket or doing other things, but thoroughly enjoyed my time here in Hong Kong. And we played a lot of social cricket here at the KCC.
It's a beautiful place to play cricket, as is Hong Kong Cricket Club, of course. We're very privileged here in Hong Kong to have two great club cricket grounds as we do. Azaz from the bowling club end. 3 slips in. Oh, slash from the Zakat. A little future in that, Tom.
Yeah, it's the patience aspect we've been sort of talking about, which has been the theme of this morning, is it's nipped off the deck considerably. Yeah, patience, throwing your hands at it early doors with the ball doing what it is, can put you in trouble like it did with Martin.
But I do like what Atkinson's done. Cover is open. There's no one between point and mid-off, so he's tempting the Zakat to go for it. He's got the 3 slips in the gully in support of Azaz Khan, who comes in again. Oh, wraps him. Big shout, huge shout. Umpire Vasher says no.
I think I heard a bit of bat in that.
2 noises. Take a look at the replay. Or not.
Or not.
Or not.
There's good encouragement for the bowlers out there early. Jay already picking up the big wicket of Martin Katseo if you're just joining us. We're into the 6th over. And that beats him again. Hands on the face of Azaz Khan, Mark. It's all happening here for the Quicks.
Well, Jamie, as you say, with his field placing, he's done a good job this morning. He's played here long enough. I think he started at the age of about 5, Tom?
4, I think,
4,
when we started
was it?
together.
So,
yeah, Dad would have watched Jamie and myself grow up playing together here from 1994 onwards. So he's seen all of Jamie's development through the years into the wonderful cricketer that he is now.
absolutely.
Yeah, still going strong, Atkinson. Father himself now, of course. Azaz Khan. Zakat comes down, a couple of steps down the wicket. He's trying to negate some of that movement that Khan's been getting. And he's solid in defence. Do you like that ploy, Tom?
I think it's a brilliant idea, because it wasn't, he came down the track and didn't continue with the aggressive intentions, and obviously, as you said, negating the sort of nipping of the ball off the deck, and from there he can sort of work it into the gaps, which I think is a good tactic.
Yeah, totally agree. He doesn't want to be dictated to, which they are at the moment, the batters. Azaz. It's a little bit shorter. Just hangs the bat out there, Mark.
The bowling has been, since the start of play, fairly aggressive this morning, and that's reflected in the score so far, just 3 runs and 1 wicket down. If they carry on at this rate, I think HKCC are going to be struggling.
Yeah.
6 overs gone, the score is 1 for 3.
It's the, yeah, it's important for the guys to really stick together. Don't force anything. And the runs will eventually start to come. Once they start getting comfortable, these guys are, 2 of Hong Kong's arguably best batsmen. And they have the skill and the talent to be able to get through these tough conditions.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. That's what it's all about, getting through the first hour. Davidson's going to continue. Left-handed Ruth just defends on the ball. He's going to go through for one. He's not. Thought about it.
The run was there.
It's think he was stuck a little bit on the back foot and didn't end up going through. Iqbal shining the ball vigorously. He'll be keen to get his self into the attack shortly. He's a wonderful bowler. He gets plenty of movement. He'll mix up that pace a little bit, confuse the batters. But for the moment, it's Davidson's turn. That tied up Rath. Mark Anchie's been out there. He's faced 18, 19 balls now, and he's yet to get a run off the bat.
It must be very frustrating for him, but he mustn't get frustrated, as you say. He's just got to sit there, wait until the game opens up, and then hopefully we'll see the run rate increase.
He's on 0 now. If he's here at the end of the day, he'll be on 150. Davidson trying to stop that. He ties him up again.
Yeah, it's 96 long overs, and you know, I think Anshuman's upper thighs have taken a bit of a beating so far, so I think he won't mind that. He's still there, and a long day of cricket to get yourself in.
Other than that, it's been bowlers on top, and they are on top after being asked to bowl first by Kinshuk Shah. That's Fuller, that's driven, that's 4. That is Anchi at his very best. That is patience. Patience, that's exactly what you're talking about, Tom.
Yeah, it's you will be rewarded if you stick in. You know, Jay, with all his talents and abilities, it's his first bad ball. He's bowled so far, but the runs are there to get if you stay patient enough.
The key was there. He just leant on it. He knew it was there, cover wide open. There's probably a, 50-metre gap between point and mid-off. Yeah. And he didn't go hard at it. He just played through it. 4 runs. Here's Fuller again. He drives hard down the ground. That's going to be 4 runs as well. Back-to-back boundaries for Anshuman Rath.
Great pressure release from Anchi there. 8 runs and 2 balls, while we've all been watching for 6.5 overs with only three runs scored.
Well, it helps his confidence as well, doesn't it?
It was only the ball before the first boundary that was saying he's on 0 now. Yeah. If he's there at the end of the day, he'll be 150.
Yeah.
He's 8 runs closer to it now, 2 balls later. Davidson, after going for 2 boundaries, how does he respond? Shorter. Oh, that's a good response.
Yeah, I don't think Anchi was expecting the short ball there. Rose up certainly a bit higher than he thought it was going to.
7 overs gone. The score is 12 for 1.
Well, things starting to pick up for HKCC now, and they'll be looking forward to building up a good score this morning.
How many times have you two been in the commentary box together?
0. This is our first time.
This is the father-son debut, yeah?
Absolutely. It's not the first time we've watched a game at KCC though. Certainly, Dad's seen his fair share of games out here, and some legends of the game he's seen.
Absolutely. I shook Sir Vivian Richards' hand in the front door of the KCC.
Brilliant.
I was coming in and he was going out.
Brilliant. That's fantastic. Around one of the Sixers? Yeah. Sixers tournaments, of course, very famous here for many years at Kowloon Cricket Club. As Azaz continues to Nazucket. He throws his hands at that one. He gets that one right out of the middle of the bat. Nazucket welcomes and joins the party. Big boundary out to the practice nets.
Yeah, it's important for the bowlers now to be really strict with the lengths that they're bowling, because just there, he didn't need to come down the track, but it was full enough that he could throw hands at it. It's a wonderful shot by Nizkat.
It was more controlled than the previous, where he slashed and missed. Much more Nazucket, that one. Again, Atkinson still leaving that huge gap at cover. Drive straight. Oh, pretty much exactly what Rath did previously in the previous over. He's just gone one through cover, one down the ground. Nazaka goes back to back.
Yep, carbon copy, right hand, left hand. Hong Kong is starting to take initiative here, which is good to see.
It's a good point you made, Tom, about the length. The bowlers have capitalised this morning, just being that back of the length. Those ones too full. Maybe a little bit of tiredness starting to come in.
Yeah.
Just getting a little bit too full. How does Azaz respond? Davidson responded with a bouncer. He responds with another 4-ball. Just too full on. Nazaka just holding the pose there.
It was beautiful for the photographers, for the cameras.
Well, Mark, he was struggled a little bit earlier, playing and missing. Hasn't played and missed on any of those three.
No. Maybe this was part of the HKCC setup that they played themselves in slowly, and
Well,
away
the way they looked, it looked like they were playing slowly by swinging and missing at a lot of balls.
Yeah,
but
yeah, I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt.
Azaz again. That's back of the length, but it's leg side. It's played away. That could run all the way for 4. Mo Khan does tremendously well, cuts it off. It'll just be the 1. That's the shortest boundary down there. Look, in defence of the bowlers just over pitching on a few deliveries, they have been right on top.
absolutely.
They're putting it up there, trying to get that swing and a little bit of movement away. It hasn't come, and then they've been put away.
Yeah. It's for the bowlers. You can't be too greedy. That's the thing. I found in my bowling days. If you're bowling well and really on top of the batsman, you can't then suddenly try and take out his stumps by chucking it up at him. It's because often the ball will end up going for 4. I had that a number of times with Jamie Atkinson, where you think you're on top and then
all of a sudden you're not.
he proves you wrong.
I think that's what Jay Davidson is so good at, and that's what he's known for, is that just that consistency, that plugging away on the right line and length. Looks like he's going to come around the wicket to Rath now. Just going down and moving the sight screen. Sight screen's being shifted across as Azaz is going to come around the wicket to the left-handed Rath.
Just back onto the cricket sixes. I heard there was talk of it potentially coming back.
There'd be a lot of people here who'd like to see it come back.
Yeah. Seeing some wonderful players.
Yeah.
It may be the goal of some people.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a tremendous event. If it could get up and running again, it'd just be fantastic. All right, Zaz around the wicket. Tempted. And she was tempted, but it was just too wide.
Yeah, the greats of the days playing in the sixes. I know Dad would have been there in the 80s with obviously Sir Vivian Richards, but Sir Ian Botham was here
He
as
was
well.
here. I had dinner with Sir Ian while he was playing one time. It was a nice memory. But also it's an opportunity for up-and-coming players as well, the sixes.
Yeah, we had David Warner here in 2010.
Yep.
Glenn Maxwell was here as well.
Yep, it was always a tremendous event, and if it can get up and running again, just viewers there, that camera shaking. The camera is attached to the sight screen, which is just being moved at the moment further. Rath wanted the sight screen a little bit further across, so it's all steady down now as the sight screen is in place. Let Azaz come in. It's full, that's driven, that's 4.
Beautiful shot by Anshman Rath.
That's that length again, just over pitching Azaz, going for the movement, not getting it, and Rath just putting him away. It's the end of the overs, 29 for 1 after 8.
A few words being said between the batsman and bowler there. I think if you've gone for 17 off the over, you'd have a few frustrations. I think that's come out, and Anshi's received the brunt of it.
There were a couple of words between Azaz and Anshi, no doubt. Anshi doesn't mind a chat out in the middle. One of the friendliest blokes you'll ever meet. And will back himself to the hilt every day. You see the HKCC players over there in front of the playground. rocketed along from not a lot to 29 in a short space of time. Davidson now. That's Fuller, that beats him. You see that died a little bit as it went through to the keeper?
Looks like there might be a little bit of uneven bounce that might come into play.
Yeah, that's the first one we've seen. Normally they've been taking off, but...
Wow, look at that length. Look at that line. What an unbelievable spell of bowling from Jay at this point. He's been unfortunate to only have one.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, that just moved beautifully, but didn't bounce like we have seen previously. So we'll see if there's a bit of inconsistency in the bounce as we move forward. Davidson. Shorter to punch there. They're going to come through for one. They're not. Rath probably wisely sent Khan back.
Nice cool morning still here in Hong Kong. It was 15 degrees when I woke up this morning.
A bit nippy for around here.
Yeah. You can say, I think, winter has officially started in Hong Kong.
It's very pleasant though.
It's lovely. Compared to the summer, it's a delight to play cricket in this weather.
Oh, edge gone. Bubba makes no mistake. Nazaket. Oh, I'm not sure he's going to be very pleased with that. He's not. Throws his head around. Bubba takes the catch above his head. It went quickly. It was well taken. Can't be disappointed with that, Tom.
It was kind of half shot. If you watch the replay here, it was a half leave, half playing at it shot. He'll be very frustrated.
Yeah, he thought about playing at mark.
Yeah, I think had it worked, it would have been a good shot. But unfortunately, as Tom says, he didn't put heart and soul into it. And it was a bit waving the bat at the ball, and he paid the price.
Yeah, unusual looking dismissal, that, certainly for the quality of Nazaka Khan. He'll be very disappointed. He just hit some beautiful boundaries, and he and Rath were just starting to take control a little bit back to HKCC, but now his wicket's gone, and Kinshit Shah, the skipper, comes in at number 4.
Yeah, back to the rebuilding stage for the partnership for Hong Kong Cricket Club. But I tell you what, as a batting lineup though, having Kinshit Shah coming in at your number 4 isn't the worst thing in the world. Incredibly talented batsman. Has done great things for Hong Kong Cricket Club, and obviously used to be a Kowloon Cricket Club member as well.
Yes, that's right, that's right. A lot of junior cricket down here before he made the move up the hill with his brother, Ninad. A few have done that at Gorawara around the same sort of time.
Myself, of course.
I was about to say, Tom Ingram as well.
I wouldn't include myself in the list of greats on that, but Courtney Kruger as well made the move from Kowloon Cricket Club up to Hong Kong Cricket Club as well. I'm sure he might be keeping an eye on this game.
Adil Mahmood.
Adil Mahmood, of course. One of the great Hong Kong Cricket Club players.
Doing a wonderful job in the coaching ranks up there as well.
Absolutely. He'll be raring to go. He'll be very excited to bowl on this wicket from what he's seen so far this morning.
Davidson picks up his second. Katsia and Nazaket. He would have been dreaming about that last night. Bowling to Kinshit Shah now. But shorter, and Kinshit just stands there and takes it in the chest.
And took it like an absolute champion as well.
Oh, that was good.
I can tell you for free that would have hurt.
Is he wearing any body armour there?
Natural one, I think. But otherwise, no padding.
Took it like a man.
Yeah, absolutely.
Didn't he indeed? It was he just turned into it from the look of him, said, I'll take that one, and just walked away. Didn't flinch.
Didn't flinch. Now, wonderful to see. He's up for it today, clearly.
And that wouldn't have... Trey Davidson would have loved every minute of that himself. As he comes in again. Oh, Kinshit busy in his wicket before the ball was bowled. It tied him up. It hit the thigh pad. It then hit the back of the bat. Bounces in the middle of the pitch. Davidson and Atkinson just having a little chat now. Atkinson coming down the wicket. Going to talk about the field and what they want to do. And they're going to put someone in on the leg side close. With arm pointing around. Doesn't seem to be any change in the field after all of that.
Yeah, for Kinchik coming in, obviously having seen the batsman struggling, for most of this morning's play, without the benefit of replays or being able to see what's going on, he must be sort of all over the place mentally, trying to figure out what's going on here.
Davidson around the wicket, into his body again. He gets bat on that one cleanly that time and just flicked around the corner, defended, never a chance of a run.
You can hear the wonderful sounds of Hong Kong in the background, the beeping horns, the drilling, the city that never stops. It's been the same since you were here in the 80s.
Absolutely.
Around the wicket. Rattles onto the pads. It looked like it was going down leg. Umpire Venkatesh agrees. That will be the end of the over. That is 9:30 for the loss of 2 wickets.
A change of bowling, you think, Dad?
I think it's time.
It's not a change of bowling. After going for 17 off his previous over, Jamie is keeping the faith.
2 left-handers out there now. It's not going to be long before they go to a T-kick bowl, I'm sure.
Yeah. Dan Pascoe in the gully licking his lips, ready to have a bowl as well.
Just wondering, would they think about going to Pascoe early? The 2 lefties out there?
Yeah.
For the moment, Azaz Khan will continue around the wicket. Fuller half shout from the slips. A bit lazy shot there.
Yeah, he didn't move his feet. He was looking rather uncomfortable.
Yeah, again, just waving the bat outside the off stump. No need for that.
Yeah, the wonderful field setting from Jamie with the sort of open cover area is tempting him.
Yeah, again, more than a 50-metre gap between point and mid-off. He just lets that one go through. That's better. From Rath.
With the drilling going on, I see obviously the scaffolding up at the pool end of KCC. Is it under renovation?
They're putting glass doors around the outside of it, so they're going to make it a function centre, but glass doors, bifolds that can come all the way back, so it can go outside, inside area,
So
right?
similar to the boundary bar at the Hong Kong Cricket Club?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's only a month away from being finished, I think. Zaz. It's driven. Didn't get all of it, just straight back to the bowler. Yeah, so spending a bit of money across there, making it into what will be a lovely either inside or outside area.
Because Hong Kong Cricket Club just finished their renovations now, so it's a new reception area, new toilets. So everyone's very happy with that, but obviously you walked through the doors this morning, Dad, and...
Looked the same.
Yeah.
After all these years. I believe you were invited, weren't you, to the opening of the toilets?
The grand opening of the toilets.
Yeah.
I wasn't important enough to cut the ribbon, unfortunately, but I was there for the special occasion.
Zaz comes in again, throws it up. Oh, okay, there is cover in there now, so what have they done? Taken one of the slips out. Looks like Waka's Barker there has gone into cover. Tremendous fielder, Waka's Barker. Very dangerous, trying to take a quick single to him. That one went straight to him. There was never a chance of a single.
Yeah, Wakas is one of those guys that you know quick singles aren't really an option for you. Fantastic fielder.
was Fuller and attempted drive and just straight through. Textbook technique, but didn't get any bat on it.
Yeah, the pitch seems to be still has a bit of life in it. Obviously, early doors in Hong Kong. Anchi is, again, it's sort of waiting for those full balls, you know, and you can see how they took advantage of it in the previous over with 17 off it.
He's on 12, all runs in boundaries. He lets that one through. It's more patient. Atkinson takes it cleanly. That's the end of the over. That is 10 gone. The score is 30 for 2.
So KCC also had down this year, talking about the greats that have visited Kowloon Cricket Club, was Michael Vaughan was here.
Right.
And you had the opportunity to interview him as well.
We did. We interviewed him on the 852 podcast. That was Bushy who hosted that interview. It was down here on the field, and it was just tremendous to have Michael Vaughan on with us. He's a lovely, lovely fellow.
Yeah, he did a talk at the Carbine lunch as well, which I unfortunately missed out on as I was away with work. We've also, we both met Sir Richard Hadley here.
Yes,
many
indeed.
moons ago.
What a name dropping, boys.
Oh, I know. Well, Kowloon Cricket Club, watch Jay come in.
That's full, that's driven, that is 4. That's just over pitch from Davidson. That one, Kinshit Shah, no mistake, down the ground.
That's a beautiful shot from Anchi. Oh, sorry, Kinshit, rather. Again, bit full from Jay. Tiredness will certainly now be setting in as the beautiful 6'2" Namibian nightmare that he is.
How many overs has he bowled now?
So we're in the 11th, so this is his 6th.
Six,
We're starting his 6th. We're coming up on the drinks break, and he's gone non-stop from the clubhouse end. That's a better length from Davidson there.
Yeah, towards the 6 overs on a trot. Someone with his size, his pace will start blowing a little bit. He's bowled excellently this morning, though.
Yeah, he's given Atkinson exactly what he wanted, hasn't he, from this end after being asked to bowl. He's been a couple of loose deliveries, sure, but the vast majority have just been right on the money and doing magic with the ball off the wicket as well. That's Fuller wrapped on the pad. It's a huge shout. He's gone up, probably too high, I would say, just on first glance.
Certainly looked it. It's a big shout, though, from slip fielders and Jay. Oh, that's come back a mile. I think that was going down leg as well.
I think it probably was at the angle and the movement. We haven't got the greatest vantage point, I must say. We're at wide mid-off to the left-hander at the moment, so hard to see the accuracy of an LB live. Encouragement for Davidson. Shorter, defended into the leg side. No run. Sonny Bimsaria there at mid-on. Very close in at mid-on, actually. Quite wide. So they're leaving the straight drive, the on drive for Shah. Atkinson with the 3 slips. He's still backing his bowler to this point.
And Jay's delivering. It's a wonderful thing as a captain to have a bowler where you set a field and have them bowl exactly to it, which is exactly what Jay's done.
It's down leg side, just losing the line a little bit there. Davidson. Boundary off this first one and dotted up since then. Just the one to come in this over.
Yeah, it's been a wonderful stint from Jay. See if he continues, or maybe Atik is managing the ball himself, making sure when he gets handed it, it's still doing stuff off the deck and in the air.
He drives, square drives straight to Samad Khan. There's no run. That is 11 overs gone. It's 34 for 2.
Now 34 for 2 after 11. Given where they were, would you be happy with that, Dad?
Yes, and if I was Davidson, I'd be very happy with my figures as well.
Yeah.
2 wickets, 16 runs, excellent morning's work.
Tell you one thing to watch, we're coming up on the hour. We started a couple of minutes late. There's only 11 overs been bowled. Obviously the 2 quicks off the long run.
Yeah. Are there any punishments for over-rate in the 2-day game?
Last Sharoy. Later, I'm not sure.
Sharoy will know. Obviously, Sharoy in his last 2-day games, the longest retirement talked about in history, is finally coming up.
He's retiring in 12 months. Presentation today, which was lovely for his last 2-day game. Azaz Khan, he's going to continue. That's full. That's whipped off the toes nicely. Didn't get all of it though. Atiq Iqbal comes around. He's going to cut it off. Archie wanted to. Kinship wasn't interested. Atiq did well to field that. Yeah. So Azaz Khan, interesting. He's going to stick with him for his 60s. 5.1 overs, none for 19.
With 17 coming off 1 over.
Yeah.
So shows you how well he has been bowling in the other overs. Just went a bit too full in that over and got punished by Nizkat, who unfortunately, for those of you joining us, sort of wafted at a ball outside to Jay.
Staying around the wicket. Just firing it in at the stumps, in at the pads. Just defended into the leg side.
So yeah, Sharoy, I think, mentioned his retirement about 5 years ago to me and has mentioned it ever since, a sort of countdown clock of just so I could appreciate every moment alongside him, I imagine.
Well, you pick a date and you stick to it, put it out there 5 years in advance.
Yeah.
Zaz searching for his first wicket. He doesn't get it there, that's well left. Through to the keeper.
Dad, your playing days are now over. Have you thought about umpiring?
No. It's the short answer.
Yeah. Dad umpired the day we had a cricket game the day after my wedding or this year. Was it this year? How long have I been married?
Well,
last year.
The abuse I got from the players.
Some questionable decisions were made.
As long as they didn't go against you.
Absolutely not. No.
Oh, that's a bit of inside edge, I think, there. Into the leg side. Going to get 1. A few oohs and ahs from behind the stumps from the KCC. And the cover is going in. Third slip out. Going out to cover.
The sun now was popping through a little bit earlier, but a bit more cloud cover now.
A bit of sun off in the distance, but certainly not here. Full cloud cover at KCC. Rath on strike now. Oh, goodness me. It's great delivery from Azaz.
Yeah, when you have batsmen of this talent missing balls like that and even giving a look at the bowler being like, yeah, that was a good one, it just shows you how well these guys are bowling.
Yeah, it is not easy out there at all. But Rath is doing a good job to date. He's faced 29 deliveries and a lot of them have been extremely difficult to play. A bit slower that one, but it was down leg side. Mo Khan's going to field down at fine leg. Just the 1 run.
Yeah, we'd be disappointed to miss out on that, wouldn't he, Dad? The leg side flick. One is short boundary down here as well. He would have been disappointed to.
Yes.
All right, 12 overs gone, and we are going to see the first change of bowling. Atiq Iqbal is going to take the ball from the clubhouse end, and if he is anything like normal Atik Iqbal, he's going to be very, very difficult to play on this ground.
Absolutely. If history dictates anything, his bowling this season has been fantastic. His batting, obviously, hearing about that this morning with all the runs he's scored, fourth in runs in the Sunday Division 2, which was a great surprise when I had a look at that list a couple of days ago.
Yeah, he's got 2 half-centuries to his name, maybe 3 half-centuries to his name now.
That list topped by Jason Louis, who is having the season of his life this year.
We had him on the 8 for 52 podcast as well earlier in the year. That was a great chat. Atik Iqbal bowling to Kinshit Shah. Or is it? No, it's Anchi, sorry. Single off the last. Just into the leg side, no run there. Big shout of no run. You heard from Rath.
Yeah, Jason was obviously playing in that game where Mo scored 275 and got a 170 of his own, wasn't it?
It was actually a ridiculous game. They were, I think the Dragons, in reply to 390 or something ridiculous, were like 4 for 15.
Yeah.
And then Lloyd put on 170 himself. Iqbal just defended again off the finger that time. That one got up a little bit on him.
Yeah, Jason's averaging 99 this season, and against the Wanderers he got a golden duck to, of course, Adil Mahmood, my favourite bowler in my side. And even with that golden duck, averaging 99, I think from that game he scored 2 centuries, a couple of 50s.
Yeah, and they're yet to win a game, the Dragons. I've tipped them this weekend. I think they'll win tomorrow. They're out at Mission Road. Iqbal getting himself into the game. That one really didn't carry through that well to Atkinson. Just watchful Wrath. Mark, where's home these days?
It's the UK at the moment.
Yep.
Left on Thursday, and it was the first time I had to spray the windscreen to get ice off. So I thought it's definitely time to leave.
Time to get away. Very wise. Let's just let go through to the keeper as well.
So it's 5 days in Hong Kong for Dad, and then
Sydney for Christmas.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Fantastic. I'm Sydney just after Christmas. Fly down there for New Year. Iqbal needs to make him play. He does make him play. Defends just down into the offside.
But Dad is blessed with 4 children that all live in different parts of the world. One in New York, one in Sydney, myself in Hong Kong, and one in Reading in the UK.
Spread everywhere.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
So he spends his retirement travelling the world.
Well, what'll be wrong with that?
Thoroughly enjoyable.
Iqbal. Yeah, just up and over the stumps, watched through. And with that, are we going to take drinks? I think the umpires have called that as drinks, so that's 13 overs gone. It's 37 for the loss of 2 wickets at drinks, and with that, myself, Botters, and the 2 Ingram boys are going to step out of the commentary box. Tom, Mark, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
It's been great.
Absolutely lovely to have you in here and lovely to have a chat. Enjoy Sydney, enjoy Christmas.
Thank you.
You're welcome back, of course, anytime.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Bushy will be back after the drinks break to take you through to lunch.
Welcome back to Kowloon Cricket Club for this Cricket Hong Kong two-day Premier League game. Aaron Bush now in the chair, thanks to Bodders and the Ingrams for taking us through to drinks. We've got a new commentary team in place. We've got Malhal Vora joining us again and Isaac Paul. Good morning to both of you.
Hello, Bushy.
Morning, Aaron.
Evenly poised so far, gentlemen. 37 for 2 at drinks.
It's close, but I'd say that I think Kowloon are just on top, really. They've bowled very well so far.
Yeah, I think
Azaz Khan continuing, straying down off the thigh pad, was it?
I think a great opening spell from Jay there, really setting the tone for the KCC team. And yep, now Aizaz from this end and Atik from the other.
Interesting, they've continued with Aizaz. Bowled 6 overs so far. He's got 3 maidens, he's also gone for 21. I think one of those was an over of 17. There he is coming in again. They've got the 3 slips in place and a gully. It's driven straight back to the bowler, picked up by Atik Iqbal.
Where he's bowled well is getting it just short of a length. A few times that over where he did go for 17, just straight a little bit full and was driven straight back down the ground for a couple of very nice 4s. Just pulling that length back a bit will be helpful for him here.
Yeah, definitely, there's still a little bit in the wicket for the bowlers, so I think just hitting the deck and letting the ball do its thing has greater chance of success here.
Khan in again. Round the wicket. Odd, almost taken there by Jamie. I think that is going for 4 off. It's 4 byes. Missed everything. Just losing his line there a bit, Azaz.
Straight down the leg side and back here, for those who can't quite see, it's a very, very short boundary behind the keeper, and that was always going to go for 4 once it went past Jamie.
No Khan patrolling at deep fine, but couldn't get around to that one. As Azaz comes in again, fuller this time. Big gap out there through cover. It's racing away, quick outfield. Will it get cut off? It will not. 4 more on the board for Hong Kong Cricket Club.
There you have it again. Just a little bit too full, really. Continually pushing up there, and that's where he's had trouble. And the batsmen are finding it very easy to get on the front foot and drive once he's staying up there.
Captain Kinchit moves to 9, 2 boundaries for his 9. Again, this one's pushed on the leg side, but no run there.
Bit of a partnership forming here between Rath and Captain Kinchit here.
Up to 16 now. Makes sense. It was 8 when the over started. 4 byes and a very nice cover drive.
Do you reckon Aizaz gets one more from this end?
Well, with Atik bowling from the pavilion end, we'll discuss that after this delivery. Ken gets on that front foot, can't beat mid-off. And that's the end of his 7th over, 14 overs done, Hong Kong Premier, 45 for 2. Yeah, if you pull Azaz from that end, who do you replace him with?
I reckon bring spin and Dan Pascoe straight into the attack.
We know it's going to be a spinner's pitch. Kinchit himself said at the toss, batting first was ideal because then they're going to just try to spin KCC out of this game. What would you go with, Isaac? Is it too early for spin?
I'm not sure that Dan is the right one just at the moment with 2 left-handers in there. If you could get someone spinning it across their body, I'm not sure. Is there an off-spinner in the team?
Wakas.
Okay. There we are, maybe Wakas.
There's also Daniel Bukhari, who bowls a bit of off spin as well.
Options for KCC, but at the moment, Atik Iqbal from the members' end. Under the thigh pad pushed out, Mokan will field. Teak again. Gets a leading edge. Fielded a gully.
For those who can't see, three slips, a gully, a backward point. So really looking to find the edge there, and has found it a couple of times so far. Both gone straight to ground.
Yeah, we're into the 15th over, but persisting with pretty much the same field setting as the start of the game. So,
Oof.
That one came back in a bit.
Ansherman has been out there for 70 minutes now for his 14. Patient for the two-day game. He's got 3 boundaries to his name.
Very patient. Took him 19 balls to get his first run on the board, so he's willing to spend the time out there.
So he put 14 on in the second slot. And 3 fours, which means not a lot of running. Teak again. Shoulders, arms. Another dot. This is my first time calling a two-day game, so obviously the idea of what to bat, how long to bat, who to change the bowling is completely different to the 50-over matches.
It is. It's all about time at the crease. As much time as you can.
Another one in the books for a dot ball so far. 5 to start with for a Teak. So what would be the optimal time if you're still batting? I mean, you want to get through the full 2 innings in 2 days, so you'd want to put KCC in this afternoon, right?
Potentially. Of course, a couple of years back, Hong Kong batted for a whole day and then some.
Final delivery. Swing and a miss as a peel caught behind, but nothing happening. And so endeth the over. 15 overs done. A maiden for a Teak Iqbal. Hong Kong Premier still 45 for 2.
Yes, if we cast our minds back to 2019, I think, the last time that Hong Kong Cricket Club won the Fincher Shield here at KCC, we batted for the full day and then came back the next day and put a few more runs on. And then it was a very tight match at the end of the second day to try and bowl KCC out. We just managed. But there is a fine line between batting the right amount of time and batting too long.
I do think this is going to be a spinner's pitch tomorrow, so that could also be an option today. See how it goes for Hong Kong Cricket Club. With no change of bowling yet from the bowling green end, as Khan will continue. This will be his 8th over. Bowling to Kinshit. Punches it. Does he find the gap? Oh, great fielding.
Sunny Bimsaria there in what looks like to be a short cover, getting down to his right and stopping the ball. Great work there from him. Of course, a lot of our viewers may not know as well, but the team that's ahead in the first innings is declared the winner if the whole game doesn't go through to both innings.
Lots of permutations to think about over the 2 days as Khan continues. It's time to Anch. Sonny Bimsaria doing the fielding again.
A lot of experience out there. Sonny's been around for a very long time, as of course Jay and Dan and others. Is there any debutants today for the KCC team?
So I believe there's Samad Khan, who I think we mentioned a bit earlier as well. Was part of the under-19 squad that recently played the Asia Cup qualifiers as well.
Isaz again around the wicket. Strays down leg. 2-day game. Well taken by Jamie. It's a dot.
So yeah, there's Samad and there's also Daniel Bukhari. I think it's his first 2-day game for KCC as well. He's an exciting left-hand batsman as well. And like I said, bowls a bit of off-spin. So yep, a couple of debutants for KCC.
Good to see.
Daniel just celebrated a birthday last weekend. I know that because it's the same birthday as mine. He's a little bit younger though. Just a touch. About half. Isaz Khan again. Fuller and left alone, racking up the dot balls. He's had 3 maidens already. Just had that one really expensive over.
And a better line there. It's coming around the wicket to the left-handers and has tended to be a little full and sometimes just coming down the leg side a little bit too much. But that was a much better delivery.
Fifth ball of the over. He's got an edge on that, has he? Raced away for 4. Yes, he has. He managed to pick the gap between 3 slips and a gully. Check the replay.
Much better delivery and again finding that edge, but there's not a lot of space down there. It's raced very quickly to the boundary.
And that's 50 up for the Hong Kong Cricket Club team. 50 for 2.
Still not sure how he managed to pick a gap there, but he did. Got 4 runs, 50 on the board for Hong Kong, and the final delivery just pushed back to mid-on for another dot. 5 off the over, 16 done. Hong Kong Premier are 50 for 2.
2 very, very experienced batsmen at the crease and really needed. Losing 2 wickets in that first session before drinks does put HKCC on the back foot, but nice to see Kinch and Anchman out there just trying to use up some time and still find some runs.
So would you say this is perhaps a key, if not the most key partnership for HKCC?
I think so. I mean, Kinshit has scored a lot of runs on this ground, both for KCC and for HKCC, and he'll be really critical to them to putting a big score on the board.
Atiq Iqbal to continue from the members' end. 2 overs so far. Both maidens yet to score off the arm of Atiq Iqbal. And a big appeal for LBW. Umpire Venkat. No.
Oof, that's a big shout. On the replay here, maybe a little high and going down leg, but certainly worth a yell, that one.
Whatever it was. And go in the ball in the book as a dot. Must have been very close. It looked close on the replay. Always tough. Right arm to the left-hander, but it looked like it pitched in line. And Tika will continue. And this time beats the outside edge a bit. Tucks it away.
So it's interesting to see Atiq here getting the ball to move both ways. So I think the first ball came in to the left-hander, and the next one just holding his line a bit and swerving away towards Jamie. So Atiq's definitely causing some trouble for the lefties out there.
Yeah, not the fastest bowler in the world, but moves it both ways and really causing some difficulties.
It's his 14th consecutive dot ball. What have we got for the 15th? Put another one in the book.
Just struggling a little bit here, playing around it inside that one, but he's still out there, and that's the main thing.
I think time is a key factor here, like you mentioned earlier. Just spend time in the middle, and it hopefully should get easier to bat.
Battle continues. This time bat on ball will be fielded by Jay Davidson at mid-off.
Going back to Kinshit, if we cast our minds back to the 2017 Fincher Shield, I think Kinch was playing for KCC at that stage and posted a very large score. I'm going to say something like 140 or so against HKCC and led them to a very good victory.
This time whipped away. There will be first runs off the bat off Atiq Iqbal, and it will be 4. Races away down there through mid-wicket. Cow corner, nice stroke.
Yeah, I think this is one of the first deliveries where he's erred a bit on the Fuller side. Here we can see the replay. Yep. So he aired a bit fuller towards leg stump or perhaps just outside, and it was easily sucked away by Kinchit, who now moves up to 14.
Final delivery. Can't get, does get through the infield. A bit of a misfield there, and put another 4 in the books. Back-to-back boundaries for Hong Kong Cricket Club. End of the 17th. They're 58 for 2.
Yep, so just another delivery there where Atik erred a bit on the fuller side, and a bit of a misfield there from Sunny. We were just complimenting his fielding a bit earlier. But yeah, 2 4s and 2 balls. Atik, from not having given any runs, has now given 2 boundaries on his last 2 balls.
Very similar deliveries, both of them as well. Just a little full, and that fielding, honestly, I think he'll look at that later on and wonder what on earth happened.
I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt, and it came off that old pitch that they used last week, which was causing danger to everyone. That time beat Sunny. Well, it's in the books, and the boundaries continue to flow for Hong Kong Cricket Club. Just having a look. There's 11, and we called it, the 3 of us. Change of bowling from the bowling green end. Wakas Bakat will come in with the spin, trying to break this left-handed partnership, which is now up to 29.
And viewers probably cannot see it, but just in front of us there, we can see Sunny putting on his helmet. So it looks like there will be a fielder coming in close, putting some pressure on the HKCC batsman.
He's putting on the pads as well, so he's going to go in nice and close.
Not a position a lot of people like to be in, getting close in there to the batsman with the red ball coming in, and 2 hard hitters of the ball as well. Always some danger that you're going to wear one. Have you ever fielded in there, Malha? You got in close to the bat?
No, I dare not to.
Yeah, give it a miss. Give it to someone else.
Maybe it's punishment for that misfield. In you go, Sunny.
I wouldn't say it's punishment, because I saw him warming up earlier and he was practicing those short, close catches as well.
Oh,
so.
for sure. You don't punish. I'm just having a little joke
Yeah.
at Sunny's expense. He's got a very good fielder in close, so it's his job with the helmet and pads on. We're almost set now. This will be the 4th bowling change. 4th bowler for KCC.
So must be expecting a bit of spin into the body and hoping for that little edge to short man, short leg.
Around the wicket. Stood up and went straight through Sunny there.
Looks like he's bowling off spin.
He is bowling off spin, yeah, but
Yep.
I think it will be interesting over the next few balls to see if there's any turn in this wicket.
Marcus again stands up. Sunny shies away, goes down to mid-on for a dot. I've caught a lot of games here at KCC, and the one thing I do know is that Wakas Bucket will bowl an 82nd over. Just flies through them.
Ooh.
Could have been a chance as well. That's what he's there for. Just flew past the left-hand side of Sunny. They get a single.
Did look like a chance. And now I'm probably showing my age, but Wakas used to bowl leg spin, I thought. Has he changed to off spin over the last few years?
He has, I think, especially, well, to be honest, Wakas can bowl anything.
Yeah.
He's
He's a very gifted cricketer, no doubt.
Bowling now to Kinchit. Comes forward, drives it straight back to Wakas. Another dot.
I think I remember having a word with him as well. I think off spin just ends up being a little easier on his body as well, and allows him to, like Bushy said, bowl those 80-second overs.
He's finding a good length, straight onto it, and I think the right option to put an off spinner with 2 lefties on, try and get it across the bat.
Final delivery of Barkat's first over. Chopped out there to a short cover. 1 run off it. 18 overs done. Hong Kong Cricket Club Premier of 59 for 2.
So interesting to see that in Wakas's first over. I think there wasn't too much turn there for him, but hopefully as the game progresses, there should be more turn for the spinners, and I think that's something that the HKCC bowlers will be looking out for as well.
Yeah, I think Luke Jones really important for their bowling team. A big spinner of the ball, slow through the air, and has a history of taking wickets in key matches for HKCC. A few fifers this year. 4 years ago in this very fixture, he took 6 wickets, I think, to help win the game. Bowling leggies.
Iqbal will continue for 3 overs so far, 2 maidens, just 2 fours off the last 2 deliveries of his last over, and beats the bat again.
I think that's a much better length from Atik, coming back to just at a good length and letting the ball do its thing. I think, as we mentioned earlier, in the last over, he earned a bit on the fuller side and got dispatched by Kinshit. So I think nice to see him bring that length back.
Had a good battle with Kinshit Shah last over. 4 dots before 2 boundaries. Now Antrim and Rath on strike. 19 off 51 deliveries. He beats again. He's got that line to the left-handers now, Matik.
Persisting with 3 slips, and really important there because you see he's just beating the edge and really bringing the slips into play. Probably wouldn't hurt to look to bring someone in close again and entice that drive. Maybe a short cover.
Getting some words of encouragement from the other pace bowler, Jay Davidson, as Atik steams in again. Bat on ball this time for Anch, but just dribbles it out to cover for no run.
You see on screen Daniel Bukhari, another debutant for KCC, left-handed batsman, and bowls a bit of off spin as well, so perhaps we could see him come into the attack a little later on as well.
KCC will want to break this left-handed partnership though, so they can bring Dan Pascoe in. Not with the wide, you will not. An extra in the books.
One of the most experienced players in the team, I'd say. Dan, he's been around for a long time, still looking youthful as ever, but just knows how to get wickets in these matches. I think he's going to play a very important role. Perhaps may need to come on to help break this partnership if it keeps going.
The professor, they call him.
That's because he's a professor of law. It's a battle, these two. A bit like the last over between Atik and Kinshit.
Now, these guys would have bowled to each other a lot in the nets, perhaps at various training sessions that they've been to. They'll know each other's capabilities, and you can see that they're really testing each other out.
Fuller this time. Diving effort. Keeps it to a dot. Gets a pat on the back.
So the first 3 balls from Atik, he moved it away from the left-hander, and now you could see in the 4th ball he looked to bring it back in. So just trying to keep Anshuman guessing there.
It's a quick chat. Atik in again. This will be his final delivery. And just the wide coming off the 19th over. Hong Kong Cricket Club Premier, 60 for 2.
Not a sort of bad start in this second session after drinks. The 2 left-handers turning the scorecard over, which is important, but not looking too troubled. A few beating the bat on the outside, a good shout for an LBW. Otherwise, they're starting to look a little bit comfortable out there.
I think the next 20 to 30 minute period will be key if the HKCC batsmen, especially Kinshit and Anshuman, can stitch together a bigger partnership, perhaps take it to a 50-run partnership, then we can really start seeing the runs flowing.
Waka's bucket continues. They've got that man in short. Just tied up there. Kinshit Shah on strike after the only wide maiden from the last over. Pushes it behind square for a single.
what we were talking about before of that fielding in there at short leg. That ball was nice and short, and Kinchett looked like he was going to have a good hit at it, and Sonny ducked for cover. Absolutely the right thing to do.
Leading edge goes fine. Work to do. Hang on, there could be a run out here. There's a mix-up. Oh, he gets back in time. Is it an injury or just slipped over?
It looks like he's just slipped over just off the pitch there. Sent Kinchett back with plenty of time, but a bit of a misunderstanding.
It was actually pretty clever to stay down because that made the run back. So it was Kinchett running back, got back in time. I think if he tried to get up and there was a yes, no, then perhaps a run out. Yeah,
absolutely. The last thing you want at this stage of the game is a run out like that.
Gone straight through. Blocked there by Wakas. I think it was very close to clipping a bail.
Yeah, not a lot of spin, but he's getting some good length, and obviously just deceiving the batsman a little bit with that length.
Yeah, but I think Wakas is also trying to bowl a little quick here, so I think it would be interesting to see perhaps when he slows it down a bit, really tries to get it to bite off the wicket, to see if there's any turn there.
Oh, that's very nicely played, straight onto the leg stump. It is flicked around the corner for 4.
Yeah, Wakas erring on the shorter side there, and I think all he had to do was just help it on its way to the very short boundary.
Watch the replay. It's very nice.
Yes, as an ex-spin bowler myself, of off-spin, I know that this pitch can turn. I never turned it once out there, but I've seen other bowlers do it, so it'd be nice to see if we get a little bit later on.
Well, 20 overs done now. 67 for 2 for Hong Kong Cricket Club. This partnership up to 38. Very handy. Teek Iqbal will continue. He's getting ready and getting set. 2 slips in place. And Gully. Good battle he's had between Kinchett, Shah and Anshuman Rath. Kinchett will be on strike this time.
Something happening out there. The umpires are on their microphone.
Well, it's actually 3 slips because Jamie Atkinson wasn't there. That's why I was miscounting. He's back. Whatever he needed, he has found. And 3 slips and a gully. See Lunch coming behind the commentary position. Mike's got it under control, very excited. Still got more cricket to do. Teek Iqbal to Kinchett Shah. Full. Hit straight back. Well fielded by Teek.
Lunch going past there. It smells pretty good. Maybe smelled a bit like a curry. I think I saw some fruit salad there, so the boys will be well looked after come their lunch break.
Not just the boys, I'm going over there to eat it as well. Love the food that they do here at KCC, over at the swimming pool. Teek to Kinchett. Onto the thigh pad leg side, so he'll get runs. Easily pushed onto the leg side with not much protection. It's a 7-2 offside field.
So I think a key point on that field is I think Ateek has bowled a lot better when he's pitched it just at middle or perhaps that middle to off stump line. I think every time he's erred a bit full on the fuller side, especially down leg, that's when the left-handers have capitalized.
Now a little delay as our Lunch goes past the sight screen. Mike does not stop for anyone. Does not care about the cricket. The lunch must be delivered. We're good to go. So Teek Iqbal now into Anshuman. This one won't get runs on the leg side.
No, they do a good lunch here. Many years playing in this fixture myself through the last decade. They're always put on a decent spread for the boys and well looked after both during the match and afterwards.
Shoulders, arms on this one. Lets it go through.
So having never played a two-day fixture myself, I've always been curious that, do you actually eat a lot during lunch, and are you able to?
Yeah, I mean, it probably depends on each player. Personally, you can see I'm a slightly larger guy. I'd stack a fair bit away. Take a few bananas for afterwards as well. But of course, if you're fielding, you probably eat a little less.
Rath on 24. Again, shoulders, arms. I know nobody here cares, but when commentary, when I go to lunch, I have to have a small lunch. Otherwise, I get a food coma. I sit here in the second session in the afternoon just having a little nap. Oops, missed a wicket. Got to watch what I eat at lunch as well. One ball remaining in the 21st. Good one so far for Atik, just the single coming from it. And again, just left alone. That moved a long way away, in fact, towards first slip. End of the over, 21 done. Hong Kong Premier are 68 for 2.
Yeah, as you can see in the replay there, I think Atik pushed it a bit outside, off, and I think off the wicket as well. There was some movement there, but obviously that is not a line that he wants to keep bowling at.
Yeah, it seemed to move after it's hit the deck as well, and just kept going, bringing the possibility that we see some reverse swing later on. Always a possibility with the red balls, and some people are very adept at getting it. I wouldn't mind seeing if we get a bit of that later.
Waka's bucket to continue from the bowling green end. Floats it up there. Oh, a leading edge, but drops out on the offside.
There was some bite there from the wicket. I think the first signs of possible turn from Wakas there.
Driven hard, and it beats mid-on. That's going for 4. Well driven. Straight out of the middle, races down to the park bench for 4.
Marcus won't be happy with that. He's been bowling very tidily, and just getting through the field mid-on there.
It's a Atik Iqbal, usually a good fielder. This time beats him. Another boundary on the board. 5 each for these two out there in the middle now. No runs there. Short cover, cutting it off.
Something clear from the first 3 balls. I think Wakas is trying to slow it down just a bit, perhaps trying to create more chances for there to be some turn.
Stands up on this one, no run.
It's
sorry, go on.
real temptation as an off spinner in these two-day games to bowl too quick through the air. You want to slow it down and get that grip.
Gets it out on the leg side. Through Sunny for a single. Goes in again. Oh, goes that very delicate, very fine. Not going to be cut off. Another boundary for Hong Kong Cricket Club.
Once again, I think Wakas airing down the leg side, and Anshuman had no issues just guiding it down there to the short boundary.
.22 overs done. Hong Kong Cricket Club Premier League, 77 for 2.
Run's just starting to look a little easier to come by at the moment, and these guys are doing it mostly by boundaries. Neither of them are wanting to run too many quick singles out there, preferring to find the fence.
And I think we have a pretty fast outfield here at KCC, so I think the moment you beat that infield with everyone up close, high chances for a boundary.
Atik Iqbal. Kinshid on strike. No run.
Looks like Dan Pascoe just warming up out there as well. Probably going to be swung on, I dare say, from the club room's end.
Of course, normally you favour the off-spin against the left-handed matchup, but I think both these left-handers have not let Wakas settle. I think giving 16 runs in his first 2. So I think it's not long before we see Dan come on.
Full this time from Atik. This is chopped out onto the offside. Two dot balls to start with for Atik. And that one strained down leg will be a dot as well. Not far away from lunch. I'm not sure what time we're doing lunch. We started a little bit late. Might be 11:45. So about half an hour.
Comes a very critical period then in these last overs before lunch. The last thing Hong Kong Cricket Club would like to see is a wicket lost coming into lunch.
It's the battle now just to survive to the lunch break. Trying to drive it, but just eases it out to point.
These are the tactics of a two-day game. Two really experienced cricketers out there batting. They've both played in these fixtures a lot over the last decade or so. They'll know how important it is to keep their wicket going into lunch. But of course, two very experienced bowlers trying to prevent that.
This one's driven hard. Can't beat the infield this time though. So another dot ball in the books for Atik.
So would you say if these two batsmen survive till lunch, the session goes to HKCC?
I think it's still pretty even. I mean, 2 wickets in that first session before drinks really important, and we're only at 77, so fairly well balanced.
Atik like that one, but well played from Kinship to drive it to mid-off.
But another wicket here would firmly place it in KCC's favour, no doubt.
23 overs done. Hong Kong Premier 77 for 2.
And here's Dan Pascoe. Dr. Dan. There's a guy who's bowled a lot of overs in a lot of two-day fixtures against HKCC and been extremely successful through time. Don't know off the top of my head his figures, but I've seen him take bulk wickets against teams that I've played with out here.
Definitely agree, and I think even though it's a left-handed off-spinner turning into 2 left-handed batsmen, I wouldn't write it off him just causing a little trouble here. He's way too experienced for that.
Something needs to happen for KCC with this partnership heading very close to 50, 48 off 89 deliveries. Pascoe has been brought into the attack, and his job will be to break this partnership from the bowling green end. The towel out the back as always. Here's his first delivery. So Anshaman comes forward, smothers the ball nicely, dot ball.
Some turn there for Dan. I think just a hint of movement into the left-hander. So yeah.
Slips in place. Stands up on this one. Just drops it on the offside.
You mentioned the towel. He does always have one. Do we know the story there? I used to bowl with the towel, but that was because I was one of Hong Kong's sweatiest individuals and really needed to wipe my hands down. I wonder what his is for.
We'll ask him at lunch. It's in the air. Fall short. Dan, hands on hips. It's a good delivery.
Immediately making things happen there. Bit of turn by the looks of it and just a leading edge through to mid-off, but that could have easily went to hands.
Fuller this time. Can he find the gap? He can. It's well driven. It's racing away down towards the playground area. Long boundary, doesn't matter. 4 more in the books.
And that's the 50 partnership as well. 52.
The replay.
See on that replay some genuine drift coming out of their hand. I reckon that ball is going to start moving around through the air from both ends as well. So maybe a little bit of reverse out there too.
Once Pascoe got in return, this time pushed on the leg side. Waka's bucket is very quick. A direct hit there would have been very, very close.
Some would say Wakas is probably the best fielder in Hong Kong, arguably, and so taking his arm on, not an easy task.
It shows the experience of these two batsmen as well. When you're playing two-day cricket and you're bowling, the last thing you want to see is a boundary, then a single. It really does destroy your rhythm as a bowler, and that was very well run. Risky, but well done.
Final delivery. Pascoe's first. Full to Kinchit. This one won't get through the gap. Jay Davidson cutting it off, keeping it to a single. 6 off the over. 24 done. Hong Kong Premier 83 for 2.
So both these batsmen not really letting any of the spinners settle. I think 16 of 2 Wakas' over and 6 runs of Dan's first over. So it just goes to show that these batsmen aren't really letting anyone just come in and just bowl to them. They're really taking the game on.
Well, they've soaked up a lot of deliveries, so their eyes should well and truly be in. Just starting to look a little easier for them out there.
Iqbal will continue from the pavilion, and 6 overs, 3 maidens, none for 10. It's a good battle, and he's gone past the edge quite a few times, but unable to get that edge and break this partnership so far, but he will continue.
But I reckon you just feel something's got to give.
Either a wicket comes or Hong Kong Cricket Club will be going into lunch with more than 3 figures on the board. Just dribbles it down, goes to slip, no run.
Great diving effort there from Babar Hayat. They're at 3rd slip.
This is the difference between the 2-day fixtures and the 1-day fixtures. Wickets are harder to come by. Batsmen get settled, and bowlers just need to be able to continue hitting the right spots and giving themselves the best chance to find wickets. They don't come as often, but you can't let your head drop.
This time, nice defence, but another dot ball.
This will be a little unusual for a lot of the KCC players out there. Historically, I was here for the last year's fixture over at HKCC, but previous ones, KCC have tended to dominate over the last 5 or 6 fixtures, and just finding it a little harder out there today.
I believe KCC current holders of both the Fincher and the Hancock Shield.
They are.
Again comes forward, Kinchit pushing it back to Atik.
The last time HKCC tasted victory was 2019 at this in this Fincher Shield here, where we managed to get across the line largely from some heroics from Elliot Scrivener, banging out 140 or so runs to give us a good total to defend.
Pretty much repeat, bowl repeat at the moment. Teak putting it in there, Kinchit defending.
I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but looking at the KCC team, there's quite a lot of players that would have played in that 2019 fixture, so they know what it's like to lose, and they certainly won't want to have a repeat of that.
Two balls remaining in the 25th. Puts that one in a bit shorter, but same result. Kinchit just seeing off Atik at the moment.
I'm going to say about 7 of the playing team out there were around for that 2019 fixture. So, as I say, lots of experience, and not an experience they'll want to repeat to lose here in their home ground.
Set up next to us is the Teddy Fincher Shield. Someone will be holding it aloft tomorrow. That's very nicely driven through the offside work to do. They're coming back for a second. Well run. Very well run. 2 runs to end the 25th. Hong Kong Premier 85 for 2. Now, Malha, you've got maybe one over left before you have to depart.
I do. I have a Saracens fixture up over at Mission Road, playing against CCC Hung Si.
Interesting. Who did I pick on the podcast? Because I can't remember. I'm pretty sure I picked the Saracens.
Unfortunately, I stopped listening since Borders has always been picking the Saracens to lose. We at the Saracens believe it's bad luck, so we don't listen to it anymore.
Oh, thank you, Botters, losing us listeners because he won't pick the Saracens.
But yeah, it's an important game for Saracens. I think we've been losing 3 in a row, so I think this will be an important game for us to get back to winning ways.
Good luck this afternoon. We'll get through this over and see you out. Dan Pascoe to continue from the bowling green end. Comes forward. Ansherman pushes it straight to Wakas Bucket. Not got a chance that arm this time.
Now that's the skill of Dan, just tossing it up and drawing the batsman down. It's just what he does so well. A lot of drift through the air, but gets that length just right.
This time watchful from Rath. Dribbles it back to Dan.
And Dan seems very methodical in terms of his bowling. Like, even when you see him train or warm up, he always does the same routine, same preparation, no matter what game he's playing for. And I think you can see the results out there as well.
It's pushed this time towards a short mid-wicket. Another dot. We saw a boundary last over off Dan, but so it's so far racking up the dots. No dots there. That's a maximum. That's the first maximum of the day over towards the scoreboard. Got all of it, Ansherman Rath.
Looks like he heard you, Bushy. I think he didn't want Dan to settle. And we can see a similar sort of ball there from Dan, and I think Anshuman just expected that, so just got down on one knee and sent it over the practice nets.
A little difficulty finding the ball over there. It's a smallish ground, and that's right in amongst all of the workers' equipment, somewhere up in the trees. A bit of a danger at a ground like this. We've all played games where the balls have been sent out onto Cox's Road.
And we see the reserve umpire coming out with the box of balls. Yep. I reckon.
Third umpire, Hemant Tukrul, bringing out some more balls because we don't think we're getting that one back.
I don't know how many we'll see in the two-day fixture, but in the limited over fixtures here, that box of spare balls is very, very important here.
Gets a workout, and they're not cheap. We don't like to see them disappear because we're all paying for them. But perhaps more disappointing for the KCC guys is that ball looked like it was starting to move through the air and possibly getting a little bit of reverse. And once you get a new red ball, you're not really sure what you're going to get in terms of movement.
You saw head of Cricket Hong Kong broadcaster Atif Hussain having a chat to Atik Iqbal, maybe finding out what the ball's doing, bit of reverse swing. Maybe they're talking about what's for lunch. But that will unsettle Dan Pascoe. He's a very settled man, but he won't be happy being hit for a six that big after 3 good balls, built the pressure, and then the pressure valve has been released.
And she'll be looking to get a single here probably, just push it around and unsettle down a little bit more.
Oh, half appeal. Big appeal from behind. Dan went up early, but then went, nah.
I think a good point you brought up about getting the ball to reverse, because if you look at Jay Davidson, you can see he's got a lot of red marks both on his t-shirt and his pants as well. So he was really working hard at that ball. So I think he has to start all over again.
Final delivery of the 26th. Whipped away on the leg side, but straight to Wakas Bucket at mid-on. That is 26 overs done. Hong Kong Premier 91 for 2, and we will say goodbye to Malhar Vora, off to play for the KCC Saracens. Good luck this afternoon, and thanks for dropping into the commentary this morning.
Goodbye, Bushy. It's been a pleasure.
See you, Malhar.
See you, Isaac.
All right. I've been told we've got 5 more minutes. 11:35. I don't know if there might be a little bit delay after that cricket ball went onto Cox's Road. But
Good point there from Mulhart. Jay Davidson appears to be the designated ball shiner. So usually one or two people selected in each team, often fielding it mid-on, mid-off, and they're the ones who are given the role of keeping that red ball as clean and tidy and shiny as they can.
well, they're having a look at the ball now because it's the replacement delivery ball.
Can be controversial. We saw in the Ashes when a new ball was brought out and the Australians got rock and rolled very quickly. Some controversy around that ball. We'll see what happens here.
I suppose on the other side, Jay's, you can see he's just off camera. It's going to take him hours to get that redness out of his whites when he gets home tonight. And now that ball he's been shining is in the playground.
That's right. We'll have to put them in the washing machine and soak for several hours. A bit of nappy sand or something.
Teek Iqbal, the Kinshit Shah, who's on 28. He's going around the wicket. Full, just chopped out to cover.
Move to coming around the wicket. It's something that Azaz did earlier as well to the left-handers, but I'm not sure that it's all that necessary. He was bowling very well coming over the wicket and pushing it across. So when he's pushed it down leg, it's not been effective at all. So I'm not entirely sure about the strategy there.
I tend to agree. He was looking good over the wicket. We'll see what happens around. Maybe he's trying to get the top of that off stump, clip the bail.
Well, five minutes to go. We're looking at maybe another over from Dan down the other end, but perhaps just trying to change it up and search for something to take that extra wicket into lunch.
Teek again. This time beats the edge, so nice angles. Little chat in the middle between Anshuman and Kinshit. I'm sure it's something along the lines of let's just get through to lunch.
Yes, I think they'd be saying, let's just have a chat, not about anything. We just don't want to have another over to face.
Clever tactic. Halfway through, 11:33. Oh, very much squared Kinshit up there. Ended up in the thighs.
This time of the game, you usually get your 12th man to run out a fresh pair of gloves. Maybe just a quick drink or something along those lines and soak up some time just to avoid that extra over. But no sign of the 12th man yet.
This time defends nicely. Bat right next to pad. Yep, the gloves have come off for Anch. Got to tie a shoelace. Redo the pads.
Very experienced cricketer.
Oh, it's a very long lace to tie there from Anshuman.
Just take his time putting his inners on and his gloves and soak it up.
He's been told to hurry up, so Teek will continue. Final delivery of the 27th. And it's just dribbled back towards the slip cordon for a dot. Another maiden in the books. And 27 overs done. Hong Kong Cricket Club 91 for 2. The batters are walking off.
They've had enough.
I'm just waiting to see if the umpires agree with them. Well, I think that they've agreed that they're having lunch. The umpire's still standing out in the middle and discussing, but now everyone walking off. Second session done, and you'd suggest that one went to Hong Kong Cricket Club. No wickets lost, more runs on the board. 27 done, 91 for 2. Isaac, how do you think it's going?
Yeah, I think that session after drinks probably went to Anchi and Kinch, but overall pretty even. 2 wickets down, and a lot of very good bowling out there and some good signs. So the session after lunch should be very interesting.
We'll just have a quick look at the match summary so far. You can can see the two out in the middle, Anchaman Rath and Kinchit Shah, putting together a very nice partnership, up to 62 now. After getting those early wickets for KCC, the wickets all going to Jay Davidson. Teek Iqbal there's been toiling away, finished off with a maiden. Dan Pascoe and Wakas Bucket at times have copped a little bit of stick, so it's been a very even morning here at Kowloon Cricket Club for the Cricket Hong Kong two-day Premier League Fincher Shield. Isaac, we're going to go have some lunch and we'll be back with the commentary this afternoon.
Thank you very much.
G'day, this is Botters from the 8 for 52 podcast. Join us weekly for the news, views and interviews of all things in cricket in Hong Kong. Get us on the podcast, Apple and Spotify. The 8 for 52 podcast, the 8/52 podcast. Join us weekly.
Welcome. Welcome back to Kowloon Cricket Club for the Cricket Hong Kong two-day Premier League Fincher Shield. It is Hong Kong Cricket Club versus KCC. KCC home ground. Hong Kong Cricket Club won the toss, selected to bat. We've just about finished lunch. Botters, how did you find the first two sessions?
Yeah, it was a couple of wickets early, then a good fight back from the two left-handers, Rath and Shah. Kinchard, I thought, hung in there very, very well. He was beaten outside the off stump by a T-kick bowl on probably 7 or 8 occasions. There was a big LBW shout, but he survives and he's there, and they continue to rebuild. 91 for 2 off the 27 overs in the first session, Bushy.
Yeah, I'd say Hong Kong Cricket Club are probably the better in those first two sessions with no wickets lost. So we're about to get underway. I'm going to hop out, and Botters, you're going to take the lead.
Thank you, Bushy. Will do. The next hour up to drinks. We have some special guests joining us here. We have Hong Kong Cricket Club Captain of Cricket, Rory Keynes. Welcome.
Morning. Yeah, thanks, Botters. Good to be here. And the ground's looking absolute spectacle today.
And thank you for being on time, unlike the Kowloon Cricket Club Captain of Cricket, who's also joining us, but yet to be here.
Well, are we getting digs in early? Or
Well, certainly while he's not here, I can. He'll only hear it back, so that's all right. I can see him now. He's making his way down here slowly. He'll be with us shortly. But yeah, good first session, Rory.
Brilliant first session. You know, something in it for both teams. First, what was it, 6 overs, 3 for 1. Thought Jay and Azaz bowled brilliantly up the top. And then these guys gritted in and put together a good partnership. I think it'd be interesting to see how it develops with red ball over the day and how the pitch holds together as well.
Yeah, totally agree. I can see they've gone straight back to Azaz Khan, who bowled really well. Didn't take a wicket, but bowled beautifully from that end. Did overpitch a couple of times and got put away to the boundary, but other than that, he was great.
Yeah. I was trying to work out, I don't know if we got the stats here, how much of the runs came from boundaries. It did feel like it was a lot of dots, and then the odd one that got put away.
Well, just on Rath, 28, 34 of his 39 are boundaries.
Yeah.
Azaz Khan. Let's just put away down to fine leg. Yeah, so he's hit 7 fours, 6 sixes, so 34 of his 40 runs now are from boundaries. So you're right. Better late than never. Captain of cricket from Kowloon Cricket Club, Nigel Shroff. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, Botters. Thank you very much for having me. Good afternoon, Rory. What a day.
Enjoyed the first session?
Oh, fantastic. Really good. Very evenly balanced. And looking forward to the second session today.
Azaz Khan. Second ball, second session. And short, well defended by Kinchett. Yeah, a couple of early wickets, Nigel, and then these two have dug in.
Yeah, the ball was doing a bit early doors. Good start for KCC, but these two here have really dug in. Really impressed with Anshi and Kinchett at the crease. I think they've got a lot of stability, and it's a bit of a worrying times maybe for KCC if these two can continue throughout the session.
Just see Azaz Khan overstepping, which he's known to do at times. So no ball, no free hit, of course, in the two-day game. Solid in defence there. Oh, another no ball. Overstepped again. Falling into a bad habit. Bit overcast still, Rory.
Yeah, but I think it's been nice the last few weeks in Hong Kong. It's just that humidity and temperatures just dropped off. It's pretty perfect conditions, to be honest. I thought it was interesting, the decision at the toss. I don't know if you spoke about that before, but Hong Kong choosing to bat.
Zaz. Slashes, misses through to the keeper. Aggressive in the first over after the session. Well, just expand on that for me as far as the toss is concerned.
Yeah, like you said, it is a touch overcast here. Obviously, spoke about the red ball, bit of green in the surface. I think it's quite a bold decision, and especially the way the KCC bowled at the top. Might have been questioning that decision, but.
Zaz again, can he keep his foot behind the line? He does. It's just defended. Look, I think the thing is here, these wickets have been deteriorating pretty quickly this season here. So I think really was their only decision. I know there's grass on it, but that's going to keep it together, right, for the 2 days. Last weekend's pitch was really at times even a little bit dangerous. It was really popping up off a good length, and it got worse as the day went on. So I think batting was the right decision, but you can see it did move around a lot early, and there could have been a lot more wickets on the board.
Yeah, for sure.
That's Fuller, that's driven, it's straight, it's going to beat the fielder, that's going to run away. It's going to run all the way, is it? Charging it down, gets to it just inside the rope. Oh, beautiful piece of fielding. Sonny Bimsaria down there, I think. Very good piece of fielding, Nigel.
No, fantastic. Really impressed with Sonny over there, and I think I've just been quite positive about how KCC have been approaching this in the field. I think the attitude has been quite good. Overall, good cricket, good ball, good shot, and a good piece of fielding.
Yeah, they have been good in the field this morning.
Charges in again. Let's go through. Good to see Samad Khan out there, Nigel.
Yeah, one of the up-and-coming rising stars of both KCC and Hong Kong cricket. Really happy for him that he's got the call-up for the infamous two-day match here. Looking forward to seeing what there is in store for him. He'll obviously be a big player with the bat, but might actually get the ball thrown at him.
I mentioned that earlier actually as a backup medium pacer, and he's probably a bit quicker than medium actually. Wouldn't surprise to see him given an opportunity, especially if these two stay out there for a little bit longer just to mix it up a little bit. It wouldn't be a bad shout from Atkinson at all to give the young guy a shot with the ball. At the moment it's Azaz Khan. Oh, inside edge. Lucky there. Gets away with it, gets the single. And not to be outdone with young up-and-comers. Well, it's the end of the over. 28 gone, 98 for 2. Rory, of course, in the HKCC team is Shiv Matter.
Yeah, he's sort of having a bit of a breakout year. He's shot up. He's much bigger and got called into the national setup for the Asia Games. I think you've seen him just mature massively over the course of even the last 6 to 9 months. In every sense, the way he approaches it is extremely professional these days, and he's not just in in the side to sort of be given a go. He's absolutely in there on merit, and one of the most exciting prospects probably in Hong Kong these days.
I had the pleasure of watching him when I travelled as a spectator to the under-19s World Cup qualifiers, as well as the under-19s Asia Cup, and Shiv was part of those squads. And he's only 15 years old. I might have turned 16 now, I'm not sure. But he was a natural leader in those teams. As you say, the maturity and his cricket brain is tremendous, and he's superstar of the future.
He's another one who wouldn't be surprised if he gets a bowl over the next day or two as well.
He took 5 wickets in one of the games a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
More than handy with the ball. Jay Davidson back into the attack, bowled a spectacular first spell this morning from this end. Atkinson goes back to the Namibian nightmare as he charges in around the wicket. Punched into the offside in defence. He worked hard this morning, Nigel. Jay Davidson with the ball from this end.
No, he did. It was really, really good to see him just sort of trudging in and doing what he does best, getting that ball to nip around a bit, causing some early questions of the batsman. A few short balls. I think it was Fincher that faced one straight into his upper body, first ball up.
Yeah, turned his chest and got him right in the chest, and then there were the 2 boundaries and then a ripper of a bouncer in reply. That's down leg side, strays that one. Yeah, we were wondering how he's going to respond, and it was a beautiful bouncer that he bowled.
No, it really was. As I said, asking a lot of questions early doors. And
Hong Kong coach, men's coach Simon Willis here, enjoying the action. He'll be with us in the commentary box later on this afternoon. He's done a great job with the men's team so far. Around the wicket. Solid in defence. Good patience there.
Yeah, it's been very well measured from Anchi this morning. I think you've seen in the last few weeks some of the 2020 games or the one-day games, the sort of the explosiveness he has to his game, but it's been very, very measured today. Shows the quality of the player to be able to adapt in those different scenarios. Faced 80 balls already.
Yeah, strike rate of around 50. Very patient. Bang. But always prepared to put the loose ball away. He scored the majority of his runs in boundaries, and there's another 4. And as he edges up towards 50, he goes to 45. Anything short, anything loose, Nigel? He's on quick, isn't he?
You just watched that there in the replay. Just straight down, beautiful shot, down square leg. And just echoing Rory's comments, just very, very well managed innings. And be a bit of a danger signs for KCC.
100's up with that boundary, 102 now. That's 1 into the leg side this time. Yeah, I've been super impressed with him. The way that he's defended and he's left, but when the ball's been there to hit, he's put it away to the boundary.
Yeah. Yeah, I completely agree. He's looked settled. He's looked comfortable. Like he really knows his game, like he said.
And it's so good to have him back in Hong Kong after a few years away.
Yeah, he's played all around the world.
As if this HKCC batting lineup needed strengthening, and Rath comes into it. Davidson now to Shah, who defends. That's the over. 29 gone. It's 103 now for 2.
Yeah, I think the wicket's just sort of played out a bit now. It seems very comfortable for the batsmen. They're just sort of going through the motions. Still a bit of nip in the air. Do you think there's going to be a bit more in it for the bowlers?
I think so. I think just before the lunch break there was a 6 hit down towards the scoreboard, and they actually changed the ball. I think the one before was starting to maybe reverse a little bit. This one a bit newer. So I think there's definitely still something there, but these two can keep going, put this partnership together, get some overs into the bowler's legs.
Zaz. Wakas there at cover, making no mistake.
Very safe fielder there at cover. I think you'd money on Wakas. I think sort of 9 times, 10 times out of 10. Anytime a ball goes near him.
Arguably the best fielder in Hong Kong.
Absolutely.
He's just so quick on his feet and gets the ball and gets it back in and hits one stump more times than not as well. Rather than 46. Great to go with all the boundaries that he's hit. It'd be lovely to go back and look at the actual stats of dots off the bat versus leaves, because there's been a lot more of them than there has been boundaries.
Yeah.
Very watchful innings.
A couple of years ago, the sadly departed Dean Jones was down here he was coach of Afghanistan at the time, and after Azaz bowls this ball, I'll finish it. Drives, fields off his own bowling. We were talking to Dean Jones out at Mission Road when they were playing Hong Kong, and Dean Jones said to, there was a couple of the juniors around at the time, and he said, you know Sachin Tendulkar? They went, yeah. What was his most played shot? And the kid said, cut or drive or whatever. He said, no, it was the leave. The leave. Left a lot more balls than he did scoring shots, and it was a good little lesson for the kids about how important leaving the ball is, especially in longer forms of the game, right? Zaz. Oh! Zaz, hands on his face. He feels he was unlucky there.
No, beautiful delivery. Just still a bit of confidence for the bowlers in that. And they're just doing something off the pitch. And just going back to your story there, I think it's so important in this sort of day and age with the shorter format of cricket that the youngsters or any sort of up and coming cricketer is sort of perfecting the leave or learning how to manage an innings, especially as a batsman.
Absolutely right. 4 dot balls here from Azaz. Been tight. It's the end of the dot ball, single into the leg side.
Still looking to be aggressive with the field. 2 slips and a gully. Plenty of scoring areas out there if one is a little bit loose. But I think get through this burst after lunch and then perhaps look to kick on.
Just 1 to come, and this is Zaz over to finish the 30th. Yeah, pass goes in quite short at gully there. Samad Khan a point where he's been all day. Squirts away into the offside. Samad Khan just mentioned, does the fielding, fields well. That's the end of the over. That's 30 gone now, 104 for 2.
Yeah, like I said, really good work in the field by KCC. Some good strong batting by HKCC and again some decent bowling. It's just good cricket all around, which is what you want to see with these 2-day games against 2 of arguably Hong Kong's biggest clubs, showcasing what Hong Kong cricket's all about.
It's also nice to see some solid batting. I think in previous years the morning session has been a car crash for whoever's batted first. So to see people work hard and set that platform is really good to see.
Absolutely.
And they have had to work hard. They've had to work very hard in that first session, especially with this man in his first spell, Davidson. Oh, it's driven.
Great
That's
shot.
4 straight down the ground. Beautiful. Little over pitching there from Jay Davidson. On it like a flash, straight down the ground. Brings up his 50 in style, as he's done with most of his runs. Boundaries. Anshuman Rath, half century in the Fincher Shield.
Fantastic shot and a well-deserved 50s. He's played today very well.
He has indeed. He goes to 51. Kinshit Shah 31. Run rate now just ticking up over 3.5 and over. Davidson, can he bring his length back a little? And beautiful cricket. 4 down the ground. Watch the next one through to the keeper.
Yeah. I think you see also muted celebrations from Anshuman there. He'll have bigger things on his mind throughout the day.
Mentioned earlier when he was on 0 that he was on 0 of 15 balls or something like that, and we said don't worry about that. If he's there at the end of the day, he'll be north of 150. And the very 2 next deliveries both went to the boundary and he was underway on 8. Davidson bowls it. It's down the leg side. He's losing his line a little bit there. Takes the easy single.
I think just with some of these top-up batsmen in Hong Kong, you know, we saw it I think last year with Baba Hyatt, now with Ansh. Just it takes a bit of time to get them going, but once they hit that 50 milestone, then they sort of really crack on. They really settle in. So Ansh will really be looking to get a big one today, and really posting a top score for HKCC.
You mentioned Bubba. We often joke if you don't get him in the first 10 balls, then you're a chance in the first 10 balls. But if you don't, it's probably 100. It's going to be there in an hour or so.
I've been on the wrong end of that a few times, sure.
Bit of movement behind the sight screen again, not for the first time today.
There's been a lot of traffic back then.
A couple of children enjoying their day, going for a run. We're ready now. Yeah, just on leg again. No run there this time. You'll be looking to straighten that out, get back on that off stump line. So tell me, guys, later in the day, as far as possible declarations are concerned, or bat through and into the morning and declare tomorrow morning? What's the sort of different strategies that could be played out here?
I think HKCC will be looking to bat through the day. Then you're really in control at that point. You know, if these big fast bowlers get tired later in the day, there might be a bit more of an opportunity.
Well, flies away outside off stump. A little bit lucky there not to get a nick on it, but he didn't. He survives.
Well, that's always the danger you're going to get with Jay, isn't it? When he's bowling that line and length, there's still something in there for the bowlers. The good thing about Jay is he'll keep trudging in, he'll keep bowling them, and he'll keep asking questions.
So a first innings victory, of course, in the Fincher Shield is enough to win it. You don't have to win by the outright. So if Hong Kong Cricket Club maybe do get the opportunity, maybe they do bat through to the morning and take most of tomorrow to try to bowl out KCC. Anyway, it's a long way away yet. Oh, it's a good short ball. Defended. Ball becomes stationary at his feet.
Yeah, it's definitely a long way away at this stage. Long way to go in the day and the game. But yeah, I think sort of definitely get through this first hour. Still 2 down, then I think you'll start to see an acceleration. But outside of that, I think the aim is to bat the day, control the game, and then see where you are tomorrow morning.
Well, if Hong Kong Cricket Club can get into that last session 4 down, we'll see some fireworks then. Trying to accelerate.
I think so, yeah.
Davidson. It's fuller, but it's on leg stump. Straight to the fielder. Bakari there, I think. It's good to see Daniel Bakari in the side as well, Nigel.
Yeah, he's quickly adored himself to the KCC. It's the KCC fan base. A fantastic cricketer, very good individual, and deserves his chance up here in this 2-day game. I hope it goes well for him.
Oh, that's short. That's got him in the chest. Not for the first time today. He was a little bit square on that first delivery he faced. But that one, that got up and got him as well. End of the over, 31 overs gone, 111 for 2 as we see Simon Willis again over there. having a chat to a few of the Hong Kong Cricket Club players.
Yeah, there's always one with a bit of venom in it from Jay, isn't there? You can never take your eye off it.
That's why they call him the Namibian Nightmare. I've been quite impressed with Azaz and his bowling today, and I think he's been getting some good pace, some good movement. It's been really interesting to watch, and I just hope they're still asking questions. It's a really good little battle this will be between both Rath and Azaz.
And Azaz continues, and that's left. Yeah, I thought he bowled superbly this morning. There was that one over that went for 17. I think he gave up 19 runs in his first spell or something. It was 17 off one where he over-pitched a little, but I could forgive him for it because he was trying to get the movement. He was putting it up there. They were well on top. So there's no fault in my mind for him. He was just trying. And he's bowled very well. I'd love a wicket here, Kowloon Cricket Club. It's driven. Wakas Barker goes like a rocket to him. He makes no mistake. Collects and there's no run.
Solid fielding again. It's just been fantastic cricket.
Rocking a sort of 80s pop star hairstyle. Wakasti.
That has raised a few eyebrows, question marks. He's brought it back. This is the second time he's. He had a test a few months ago.
So he has been mixing up the hairstyles over the last 6 months or so, hasn't he? Azaz. Left again, outside off, on height and on line.
Yeah, I think a few guys around the KCC dressing room with trying to boast the best stylish cricketers at the Kowloon Cricket Club. Waka's definitely up there. Good to see he's not superstitious about hairstyles. He goes through about one every month.
Really good carry on that last one. Just noticing Jamie taking it around his chest.
There's the man of the moment, Wakas Barker, ball chasing him around. Yeah, it's been true bounce today, which has been great. Last week on that other pitch was a bit uneven and a bit poppy, but this seemingly so far has been more true, which has been fantastic. Oh, slashes out. That's gone. Oh, he's shown a great deal of patience, Rath, up until now. He goes outside off stump. He nicks off, and there's the big wicket the Kowloon Cricket Club were after. Anchi Rath has gone for 52 off 95 balls.
Yeah, fantastic wicket for Kowloon Cricket Club. That's the one they've been wanting. Anshuman Rath won't be too happy with that shot, just sort of flashing out wide. You know, of course, if it connects, it goes for 4, but a big wicket here for the Kowloon Cricket Club.
That really does bring things right back into the balance there. I think, you know, Jamie sort of rolled the dice a little bit with bringing the big guns back after lunch, needing that wicket in the first half an hour or so, and they've got it. I think the other interesting thing about that is it breaks up the double left-hand partnership, which brings Dan Pascoe into the mix as well, bowling to the right-handers.
Don't seem to be able to get a replay up, but yeah, I don't think Rath, when he looks back, just like Nazaka, probably not happy with the shots they played to get out on. He's done all the hard work, and he goes. And it must be said, Nigel, Azaz deserved that wicket.
No, absolutely. We've been saying it. He's been bowling really well. Good pace, good rhythm, and absolutely deserved.
Now that looks like Shiv Matta has come in at 5.
That's Rag Kapoor.
It's Rag, is it?
Yeah. I think we'll see Shiv at 6.
Right. Okay. So Kapoor out there now. There's a good point about the left combination. Now we're back on left-right again. Might help Pascoe. They're going to go 3 slips. they've gone back to how they started. They've got Bucket at first, Bubba second, Jay Davidson third. The cover region wide open for Rag Kapoor. Big gap between Iqbal at mid-off and Samad Khan at point. So they're going to give him 4 if he wants it, if he wants to drive. And if he nicks off, there's a big, powerful slip cord and waiting for him. Just one to come to complete this successful over. And we're going to be delayed for some reason as the umpires come together. Square leg umpires coming across to Sharoy. Not sure what we're checking at the moment. Walkie-talkies are out. What we understand here is Rag Kapoor's name may not have been ticked on the team sheet, is what I'm whispering from my producer, which is absolutely true. It hasn't. Sahal Malvinkar is ticked. Rag is not officially on the team sheet in the 11. We did talk about it earlier on the telecast that it was great to see Sahal Malvinkar get his debut. And seemingly there's a bit of an administration error. I note that Sahal Malvinkar's name is immediately below Rag Kapoor's on the team sheet. They're going to call over Jamie Atkinson, Kowloon Cricket Club captain. The umpires approach. They'll be explaining the situation to Jamie Atkinson. Inspecting the team sheet.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit silly if that is the case, but it does sound like just a human error there with their names next to each other.
Definitely an administration error of some sort, with Malvinkar's name immediately below that of Rag Kapoor. I hope some common sense will prevail here. The umpires will make their decision. All seems to be rectified. The administration error has been noted. Sahal Malvinkar is not in this team today, and Rag Kapoor is.
I think I'm not sure who ticked the team sheet this morning, but Sahal wasn't mentioned in the official selection that we sent out during the week. So
Mr. Captain of Cricket, might be worth finding out who was the ticker this morning, because probably best they don't take that role ever again.
You'd have thought it was
it's not complicated,
fairly straightforward task, but apparently not.
Anyway, common sense has prevailed. Azaz Khan into not Sahal Malvinkar. Oh, it's full, well bowled first up. And it's Rag Kapoor, of course. He faces his first ball after quite a little delay. That's the end of the 32nd over. The score is 111 for 3. Ever been stuck in that situation before, Nigel?
I can't say I have. So I can see how it can happen, but I think it would be very embarrassing for those who did. I think we're always going to have a word with a few people. I thought it might have been a bit of a surprise addition that we weren't expecting.
Got no school teachers in the squad, obviously, as far as roll calls are concerned.
No.
Hello, Sahal. Are you here? No.
Sahal has recently joined the club as a new coach over here for six to 8 months, and he's scored 100 here last weekend.
Well, I was quite honest when I saw his name on the team sheet. I was really happy because he's been scoring a lot of runs. I've been following him. So Jay Davidson now. That goes to Samad Khan
No,
feels there.
he's definitely been looking good, but and was in the conversation, but yeah, was not in the team selected during the week.
Well, if I look at the team sheet, he was, but anyway, that's just me. I'm a traditionalist. Anyway, we move on. Jay Davidson looking for the wheel. They can get Kinchit Shah now, Kowloon Cricket Club. That'll bring Shiv Mathur to the crease. You didn't have two fresh batsmen, and they think themselves back on top again. Davidson, sure, that's well defended, right in behind it. Shah there.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with this contest. I mean, you've got an extraordinary Hong Kong Cricket Club batting attack. You've got a very strong KCC bowling attack. And what's really impressed me is how KC have been very attack-minded in their field settings, and of course HKC just delivering just right back at them. So it's a really good contest. But as you say, another wicket here really brings things into the mix.
Charges in. Big J. Oh, cut over the top. That is over the top. That goes away for 4. He got enough of that for a split second. I thought that was going straight to Samad Khan, but it cleared his head safely and ran away to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, we're struggling to think of any other shot that's been played in the air so far today.
Angie's 6 is the only other one.
Yeah. But he really took that on. There was a bit of width to it. Sort of really threw the hands at it. I guess if you're going to go hard.
I think that's the point, and he went hard enough at it.
Yeah.
If he had nicked off, it wouldn't have looked good at all, but he didn't. He backed himself, and he backed his eye, and he got it away to the boundary, and ended up being a very good shot. We've got some people behind the side screen again, I think.
It's been a very busy day behind the side screens.
Very busy.
Usually.
Very busy day here at Kowloon Cricket Club. A lot of the fitness people were out early doing laps, and we're right to go again. That's full lights into the pads. It's going miles down leg. Very ambitious shout from square leg, I think.
I think he might have hit it as well.
And Kinchit's on 35 now. Rakapur only faced the 1 ball so far. So next 15 minutes pretty important.
And still persisting. 2 slips and a gully. Keeping the foot on the accelerator here.
Ooh. Yeah, that got up a little bit off more of a fuller length. That would have really caused the right-hander a lot of trouble there. Lucky for Kinchit. It just went harmlessly down his leg side. We were talking, Bushy and I were talking on the 852 podcast during the week when we were doing our selections for this match, and we pretty much summarised it, as you said, as the enormously strong batting lineup of HKCC versus the enormously strong bowling lineup. We thought HKCC's batting lineup was a little bit stronger than KCC's, and it was the other way around with the bowling. So it makes for a really good battle.
No, absolutely, and I think we're seeing that today, and I think just echoing what Rory said earlier, is usually we'd see a few more wickets on the scoreboard there, but it's really good to see that the HKCC boys have put in and laid a good foundation. We'll just want to see what these two can do out in the middle here. Jay Azar's persisting. Do you reckon it might be time for Dan to come on?
I think that's oh no, it's ours again. But yeah, I think that'll be in Jamie's head here. What are we looking till drinks? Try and maybe squeeze him in for 1 there. I think that's maybe a slight difference in the bowling attacks and why how the pitch behaves would be so crucial. You got Luke Jones been taking a lot of wickets with his aggressive leg spin. You've got Kinchit Shah and Nizakat. A number of different sort of spin options that I think will be interesting.
Zars to continue. Kapoor just lets that go outside the off stump. I just noticed during that over, with 33 overs gone now, 115 for 3, Devang Balsara has just come out of the KCC sheds, coming on for Bubba Hyatt, I think. I think it may have been Bubba who's left the field. Balsar is out there in second slip. It is Bubba who has gone off. Just looking around the rest of the field. Balsar in at second slip. Oh, he beats him, all ends up.
That's a good ball. It's fantastic.
I think so they've added in an extra slip here for Rag, and I think it's probably the right field. I think we're all guilty of it early in our innings, but it does take a little while to get his feet moving.
Well, I've seen a lot beat the outside edge, and that one, when you're facing your third delivery, is a real tough one to get. That was a ripper of a delivery from Azaz.
He's naturally a very aggressive player as well, wanting to feel bat on ball.
Oh, he chases that one. Yeah, you could see that what's happened there. He's beaten by a good one, and then Azaz has thrown one outside off stump. Say, hit me through that big cover, vacant area. He tried, he missed, and it's gone through to the keeper again.
And I think he will. More times than not, he'll take it on. So it could end up going one or two ways here.
Zaz looking to just line him up.
Yeah, you can see the plan. Can Kapoor handle it? He's beaten again. Azaz shouts he's the only one gone up for that. It goes through, but it's another great delivery. Kapoor under pressure here early. Just watching the replay.
Oh, beautiful delivery there. Azaz just shaping away nicely. But I've said it, he's been bowling beautifully today, and just continue to just trudge in and ask those questions. Might have to delay Dan Pascoe a little bit longer.
Yeah, well, you're not going to get the ball out of Azaz's hands at the moment, are you? The way he's moving it around. Here he comes again. And that one, Kapoor leaves a little bit wider. He lets it go outside off stump. Still one to come. He's still got to get over the top of one more delivery from Azaz Khan here. His figure's now 1 for 38 off 11.5.
Still got that gap through the covers if he needs it.
It's good captaincy from Atkinson. I've liked it from the start. He said to them, have that if you want it. Then later on when the lefties got going, he plugged it with Wakas Barker. But he's opened it up again for the right-handed Rag Kapoor. Last ball to come of the 34th. Kapoor advances 1.5 steps just to try to negate that movement. And he did well, and he just pushed it into the leg side. He gets himself off the mark. That's 34 overs gone, 116 for 3. Kinshit Shah 35, Rag Kapoor 1.
Yeah, I don't mind that as a strategy. You know, when Azaz has just been bowling such a good area that, you know, if you hang around from the crease, there's a very good chance that one has your name on it. And so just using your feet, not necessarily to be aggressive, but just to get to the pitch and negate that, try and push him off his length. I think it's a pretty smart tactic.
Yeah, we saw Nazaka do exactly the same on 1 or 2 earlier when he was in there, and when he started to look like he was getting going. Then of course he was dismissed at the other end, but I think it's a good tactic. Just that 1.5 steps and put you in a position where you're not being totally dominated to, which is what Azaz was doing those previous balls.
It just makes the bowler think as well. You know, they can't just settle in and do the same thing each time.
Jay Davidson start his 10th over. Just played away from his body there a little bit. Kapoor wants to be watchful there. Well fielded again by KCC, and Kapoor couldn't get away for the single. Remains on strike. 3 slips in support of Davidson. Pascoe a gully. 50 metres between point and mid-off. Short boundary over there as well. Kapoor just pulls out. We've got someone else behind the side screen again, I think. Someone on their way over to the pool area.
So obviously a big day or a big weekend in the KCC calendar here for the 2-day Fincher Shield game, so a full house.
Absolutely. Balcony's full. Davidson. Oh, that really got up. That really got up on Kapoor, that one.
We were just saying about using your feet, trying to get to the pitch. I think it's a much tougher prospect against Jay when it's rising that sharply.
You're coming down from that extra height, right?
Yeah, that's it's a much tougher prospect than it is as with that sort of skiddier trajectory.
Yeah, it's good bowling from Jay, just seeing him come down a little bit. He's digging in short.
Yep. Batter trying to take control, bowler taking it back. Good battle. Oh, that goes over the top. It's one bounce. It's just one bounce over the rope for 4. You said he likes to feel bat on ball, Rory.
Absolutely. That's where he really comes into his own. He's such a clean striker of the ball. Once he gets 1 or 2 away and his feet start moving, he's a very attractive, classy player to watch, and you just saw a glimpse of that there.
It's a long way away from his body and swinging away as well. He just followed it and just put it straight over the top. Plenty of room out there, and he took full advantage of that short boundary. Oh, he plays way outside off stump on that one. Wasn't no ball. It wasn't anywhere near as impressive as the previous shot.
There's plenty happening though. That's
a good leave ball, Kapoor, at this point. You banked your boundary.
Don't think HKCC will mind this though if it gets going, because it's good to see some intent and a bit aggressive, a bit of assertiveness here from Rag. Looks like he's going to continue playing his shots, just take on whatever comes. So a good little battle that we're going to see.
Davidson just putting in the extras and just overstepping. Comes down the wicket a little bit and Jay pushes that down the leg side. Again, he's trying that extra little 1.5 down to take control.
It's a good battle here. You can see that that both minds are whirring, trying to work each other out. Let's see who comes out on top. Jay, coming towards the end of his 10th over here.
He's really 9.4 so far.
Putting the hard yards in.
He charges in again. That's short. That's very short, and that's put away. Down to fine leg. That's going to run away for 4. It is. What a battle we've got on our hands here.
Fantastic shot, and I don't mind this little shuffle from Rag. It's definitely playing with some of the bowlers' minds, and he's played that beautifully.
Yeah, it did get big on him though. I'm not sure that's exactly where he intended it to go, but effective nonetheless. Actually did control it down a little bit more than I initially thought.
Yeah, Mo Khan at fine leg is, well, he's deep backward square really.
Yeah, it's very square.
There really is no fine leg, so there was plenty of open space, and I think Kapoor did that well.
Yeah. I think you see how Jay's going to react. If you're going to walk at me, I'm going to dig it in.
I'll tell you how he's going to react. Angrily. You can see it. And he's getting frustrated by people behind the sight screen as well. He's waving his arm about, elements of frustration. He's just been put away to the boundary twice in this over. This will be a Yorker or another bouncer. I'm not sure it's going to be anything in between. He might surprise us. Here he comes to finish the 35th. Oh, that one got up and got Kapoor on the fingers that time. Jay kicks the ground. He's not happy, the big Namibian nightmare. But he should be. He's doing a great job. It's 35 overs, gone 125 for 3.
There's been a few wraps on the gloves, haven't there? Really kicking up off that length.
Yeah, he's been able to just find that little spot that kind of gets it to pop up a little. As mentioned, he's just a bit tad frustrated with himself in that last over. Rag really asking some questions. We were talking about the bowlers asking questions, but Rag's really come out and asked some questions. A good little shuffle. I don't know if he does that a lot within his normal batting routine, but he's definitely it's definitely been proving effective so far.
I think it's good to get his feet moving. That's when he starts to get dangerous and flourishing.
Azar's now to the left-hander, Shah, who doesn't seem to have been on strike very much recently. But he is now. Can't just push that one down the leg side.
Yeah, I saw 1 or 2 overs ago, Fincher just walking over to Iraq and giving him a good talking to, just sort of commandeering the innings before he started to do the bit of the shuffle and take Davidson to the boundary. So he's got a big role to play here, Fincher.
Yeah, very much so. A lot of responsibility. That's Fuller, that's driven. He's just fielded off his own bowling. Azars.
Yeah, be very determined today, Kinchit. Leader of this side for a few years now, and I know he's very excited through the week for this fixture. And so far today, you can see that fight and that battle, really wanting to anchor the innings and really lead from the front.
And he's doing that so far. He's got a lot of more work to do though. Azars has put one right up there. Umpire Sharoy Vasher started to move his hand up. I thought that was going to be finger up. It wasn't. He says not out. There's a big shout. Jamie Atkinson still got his hands on his head behind the stumps. He was very, very confident.
Yeah, they keep you on tenterhooks, both these umpires, don't they?
They do.
They very illustrative ways of counting the balls for the over, raising their hand and just shying away from raising the finger at the last minute.
Very confident appeal there from KCC. Oh, bang, gone. That's close to the boundary. Forget the LBW shout. Azars has pitched that one up a little bit further, and Kinchit Shah on it like a flash. Off to the boundary. He goes to 39.
Fantastic shot. I mean, it's just textbook Kinchit, right? Just watching the replay here.
Yeah, it really climbs into that one.
Full and wide. You give him you give him length, and you give him width. This Kinchit will send you to the boundary. Very dangerous player, and he's just again paced this innings very well. 39 off, I think it's 81 balls.
Oh, he's let it go, and it's hit the top of the off stump. Oh, shoulders, arms. After that beautiful boundary, he's let that go on height, and the height wasn't there. And it's just picked him up. Did it play back on?
Yeah, I think
back on his glove.
I think it's actually gone off his arm or the underside of the bat there.
We're a little bit blocked with the left-hander. We can't see what's happening just in front of his body. We'll have a look at the replay. It looks like he's tried to leave it. It's come off his gloves and back onto the top of the stumps, possibly. Either way, he's bowled.
Yeah.
And he's gone. And that was a big danger for KCC. But they've got Kinchit short of his half century. He goes for 39. Boys, what happened in the replay?
Yeah, I think that's come back in. I can't tell if it's off the bat or the arm.
Yeah, bat or glove or arm.
Looks like initially it was a good leave. I think you'd have to count that as pretty unlucky to be fair.
Unlucky dismissal and again another fantastic innings from Kinchit, and just you won't be happy with that, but it's fantastic delivery again from Azars, and irrespective of whether it comes off the bat or not, it's a good piece of bowling and very unlucky.
Probably the pace has just got him there a little bit. He didn't get out of it quick enough, and he's got something on it that's gone back and hit the bail.
Yeah, maybe a combination of that pace, to be, Azaz still really pushing it through with that bit of bounce, I think, and I think that's just caught him out. As you said, he'll be bitterly disappointed. He worked so hard. He would have been thinking to be there at the end of the day today. So a pretty cruel way to go.
Yeah, he gutsed it out that first session, coming in at a really difficult time, being beaten on multiple occasions by Iqbal, but really just hanging in there and getting the job done. The ball before the previous Azars was a loose one, and he just dispatched it beautifully, and then Azar's comeback.
I think the game's right back in the balance again.
Well, look, we've got two youngsters, relatively youngsters. I know Raj Kapoor's a national player, but he is still young, and Shiv Mathur has just entered the arena at number 6, who recently went away with the Asia Games team. He's going to face Azaz Khan. He's got one ball to face in this over. He goes back on that one, didn't come forward, but he got bat on it and he defends it. 36 overs gone, 129 for 4.
Yeah, it's great to see the two of them out there together. Rag, I think 23, 24 years old now, but both long-term products of Hong Kong Cricket Club. You know, born here, come through the system. So to see them playing at the highest level, out there together, alongside receiving national honours, is it really, really brilliant to see.
Totally agree.
Which camp would you rather be in right now? Really, really brilliant to see.
Totally agree.
Which camp would you rather be in right now?
A quarter interested, really.
Yeah, it looked to be a slower ball. Might have just gripped in the pitch a little bit there.
He's mixing his pace up a bit. I just think it's very evenly balanced at the moment. I'd probably say KCC probably got their nose in front, just on the basis of two new batters at the wicket. Mathur, inexperienced at this level. But he's got the class to bat through it, don't get me wrong. But I'd say KCC probably nose in front. But then again, batting first could turn out to be a masterstroke later. Davidson. He went for that cover spot. He didn't get it through the vacant cover area because Sunny Bimsari has taken 3 steps to his left and cut it off beautifully. Very well fielded.
Yeah, more good fielding from Sunny there.
Just talking about, you know, the two in the middle batting and the honours role with Hong Kong. It's a bit of a star-studded sort of 11 on both sides in terms of representing or national representation. Yes, quite representation of Hong Kong royalty.
Absolutely right. Davidson looking for his 3rd wicket. And he's going to get it, is he? Wacker's Barker coming forward. Has he got his fingers under the ball? He believes he has. He has. And he's got to go. Rakapur is gone. Well, that is another big wicket. Jay Davidson, I just said he was searching for his 3rd. He gets his 3rd.
That is a big wicket and a fantastic catch. Coming forward in the slips to a legitimate edge is... that's a great piece of work. You mentioned earlier potentially best fielder in Hong Kong, and he just continues to demonstrate that.
Well, some people underestimate how difficult that is, coming forward in the slips to keep get your fingers underneath that ball and hold on whilst you keep your elbows off the ground so you don't drop it afterwards. Oh, that's just a superb catch, and Davidson gets more reward. He's 3 for 41, and now, well, it was only 10 minutes ago that it was looking all very positive for HKCC. Not so much now at 129 for 5.
No, absolutely right. You would have backed HKCC about four or five balls ago. Just 2 quick wickets there. Fantastic fielding from Wakas. Jay probably a bit more of the happy camper now with that wicket off Rag.
Yeah, I think I was just looking at, what are we into, the 37th over of the day, and this is the 23rd over bowled by the opening bowlers.
Rory, would you say that's Haroon Ashad out there now?
That is Haroon, yes.
Yeah, looks like Haroon Ashad. We've got Javid Jakir up on the screen, but it's Haroon Ashad, the new batter. Haroon Ashad, the new batter.
Would you say that wicket of Fincher maybe just made Rag a bit more tentative and defensive in terms of his approach to Davidson?
In comes Davidson. And he watches that one through Ashad.
Perhaps, but I think that is the channel, isn't it, for Rag? We spoke earlier about leaving. He'd much rather play at the ball and feel bat on ball than leave for one that is marginal around that off stump line. So it can be vulnerable to that. At the same time, you've seen in the previous over that if he does hang around He can be extremely dangerous. So, two sides of the same coin, I think.
Haroon just watches that one through. Yeah, but we spoke earlier about the importance of the lead, and it's brought him undone, unfortunately for him, in this respect, in this two-day game.
Still plenty of batting to come here. Haroon in at 7. I think we'll maybe see Luke Jones, David Jakir, and Adil Mahmood has scored runs at this level in the past. So still plenty to come, but yeah, I think the answer to my question has definitely swung KCC's way in the last 10 minutes.
I think Atkinson and the rest of the KCC boys will be out there thinking there is no Kutsia, Rath, Nazakat or Kinchit yet to come. They've seen the back of that big 4 backed up with Rag Kapoor. So they'll be feeling good. But many of these two-day games, be it Hancock or Fincher, we've seen tails wag, right? In a significant way.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, very, very good point.
No, absolutely. I was going to say, I think if KCC do take this slightly, that'll be a bit of a downfall. Shiv, I think it was last year in the two-day second innings, Shiv was best batsman by far of both days. So, they definitely shouldn't be taking it lightly. There's still a lot more batting for HKCC to come, I think.
Yeah, and the point I was just making earlier that 23 out of 37 overs have been bowled by these openers. I mean,
Here comes Azaz now. Yeah, they can't have too much left in the tank. I think it's your point.
Yeah. The ball getting a little bit older, and they've worked incredibly hard. I
think, look, the game is really well placed. Iqbal hasn't taken a wicket, right?
Yeah.
He arguably bowled the best 2 overs in the match when he was bowling to Kinchit earlier. He's yet to take a pole. So he's going to come straight back into the attack very shortly. But it's Azaz to Matur at the moment. And he leaves well outside the off stump.
Strong
Very
leave.
wise young man.
Still getting good shape as ours. Good pace, good shape. Don't know how much he's got left, but it's been bowling fantastically well.
Well, he's bowling his 14th over, Nigel.
Yeah.
It's an extraordinary effort. 3 hours. Sort of put that work in.
He hasn't got the shortest of run-ups either.
No, and he gets a good pace up when he running to the wicket as well.
And in he comes again. He charges in. And that's well left again from Shiv Matur. Good battle. Good battle.
I'm a big fan of Shiv. He's got obviously a very big talent. Obviously, very big feature in Hong Kong. Hong Kong cricket's in a good hands with the likes of a lot of these youngsters coming through.
Yeah, indeed it is. It'll be lovely to see him out there for a while today. Get some runs.
Fresh off 100 here last weekend as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And what a great 100 it was. I'll talk about that in a second. Just punches out of the offside. Samad Khan does the fielding. Yeah, he struggled early. Both him and Sahal struggled early on a difficult to bat wicket, but they stuck with it. And I've got to say the Infidels bowling fell apart a little bit as far as the amount of loose balls that they gave him, and he just took full advantage.
Yeah.
And it was wonderful. And those two just turned that whole match around. It was going nowhere for them, and then they took control on a difficult wicket. And that was an attack that included a T-kick Iqbal. Azaz Khan now. Oh no, he shouldn't be swaying out there like that. He knows it.
It's those flashes outside off or wide that are going to get them. I think they've taken Nizakat, they've taken Kinshit.
Well, pretty much, you've seen every batter just lose that patience at some point of their innings at this point, haven't we?
It's going to Anshu, that's the one, and you just want to stay patient there.
Yeah, there wasn't a lot of upside in that shot, but there was a big lot of downside. This is I was going to put this one. That's good lead there. That's better from the young man. Is that the end of the over? Yes, it is. 38 overs gone. The score is 129 for 5.
Still going, Jason Davidson and Azaz. I think Azaz bowled beautiful, but I think they'll be given a few more to go, or is it time to get maybe a good Daniel Pascoe on?
Yeah, I mean, Jay with his robotic knees as well. Surely can't have too much left, but maybe one of those where once you get the engine running, better to keep it running.
I must say I'm surprised. I know he's just taken his 3rd wicket, Jay, but I'm surprised Iqbal hasn't got the ball now from this end. Surely they go to him then the next one, unless Davidson could take a couple of wickets here, who knows. He's bowling to Haroon Ashad, who defends, which is not his natural game. He likes to go hard at the ball as well, Haroon. He's in behind that one really well, defending.
I think Atiq will be fancying himself here for a few overs, a bit of a spell, get some continuity going. Still a lot more bowling to come from Callan Cricket Club, that's for sure.
Well, they've got options everywhere, haven't they, as far as the bowlers are concerned. You've got to say Davidson has just done an outstanding job into his 12th over. As Azaz Khan has, he's 2 for 43 off 14 with 5 maidens in those 14. Davidson 3 maidens of his own. That's full. Got away with it. Probably surprised Haroon a little bit.
Yeah, I've not seen him bowl anything really that loose all day, so just takes you a bit by surprise.
It's one you could easily just lean on and go down the ground for 4, but you could actually see the surprise in the way he played the shot. Still the 3 slips. Cover. Very vacant. Shuffles, defends into the offside. Samad Khan out of the blocks really quickly, cutting off any chance of a single, but Davidson has overstepped there. Another no ball.
Not for the first time as well.
Yeah, there have been a few today.
There has indeed. A lot of noise coming from the army barracks over there. I don't know if they're rebuilding one of the buildings. You can see the massive tube down the side that seems to have concrete going down it. That's what's sounding like, a lot of drilling and annoying our cricket match. Davidson doesn't care about that. He cares about another wicket. That goes into the leg side. There'll be an easy single there. Taken.
It's, the noise aside, Kowloon Cricket Club looking absolutely beautiful today. I think the outfield in particular. Well, for a start, it's been fast, but just but it looks absolutely brilliant.
It's immaculate, and we've the groundsmen, full credit to them. They've done a fantastic job getting the ground ready for a fantastic fixture. And we're very happy with where it is at the moment. Did a full renovation of the ground in the pre-season. Dug up a lot of the under earth, and we're very happy with the results so far.
Yeah, it's really shown the benefit of it. Oh, that's short. Matur plays it very well, just gets underneath it, lets it go through to the keeper. Umpire signals the bouncer. Matur yet to get off the mark. Haroon Ashad just on the 1. So it's full pressure now from KCC onto the HKCC batters.
One of the most impressive things about Shiv is just how calm and unflustered he looks. You know.
Totally agree. Doesn't matter what levels he's playing, he's the same, right?
Yeah, big opening bowler, aiming at your head, sway out the way, carry on with your business.
You can see another fielding change here. You've got Bakari, I think that is coming across from the leg side to the offside. They're going to put in a second gully. So it's 3 slips and 2 gullies now to Davidson, for Davidson to Matur. It goes through. I think he left that.
Did well watched. Solid bowling, and I'm still a very, very big fan of the attacking field setting here.
Oof,
No,
it's a good ball, that.
I'm not sure he left that. I'm not sure. But yeah, they're trying to put the pressure on the young man, rightly so from Atkinson. I know at 5 for 131, if they can see the back of him, they'll be right on top. Therefore, the 3 slips, the 2 gullies, and Davidson bowling an off-stump line. Oh, little bit of confusion. Shiv wanted the single, Haroon wanted it, then they didn't. They stay where they are. And is that looks like it's going to be drinks break? Well, captains of cricket, Rory Keynes, Nigel Schroff, thank you for joining us in the commentary box. Absolute pleasure having you in here. You've come to the end of your shift. You are now relieved of your duties. Thank you both.
Thanks very much, Butters.
And that is drinks with the score on 131 for 5 of 39 overs. We'll be back with you in a few minutes' time, where I believe Bushy will be taking on the lead, and we will we'll be back with you in a couple of minutes.
G'day, this is Botters from the 8 for 52 podcast. Join us weekly for the news, views and interviews of all things in cricket in Hong Kong. Get us on the podcast, Apple and Spotify, the 8 for 52 podcast, the 8/52 podcast. Join us weekly.
Three. Welcome back to Kowloon Cricket Club for the Cricket Hong Kong two-day Premier League Fincher Shield. Aaron Bush with you now, thanks to Botters. He's going to take a break and he'll be back very shortly. Evenly poised, you'd say that last session was KCC's getting 3 wickets. Hong Kong Cricket Club Premier 131 for 5. Azaz Khan about to continue from the bowling green end. And while we wait for that to happen, we're going to introduce some special guests from Hong Kong Cricket Club. We've got Adrian Lee, and his two superstar sons, Obi and Remy. Good afternoon to all of you.
Afternoon, Bushy. Say hello, boys.
Hello.
Ah, look at that. By far the youngest commentators we've ever had on Cricket Hong Kong. How are you enjoying the cricket? Who's enjoying it the most?
Me.
Oh, it's a competition. Now, I saw one of you at the international games just recently, the Women's International. Who was there getting autographs, or was it both of you?
Me.
And who did you get autographs from?
Fair break.
Ah,
Oh,
fair
the
break.
Fair break players.
Well,
Do you remember some of the Hong Kong players that you were getting autographs from, Obi?
No.
Well,
I remember lots of the players.
I saw some photos with the women's stars at the internationals with you guys as well. You saw, I know you were chasing around autographs from Carrie Chan and Mariko Hill.
Yeah, Mariko.
Is that your favourite? Mariko, your favourite?
No.
Yes.
Someone in Warriors.
well, there was one Hong Kong player who was super kind and showed you how to solve a Rubik's Cube. Who was that?
Emma.
I saw that as well. I saw that on the Cricket Hong Kong Instagram. She was showing you the Rubik's Cube as Khan continues. Shiv Mathur on strike, yet to get off the mark, seeing off the over. So far, he's faced 12 deliveries for no runs. Now, you both play for Hong Kong Cricket Club, is that right?
Strikers.
Strikers, under 11s.
Yeah.
How are you going this season?
Good. Pretty good. But we lost, our last match, we lost, wait, Obi, how much was it again?
Goes past the outside edge as we figure out what happened with the
It was
strikers.
we got 45 or 6 or No, it was 100 something.
Yeah, I think you. So it was.
140. 140.
Is it more than what Hong Kong's got on the screen now, do you
No.
think? You reckon Hong Kong Premier's going pretty well?
Yes.
Oh.
Way.
It was a
more.
big derby game because it was.
Because our score on the strikers, we against the
Ooh, shot
KCC
shift.
Hornets, it was like we lost by 100 runs.
Oh dear.
No.
Yeah, it was a bit of a hammering. It was a big derby game against the KCC Hornets.
Oh, I see.
I wasn't there for the whole game though.
Do you see what my hat says?
Huh?
What is my hat?
KCC.
Yeah, you're wearing the HKCC. I got the KCC hat on and the Cricket Hong Kong shirt.
It was a big derby game between two great under 11 sides. I think a couple older, more experienced kids at KCC.
Which one do you like more, KCC or HKCC?
Well, at the moment I'm a Cricket Hong Kong broadcaster, so I like both equally. Don't let the hat tell you any different.
I think the nice thing was whether it's Fincher Shield games or whether it's under 11 games, all the players playing in the right spirit. Lots of coaches, lots of parents, all taking interest in pathway cricket and the progress of the kids and playing in the right way, which is exactly how it should be.
40 overs done, Hong Kong Cricket Club.
You're singing in the microphone.
Premier are 134 for 5. Well, it's been very good having both you two on. I see you on Instagram. You've got your own Instagram page as well, so you're Instagram stars. Now you're on YouTube and Facebook commentating. Is there anything you two can't do?
No.
Oh, yeah?
Off spin.
Off spin. Now that is the best answer I've ever heard. Obi, Remy and Addy, thank you so much for joining us on the commentary and enjoy the rest of the Fincher Shield.
Thanks very much, Bushy.
Shiv getting off the mark in that last over. Nice 2 down to the boundary, just cut off. He'll be happy to see bat on ball and getting some runs. And a change after the drinks break. Atiq Iqbal will come in from the members' end. Bowled 8 overs so far, 4 maidens, none for 12. Harun Ashad on strike. He's also on 2. Leaves it alone. And as the Lee family steps out, Botters will join back in. Thanks for coming, kids. Enjoy the nets. And coming into commentary, Bottas will join me again, and we also have another guest, a very special guest, one we've talked to on the podcast a number of times. It is, of course, the head coach of Hong Kong Cricket China men's team, Simon Willis, as we get through this delivery. Atik. Oh! Did that come off the handle?
Hi, bowlers. Okay. Hi, Bottas.
Yep, Simon's here. Let's try that one. How are we going? Just getting our microphones sorted.
Been an interesting session here since the lunch interval. KCC have come out and bowled fantastic lines and lengths and really put this HKCC batting order under pressure, taking 3 crucial wickets. So the change in bowling here, I'm sure, will be more of the same.
Yes, indeed.
Bottas is here.
We finally got Bottas mic'd up.
Yeah, I'm on.
So 3 slips and a gully, offside ring field here. The plan is pretty clear. From Atik, Raymond. He started beautifully in his first spell, creating problems to both the right and left-handers. And now he's just continuing to play his role, which is simply try and bowl as many dot balls as you can, build pressure, and hopefully the batter will make a mistake.
And that goes through outside the off stump. Yeah, that one earlier in the over that Haroon nearly played on was nearly a carbon copy of what happened to Kinchett earlier.
Yeah, I didn't quite see the dismissal of Kinchett. He played a lovely shot the ball before that I saw that went for 4. So I'm sure he was pretty disappointed with the manner of his dismissal, which you said came off the glove onto the stumps.
Glove or bat, but done all the hard work.
Gets through to the keeper again, and that will be another maiden in the books for Atik Iqbal. It'll be his 5th.
Bowled 9 overs, 5 maidens, none for 12.
Yeah, that's impressive stuff. He's certainly done the job for the team that they required. They're looking to attack with the 2 opening bowlers, and now the role is quite simple. The guys that come on try and build pressure, not bowl any loose balls, and see if the batsmen have got patience, which is what this game is all about.
Absolutely. I can see Balsara out there in the field again. I'm not sure who he's on for. I'll have a look around and try to figure that out. As we see a change of bowler there, Bushy, Dan Pascoe coming into the attack.
Yep, we thought we'd see this. Shiv in, get rid of the left-handers, and now the left-handed Pascoe will attack.
My gut feel is Azaz Khan might have just gone off the field after bowling that lengthy spell.
I think you're right, Simon. I can't see him out there. It is Azaz Khan who's gone off, Balsara on.
Yeah, he did a tremendous effort there for his team. Not sure how many he bowled straight, but it was certainly a lengthy spell from Azaz. I think he's bowled about 15 overs in the game already, which is fantastic, because we were saying sometimes in shorter formats you won't bowl that in a month. So by the end of the day he might have bowled 20 overs plus, which is fantastic for our young seamers.
He'll sleep well tonight. As Sonny Bimsaria, I can see putting all the armour on. Pads have gone under the pants and the helmet's going to go on, and he's going to give him the job again, like he was earlier, of going in close on the leg side.
Yeah, it's a really interesting passage of play coming up here, because as KCC you might get a little bit carried away with going for wickets, so it'd be interesting to see what happens.
Pascoe around the wicket. Shiv drives straight back to the bowler.
Now, with my coach's hat on, how great an experience for a young man than this, to have an experienced spin bowler like Dan Pascoe bowling at Shiv Mathur. I'm really intrigued to see how the young man goes about his business.
Pascoe in again.
Yeah, and they're not going to give him anything, Simon. You've got Jay Davidson in at short cover. Bimsaria under his nose. First slip. And then Jamie Atkinson, the captain, of course. I'm sure he's not staying that quiet behind the stumps either. So, great battle, great battle.
Again comes forward and just smothers the ball. He's coming off a century on this ground from last weekend.
Indeed.
Not the same pitch, but...
Indeed he is. It was a lovely 100 last week in difficult conditions first off, then took advantage of some poor bowling, it must be said.
Definitely a game of cat and mouse here. You know, the experienced Dan Pascoe going to be playing with the young man's mind, changing his pace regularly and seeing if Shiv has a little nibble.
Stands up to this one. Again, straight back to the ball up.
I've really liked Atkinson's captaincy today. There's no one behind the wicket here. They know Shiv can play some inventive shots, right? And I think they're saying to him, we'll crowd you in, play some inventive shots, and they won't look good if he gets out on them.
You know, I'd be really tempted not to have a deep square leg for Dan Pascoe at the moment. I'd say bring him in, maybe put one man on the offside back on the boundary, one more in the ring, and say, go on, young man, you want to play across the ball on this pitch against an experienced player, go for it.
Yeah, they've got Iqbal back there at the deep square. I think that's a good call, Simon. Just really go the pressure.
Yeah. Any theories in this format of the game? How many balls, dot balls, bring a wicket, guys? I know sometimes you have a few theories on that.
The only theory that I would say does follow through is you've got to get Bubba in those first 10 balls.
Okay.
Yeah? Whether it's T20, whether it's one dayer.
I thought it was 9.
Well, within 10. The rule is within 10. Normally you get him on the 9th. Okay, but you must get him within 10. Otherwise he's 100.
Yeah.
And Atiq Iqbal continuing from the members' end.
That's solid in defence.
So we have a rule in county championship cricket. Back in the UK, it was always if you bowl 25 to 30% of your overs as maidens or dot balls, you generally have a good day. So this young man at the moment, Atiq, is well above that, and there's no surprise he's got 0 for 12.
14 dot balls in a row. That one goes past the outside edge, just missing out.
It's a beauty.
I think that's probably around the 15th time he's gone past an outside edge of one of the batters. Just having a look at the replay here. Right on the money there, Iqbal. Oh, just got up and moved away. Haroon tried to hit it, then pulled out of it.
Just probably just a little bit on the short side, which just allowed the batter to stay inside the line of it. Just gave him a little bit more time to see the ball.
I'd say Atiq's unlucky not to get a wicket today. Another dot ball in the books, though.
So this is an absolute luxury for a captain in any team, just to have someone to come on after the opening bowlers and just to continue the pressure is absolute gold. So I'm sure we'll be seeing a lengthy spell here from Atiq to follow Jay.
Haroon just watches that one go through to Jamie Atkinson.
Haroon's doing a good job at the moment because defence is not his natural game.
Yeah, I think if they learn anything from Anshuman Rath and Kinchit Shah, is that you've got to be patient on this pitch. You know, it's a pitch that you're never going to be in on, so you've got to be watchful. You've got to look to play down the ground as much as you can, but as soon as you get expansive, then that tends to when wickets fall.
Haroon just coming down 1.5 steps down the wicket, just trying to put Iqbal off his line there.
Yeah, for me, you've got to make the bowlers bowl at the stumps. All the time they're bowling in that corridor of uncertainty. It's difficult. So if the bowler comes at you, ball's under your eyes, a lot easier to play and less fielders on the leg side.
That's 18 consecutive dot balls for KCC. Final delivery from Atiq Iqbal will be the 19th dot ball in a row. 43 overs done. Hong Kong Cricket Club Premier, 134 for 5.
Yeah, really solid in defence there, Haroon.
And another maiden from Atiq. He's going for 1.2 runs per over off 10 overs, is that?
What was that stat? You said 30 to 35%?
Yeah.
50% of his, 60% of his overs going for maidens.
Yeah, and it's not all about the wickets, Colin. It's what he's doing for his team here. So he might not end up with the wickets, but it might be now that the batters are thinking, we haven't scored many runs, I'm going to have a little dart here at Dan Pascoe, and that creates the wicket. It's about bowling in partnerships, not just you as an individual.
Yeah, they're doing that very, very well.
Pascoe to continue into his 4th over. Fuller this time. punch to Wakaspaka sitting at mid-off. Another dot.
Yeah, we're talking about Mata's 100 here last week, and it was a great 100. But he's facing a different bowling attack today.
Absolutely.
And different pressures.
Yeah, and you know, the higher you go up, the less bad balls you get. So that's the challenge for the young man here.
Right, swept out to mid-off again. No run.
Don't often see Wakaspaka at mid-off, but that's where he is.
I've seen him there all day, actually.
Yeah, no, but he's normally not there. He's normally at cover.
Or point.
Yeah.
Loves his point. Yeah.
Samad's owning point today.
Full defended.
Yeah. You're just dotting it up here. Something's going to happen in the next couple of overs, I think. There's either going to be a big shot played that goes to the boundary, or I feel a wicket's on its way.
Oh, he beats the outside edge this time. Not too far off that off stump either.
The beauty.
The one thing you can guarantee is Dan Pascoe will just be consistent. That's a tremendous delivery, just the right amount of spin. So unlucky not to pick up the edge. You can see Bubba Hyatt there at first slip.
A bit faster and flatter this time from Pascoe.
It's all about the length there. You know, when we talk about a bowler bowling a good length, you know, it's basically a good length is where a batter is undecided whether they should go forwards or back. And Shiv tried to go back there, which was the wrong option. Hence why he played a missed.
Final delivery at the Pascoe over, and well watched off. 44 overs done. Hong Kong Cricket Club Premier 134 for 5. Yet another maiden in the books.
Yeah, you mentioned earlier comparing what Archie did and Kinchett and how these two should learn from that. They're both only on 2, and Shiv's faced 27 and Shard's faced 20, and they should not be worried about that at all at this point in time.
No, all I would be saying is if I was Haroon out there, I'd be trying to say how can we rotate the strike? Yeah, so a bit of experience. If they can start to run some singles, hopefully that takes the pressure off of them. Oh, what a beauty.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting they need to just stand there and take dot balls, because they won't, and they can't do that. Nothing, you know, something's got to give, and that's exactly right. They need to find a way to turn the strike over, get movement, mix up the bowlers' lines, get them bowling to different batters. At the moment, it's just Iqbal versus Ashard.
Yeah, absolutely. It's only going one way at the moment. KCC will be sitting there thinking that they don't need to do anything different. You know, the game's not going away from them. So at some stage, the batters have got to work out how are we going to score some runs.
27 dot balls in a row.
27 now.
Yeah, 4 overs plus 1 at the end of 1 over and 2 balls into the next. If my math is correct, that is 27 dot balls.
It's a lot of dots.
Fantastic effort. It's a fantastic effort to maintain the concentration, let alone anything else, for that period of time.
A sight screen issue, I think, again, someone behind the sight screen.
We taped it off and we still managed to have issues behind that sight screen. No, we're good to go. Fatigue steaming in. Comes forward this time, Haroon. Can't find the run. Pressure on, field in close.
You know, if I was HKCC here, I'd be thinking 200. If we can get to 200 here, that gives us a score on the board, which allows us to put a bit of pressure when we come to bowl, because I don't think this pitch is going to get any easier.
It's not going to get better, put it that way. No, agree.
Iqbal. And some runs now. Breaks the drought.
That's what they need to do more of.
Yeah, saw Haroon just took that 1.5 steps. It's created the length that he wanted and just pushed it wide of Jay Davidson at mid-on. Gets through for the single. That'll bring Matua onto strike.
Yeah, it's the non-striker. If the non-striker is backing up and looking for those singles, it's amazing how easy they can become, even in the inner ring. So they've got to be communicating.
Iqbal to Shiv, who I don't believe has faced a teak yet. After all those dot balls, he was stuck down the Pascoe end.
I think you're right. I think that was the first delivery that he's faced from Iqbal. Just one to come to finish the 45th.
Talking about pressure, this partnership is 6 off 51.
Wow.
Oh, it flies over the top of third slip, racing away. That'll be a boundary.
And that'll be a bit of relief, I think.
Yeah, I mean, he's cut. The thing that saved him, he went really hard at it and got enough of it, and it flew over the top of the slips. I don't think that's going to worry Iqbal too much either.
No, it's that sort of pitch. Any width, you've really got to throw your hands at it, and that's what Shiv did. Got the elevation over the slips, and it ran away for 4 down to third man.
The wrist work there from Shiv looked really nice. He really whipped into it hard, and at the end of 45, HKCC are 139 for 5.
It's a 5 off the over. It's an expensive over.
Very expensive over.
The partnership's now 10. Doubled the partnership in that last 2 deliveries.
Yeah.
They obviously heard you, Bushy.
Yeah. They were 5 off 50. Now they're 10 off 52. Pascoe to continue from the bowling green end. Nobody's been managed to hit him around for a while. He got absolutely belted into Cox's Road by Ange, but apart from that, he's bowled very, very miserly.
Did that go out on the road, Ange's one?
It went through those trees.
Goodness me.
It was big. Pascoe. Just left alone there by Haroon.
I know on some grounds they always talk about the biggest 6 ever to be hit on this ground. Is there anyone known for that here?
There's one that history says cleared the bowling club.
Wow. And was that a club game, or was that Hong Kong Sixes, or?
Club game.
Wow.
See if we can get a replay on what happened there, but I think Haroon was incredibly lucky to get away with that and get a single.
Gut feel was it was an arm ball the way he played it. Ooh.
Yeah, just inside edged it and beat keeper, missed the stumps.
Pascoe to Shiv now. Gets a leading edge, dribbles around into gully position, another dot. So Simon, you were saying 200 would be good for HKCC. Are you suggesting that from now on, or at the 50 over mark, they push hard to get there and get KCC in, or just bat 200 however it comes?
I just think the psychological factor, 200 is 200. You know, from the situation they were in. Well, that's out.
That's a huge shout.
Ooh, that's very, very close from my gut feel.
And now they're going to get through for a leg bye.
Have a look at the replay here. Very interested in this one.
Well, there's no bat in it. Vasher's signalled a leg bye.
So again, probably a misjudgment, a length from young Shiv Mathur here. The question is, did it hit him in line?
See if we can get this replay through. Well, we will, because there's a chat out there in the middle between Sonny and Haroon.
Close. It's very, very close. Umpire might have said it was just going down the leg side.
I think that's right, close. Simon. That's probably the only thing that saved him. It did jag significantly, so he's probably got the benefit of the doubt on that basis, but it certainly hit him right in front.
So that's the experience of Dan Pascoe. You know, he's mixing it up to the young man. You know, he's got the ball turning away, got the young man thinking about the ball spinning, and then went on with the arm that delivery, which certainly kept the umpire interested.
One more delivery in the 46th, and it will be another dot ball. So 141 for 5 after 46.
One interesting part that may have been missed, when that big LBW shout was going on, the ball was running away down behind the keeper. The batters were standing there waiting for the umpire decision.
Sometimes that's a bit of a sign that the non-striker probably thought it was a bit closer than the umpire did.
That's sort of what I was thinking.
But then he realised, oh, we could steal a run.
That's
here.
Right.
So
actually, umpire has just said not out. Let's go for a cheeky leg bye then.
Absolutely.
Now, speaking of spinners, Simon, did you manage to catch the Premier League game last Sunday between Pack and Little Saiwan? Because there was a haul of wickets from your spinners in that game, but we'll continue here. Atiq Iqbal, oh, has he got an outside edge? Yes, he has. Another wicket falls. That's the 6 down for Hong Kong Cricket Club. Shiv Mathur out for 6. Yeah, 141 for 6.
Yeah, he survived the big LBW shout from the other end, but he didn't survive Iqbal, and he's worked hard for that wicket at Teak, and it's come. Let's have a look at the replay. First ball of this over. Oh, inside edge.
Yeah.
Nice little catch from Jamie Atkinson behind the stumps. Simon Mattel's got to go.
Absolutely. Full credit to the bowler. He's worked hard for that. He's been relentless with his line and length. Not been the luckiest so far today. But there just shows the line of that delivery was probably fist stump, hit the seam, nipped back, and he's got the inside edge well taken by Jamie behind the stumps.
Yeah, Mattel's got to go. Looks like Luke Jones coming out to the wicket.
Okay, so this is interesting now. We've got a right-left-hand combination. So a little bit more of a challenge for the bowlers. But the message will be just keep doing what you're doing. It's working.
141 for 6, Simon. That 200 is looking a while away at the moment, isn't it?
Absolutely, and that's why I said 200 will be, from a mental point of view, quite a reward for HKCC if they can get there. But there's no doubt KCC will just want to try and bowl them out here for as low a score as possible.
Look, having watched a lot of cricket here this season on the new pitch, I couldn't tell you what a good pass score is. So if you get to 200, that could be good. It really could. It might be well short as well if you get the likes of Bubba Hyatt get going, of course. But as you say, mentally, you put 200 on the board, you've got something there.
Yeah, two-day cricket's all about patience and discipline. So the only way we'll know that is when the HKCC bowlers come out and bowl, because it is a bowler-friendly pitch. There's no doubt about it. You know, and if they bowl well, they'll give themselves a chance. But at the moment, 1 for 1 for 6, lots of cricket to be played.
Left-handed Luke Jones on strike. Atik Iqbal with his first wicket of this over. Pushed onto the leg side. And there's going to be runs on that leg side if he strays onto the pads, because it is a 7-2 offside field again, I think.
Absolutely. No fine leg. And only a square leg in front and a kind of mid-wicket on the catch, I'd say. So an interesting field here.
Pushes it again, just onto the leg side, fielded by Atik. Atik's toiled away today. He deserved that wicket. That was an inside edge, and credit to Jamie Atkinson with the gloves on. Expecting it to probably go the other way, and he managed to follow it.
He's kept well, Jamie. Caught everything he's needed to catch.
Now that gets runs on the leg side. As you said, no fine leg, so it is the captain, Jamie Atkinson, doing the fielding. They're going to come back for a second. Oh, a direct hit. And that would have been very, very close.
It's well run by Luke, though. He knows the situation here. He knows that every run's vital. He ran the first one really, really hard, turned positively, and made it back for the second quite comfortably in the end. But no margin for error here with this field, 7-2 offside field. So if you do bowl a little bit too straight or on the pads, you are becoming a little bit vulnerable as a bowler.
Teak with 2 balls remaining. This time a leading edge out to point.
Perfect line there to finish off the over. No, one to come.
So we're about 20 minutes away from the tea break, there or thereabouts. If KCC can pick up another one, say bowl HKCC out by drinks, it'll be a very tricky last hour to come out and bat.
Absolutely. Yep. So Teak coming in here to left-handed. Luke
well left
Jones.
alone, outside off. No troubles there. A dot to end. A successful over for Atik Iqbal and Kowloon Cricket Club. HKCC 143 for 6 after 47. And saying 47, I just wanted to talk to you about that over rate. We're supposed to do 90 overs a day. We're now heading towards 2 p.m. and just ticked over the halfway mark.
That's probably the only thing I can guarantee you is we shan't be bowling 90 overs today.
Even with the slower bowlers of Pascoe and Bucket, there's no way KCC will get through 90 before end of...
If Bucket bowled both ends
yes,
for the rest of the day...
and bowled his 65, 70-second overs...
would get him in.
Yep.
Haroon Ashad 4 off 28. And he's out there with a big job to do. Luke Jones has got a stack of runs in him, I know that as well.
Pascoe stands up there. Haroon defends.
This will be a huge mental challenge for Haroon because, like you said earlier, this isn't his natural game. So it's going to be those voices in his head that are going to be playing tricks on him, and how long he can keep the positive mindset.
Leaves that one alone. It just didn't spin away, I think. So it was close to that off stump. Already seen one shouldered arms wicket today.
Yeah. Pascal just continually attack that off stump and pads area, looking for LBWs, bolds.
Bat on ball there.
Oh, here we go.
Going to be close, but well run again. These two are running well.
It's a good single there. It's the one thing that Luke Jones will bring to this is the running between the wickets.
Very quick.
He'll bring some urgency. You know, I've seen a few games with him involved, and he's certainly one of the quickest between the wickets in Hong Kong. Okay.
It's going to come over the wicket.
Yep, over the wicket to the left-hander. A slightly different game plan.
It's a much heavier leg side field for Pascoe to Luke Jones. And that's why it's in the air. It's a chance. And it's gone. It takes the catch.
Good catch.
7th wicket falls for HKCC there. 144 for 7.
Now that was an absolute rank long hop from Dan Pascoe. I don't know whether it was intentional or not, but the way he celebrated, it could very well have been. Man was back on the boundary. Jones has just picked him out, hit it straight to him, and Pascoe gets the wicket.
You know what? It's a great example of what we talk about a lot with the national team. It's not always your best balls that take wickets. Okay, that's just come from pressure, the team situation, and you know, a batsman early in his innings has not quite executed it the way he wanted to. And you know, full credit to the bowlers. They're getting what they deserve through the dot balls that they've built up over a large period of time.
Absolutely right, and all the space in the world. There's one fielder out on the leg side. There was so much finer he could have gone or in front, but he just picked him out, and as you say, it's a symptom of being the new batter out there after all that pressure.
Now they're in big trouble here now. HKCC 144 for 7. You know, KCC will be looking to knock these last 3 wickets over as quickly as possible. You know, they'll be saying 160 all out, please, from this situation.
David Jakir coming in, is it?
Yep, the wicketkeeper, David Jakir, out in the middle. Possibly the fittest 48-year-old in Hong Kong.
I wasn't that fit when I was 48. I
was 48
that.
a week ago, and I can assure you that I am not anywhere near as fit as David Jakir.
I was 48 a few weeks ago. And
I'll stay away from this conversation.
Anyway, he's still plying his trade in the Premier League for Hong Kong Cricket Club. That's how fit he is. And we'll have the gloves on perhaps shortly. The wicket's falling for HKCC. It is Pascoe bowling to David Jakir. Whips it off his toes. Won't be runs. Teague's hiding down there at backward square leg. Was that in the air for any time?
it was.
Sonny?
That curve, certainly. I mean, it went probably too quick for him to catch it first go, but it was a bit lucky for Jakir that it didn't come off something off Bimsara and fly up in the air, because it was on the full when it went past him.
So now Haroon Arshad's got to work out what role am I going to play here. At what stage does the captain give me a bit of a license to play a few shots? You know, only their team will know how good, you know, the tail are batting wise. Obviously still got Ayush Shukla to come, who's a capable batter as well. So maybe stick to the plan for a little bit, but at some stage they might want to throw a card out there and say, look, Haroon, have a little bit of a dart, because it's all about runs.
I absolutely agree with that, and I think when Shukla gets out there, you just got Shukla and Mahmood to come. Shukla will have a go.
Yeah,
he'll know one way.
Absolutely.
And if he can put on 20 or 30, they could be very, very valuable runs in the wash-up. So I think you're right. The licence will come shortly, depending on what happens with these two.
180 here from HKCC at the moment. Anything over that is a bonus.
So in the two-day games over recent years, though, we've seen the tails wag a lot. So I'm not ruling that out either.
All to play for.
Atiq Iqbal continuing from the members' end. 12 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 19. Bowling to David Takia, who takes it in the belly.
We've seen a bit of batters wearing it today, haven't we?
Yeah, it's consistently doing it. As I say, it's not a wicket you're ever going to feel in on as a batter. You kind of think there might be one with my name on it at any time, so you've got to be very watchful and understand that you're going to play and miss a little bit. You're going to get a few on the body, but as long as I'm still at the wicket, I'm doing the job for the team.
And for that exact reason, it might be worthwhile, as you're saying, giving a bit of licence to Haroon right now, because if he can put on 20 to 30 and take it from 145 to 170, 180 in quick time.
Atiq just goes past the outside edge this time.
Because if you don't, you're just going to nick one anyway.
Absolutely, yeah. My gut feel is at some stage I'll be saying to Haroon in the next few overs, depending on how this partnership establishes itself.
Jakir actually played that one well. He actually left that, got right inside it, let it go through.
Just hanging on the crease a little bit here, so as the bowler I'll be looking to bowl a little bit fuller. That's the length. That's it. Get him coming forwards, top half of the pad, and try and get that nick off that we saw earlier with Rag Kapoor.
Yeah, it was. Jay Davidson at mid-off there, giving some encouragement to Iqbal. Great teammates, those two.
More dot balls for Atiq to start with. Another one that gets into the belly of Takia. I'm sore just watching it. He's out there. He's not flinching. It doesn't look like he's bothered, but he's taken one up in the ribs, and that one there a bit lower, coming off the gloves perhaps. But
still just 2 on the leg side. What I would think will be the opening batters for KCC, Sunny Bimsaria and Mo Khan. Acres of space, but Iqbal's just holding this line.
Pushes it on the offside where you said there's lots of players. No way getting through the infield there.
So Botters, 8 for 52 podcast this week.
Yes, sir.
I enjoyed it very much.
You did?
Yeah, I thought it was very entertaining. The conversation between yourself and Ravi I thought was very healthy and productive. Are you doing the T20 Premier Draft in January like you said?
Take one ball left of the over and he gets a wicket with it. David Takia has gone on one and that's the 8th wicket to fall.
Wow. 145 for 8. Now, surely it's a licence to go now. Shukla will come out, I presume, in front of Adil. We will see. With a shard at the other end, why not have a go? Well, thanks for the question about the podcast, Simon. And yeah, we're still forward planning on the basis of the draft going ahead in January.
What's with
we haven't got all parties on board. It must be said at this point in time. But no, where there's life, there's hope. No one said actually no at this point, so therefore I'm working on the basis that it's on.
We're just watching the replay there. Great delivery from Atiq Iqbal to get his 2nd wicket. And I was just having a look. Now, Hong Kong Cricket Club were 111 for 3.
Yep.
So they've put on 34 and lost 5 wickets.
And we're talking about one of the strongest batting lineups in Hong Kong earlier.
Well, it's half your national team.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's a Adil Mahmood coming out.
It is.
It is. It just shows you how, red ball cricket, test cricket, that's how it can change. There was a steady start. At lunch, HKCC sitting there pretty comfortable. I think 2 wickets down. But it's the break that makes all the difference. You get that rest period, mindset change, have a chance to come together as a team, and you go again. And KCC have done that brilliantly since lunch. The game plan they've executed 100%, and they've got their rewards, which is full credit to them.
I called that second session, no wickets fell at all. So they went in with only 2 down. And now all of a sudden, we thought 200 was good, then 180. We're backing down to 160 maybe.
Well, we're about 12 minutes away from tea.
Yep.
And there's no guarantee they're going to survive to tea at this point. But Adil Mahmood, he can bat. Don't worry about that.
he'll be able to hold up an end. But just this bowling and the lines and the lengths are relentless.
Interesting here, looking at the field placings. Jamie Atkinson reading the play beautifully, saying, let's get Haroon off strike, give away no boundaries by pushing mid-off and mid-on back. And let's have a go at the number 10.
And surely now Haroon's been given the message to have a go. He's just been out there, 32 deliveries for 5 runs. We know he can hit big.
On the leg side, you've got a two-kick bowler, deep backwards square, and then long on, huge gap over mid-wicket if he wants to go that direction.
Pascoe to Haroon, who very nicely defends. There's your pigeons on screen.
Well, yeah, they're over near the practice turf wickets over there, where they seem to take up residence these days.
There's a nice new grass seed over there to nibble on, I would suggest.
Used to be more up in front of this commentary position where we are, but they've migrated.
Pascoe again backing away this time. Haroon Ashard, no run.
Oh, it's good to hear you listening to the podcast, Simon. Thank you for that.
No, very entertaining, and you know, I have to be honest. You know, Ravi's comments the other day. You know, the cricket landscape is moving by the hour with the ICC and ACC, so it's never straightforward. You try to have some kind of plan in place, but we are dictated to, particularly the men's senior team. We're trying to get series in place, but you kind of got to work back from your international tournament. So
and 2024 looks like a fantastic year on the international front.
Pascoe again defended.
Yeah, there's definitely momentum now for the game since COVID. You know, the funds are coming in, which is great, which allows us to do a lot more. But also, you know, the ICC and ACC putting on far more qualifiers, which is superb for regular cricket for us.
More dot balls from Pascoe, and this is a big appeal, big appeal. Oh, umpire Shiroi Vasha looks at his ball counter and says, carry on.
Looked like he pointed that was going down the leg side. On the back, ooh, that's close.
Umpire Shiroi Vasha standing in his final Fincher Shield. I've watched him umpire for many, many years, and I've seen him give a lot more than looked a little bit not out compared to that one.
He hasn't given one LBW today.
He hasn't, and normally he gives a few, and but he hasn't. So all credit to him standing there. That, you know, he's seen it going down leg side, and he's calling it that way.
So is it actually official today that he's retiring? Because I've heard he's been retiring for the last 5 years.
He's been retiring for 15 years, but it is official now that he is retiring in 12 months. He's retiring in 12 months.
Yeah.
But this will be his final Fincher Shield game at Kowloon Cricket Club. He won't stand or put himself up for the Hancock Shield next year up the hill. He wants his last two-day game to be at Kowloon Cricket Club.
I understand. Brilliant. Well,
so we're going to have 12 months of farewell.
Yeah.
Every game. It's like, this is my last Sunday in January at Ting Kwong Road. This is my last March game at Hong Kong Cricket Club. Oh, we love Shiroi.
Absolutely. You know, the game can't function without these people that give up all their time to umpire and score and everything else. So, you know, characters of the game is what it's all about, and Shiroi is certainly one of them.
Simon, quite literally, cricket in Hong Kong has been Shiroi's life, and he's given pretty much everything to it, from a player to then immediately moving into umpiring for like 25 years, and he's
absolutely brilliant.
Can't have a game without people like them, and they're rare, right?
Absolutely. I think sometimes as players can take it for granted a little bit, you know, the off-the-field stuff and everything else. So, you know, I know Shiroi is highly respected by the players.
That's the first delivery Adil Mahmood's faced and didn't know very much about it. Walks away, has a think.
Adil Mahmood, of course, one of the Hong Kong Cricket Club players who was previously a Kowloon Cricket Club player, made the move up the hill a few years ago and doing a great job up there coaching, but also taking a lot of wickets in recent times and can score runs as well.
Yeah, I think he'll be licking his lips to bowl on this later in the day, that is for sure. To have a nice little spell this evening and then another go tomorrow morning will be ideal for him, I think.
Antique. Oh, he wounds up on that one. That's boundary. One bounce, two bounces, three bounces into the short boundary for 4.
That's a very good shot. You know, he's teased in with the length. First ball just back of a length, and now that one slightly fuller. And Adil's not held back there. He's cleanly struck that ball through mid-off, and that's raced away to the boundary.
So maybe it's Adil Mahmood who's going to take it on here, because he's just cleared that front leg and he's gone straight down the ground. He's played a wonderful shot.
It's the perfect option if you're going to take it on.
You can see
Straight down the
you
pavilion.
can see the sun lawn up there at Kowloon Cricket Club, packed with supporters.
Yeah, I was up there earlier and it's lovely. So if you're a member of KCC, you want to come down and watch the rest of the afternoon's cricket, the sun lawn area up there has got a cash bar ready.
I'm going to head up there now then, Bushy.
You've still got 2 more shifts to do, so you stay here and drink your water like a good boy.
Can we shift the comm box up to the...
I'd like to. It's actually a really good view, but the cables don't reach.
Oh, that's a shame.
So we'll stick here at Cow Corner / backward square, backward point. Atik, he's got 2 wickets already. He'd like another one, and a big swing and a miss.
I think you got this right, Botters.
Yeah,
I think he's the man that's going to be playing the shots here.
Big smile on Atik's face after that delivery.
He knows what's coming, the bowler.
Know each other very well, these two, of course. And Adil is going to go.
I think Bubba just walking back to third slip there was just having a little tease to the batter.
2 balls remaining in the over. That took off.
Slightly shorter ball there. Bowler just reminding the batter here that who's the boss.
Atik having a bit of fun out there, I think. Now that's his bouncer out of the way. This one will be right back, pitch in line with off, trying to move away, or being the one that jags back in and try to pick the big man up, LBW.
Yeah, I fancy a nick off here. He gets his length right. Don't think Adil's going to be holding back.
1 ball left in the 51st. Winds up, it's very high. This should be caught. No, it's going to clear all the infield.
Well, Adil threw everything at that. You were right about the nick off. It nicked, but it went miles in the air down to third where there was no one because they're all up in the slips or gully. Adil got away with it. He just got the single. The 150 up now. That streaky single brings the 150 up for HKCC, 150 for 8 after 51.
Absolutely, but like we said, if you're going to go hard so that you get the elevation on it. But poor cricket there from Haroon. Should have run 2 runs.
Yep, and I'm
particularly
not sure
last ball of the over.
Yeah,
he would be facing Dan Pascoe now, so I'm not sure why he turned down the second run there.
Well, Adil had run 75% of the second run.
Absolutely.
And then went back.
So it's all about game awareness. You know, my gut feel is Haroon still probably thought there was a ball left in the over and thought, oh, I'll take strike. So yeah, may have put HKCC under a bit of pressure here with Adil facing.
On the flip side, it could work for them because Adil's been the one who's decided he's going to go. So let's see if he tries to take on Pascoe.
And is Dan Pascoe around the wicket to Adil Mahmood. Oh, he's been trapped. Still shake of the head from Shiroi.
Might be a bit high.
Yeah. Tall man.
He's a tall man. It hit him top of the knee roll. Let's have a look. Yeah, going over the top.
Tell you what, it's jagging back somewhat, isn't it?
It's his arm ball.
Yeah.
He bowls it well.
Yeah.
Gets his wrist behind the ball nicely, and it just runs on with the arm. What are we saying? He hit it.
Yeah, Pascoe's saying got something on it. Bit of glove on it.
Pascoe resets into Adil, who winds up and is bowled. Gets the wicket, another wicket falls, 9 down. He tried to put that one over the bowling green, but got nothing of it, and Adil Mahmood's got to go.
Anyone that thinks Simon Willis has watched a bit of cricket in his life to get to the position of men's national head coach, you picked it in one, my friend. That single, which could have been a double, it's a different game, yes?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, and this is where players have got to think, you know, out in the middle. Haroon should be facing here, the weaker batsman. Unfortunately, in Adil, as soon as that ball was floated up there, you knew he was going to have a go at it. And unfortunately for HKCC, they're now 150 for 9.
Yeah, that's Ayush Shukla now coming out there.
replacing his opening fast bowler. He comes out to meet Haroon Ashad, who's just on 5 off 38 deliveries. It's the 9th wicket down, Bushy. Pasco's got 2 for 15.
So 9 down. Do they take tea or do they have to wait till the team's bowled out?
I just got that information from the scorers. Wicket falls, we'll have tea, or we're going through until 2:45.
So they extend the time. Yep, exactly like multi-day cricket in the UK. So how are HKCC going to play this? They've got plenty of time to bat, or are they just going to try and play a few shots?
Just subtly on that, they'll go to 2:45 if there's not a wicket. If there is a wicket, they will take tea.
Immediately, correct. Yep.
Is that Ayush coming out?
Yes.
Ayush Shukla's the last batter, yeah. Very capable batter, Ayush. Just depends where his mind's at on this occasion, so we'll soon find out.
Just quickly, Simon, I'm not sure if you were aware of it before, but when Rag Kapoor went out to bat, it was interesting. They sent Rag Kapoor out to bat because he was not actually in the team. He's not actually in the team. If you look at the team sheet has a tick next to Sahal Malvankar, and there's no tick next to Rag Kapoor. So that was the delay out there, was someone's put the tick in the wrong box.
Yep. What do you say to that? Whoever's responsible for filling the team sheet out probably needs to be had a word with.
Well,
but,
I mean, Jamie Atkinson could have turned around and said, well, you get Sahal down here. Right? That's what the team sheet says. But I think common sense prevailed and it all figured out and
yeah,
concessions were made.
I was a little bit worried that we were going to have a Sri Lanka-Bangladesh helmet situation on our hands.
A brouhaha, a fracas. Yeah.
But like you say, common sense prevailed.
Pasco got 2 wickets, might have 3.
It's a good shout. It's a good shout. First ball to the number 11 batter. Let's have a look on this replay.
That was Pasco's just laughing.
Convinced. He's absolutely convinced that he's out. So it seems Shroy wants to be Mr. Popular this game. I think he wants to go out on a bit of a high, everybody's friend, rather than moaning about any bad decisions that he gave out.
It's like he's got weights on his hands.
What's like the last 25 years hasn't existed.
Different man. He's on the farewell tour.
Is that his twin brother
replay.
out there? Is that Shiraz out there?
No replay, unfortunately.
All right, Pasco again. Leaves that one alone. Nice decision. 2 for 15 off his 7.4. Dan Pasco bowled exceptionally well.
My tactics now would be just try to see Pasco off and just target the short boundaries down the ground from the other end of the next over and see what you can pick up.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. You know, a little bit more pace on the ball, a little bit easier to hit.
Short, straight.
Absolutely. Here we go. So field changing again here. Last ball of the over. Wanting to give Ayush Shukla the 1. So mid off and mid on, drop him back. Is he going to fall for it or not? It's too high.
Hit him in the belly almost, and that's the end of the 52nd over. It's a wicket maiden for Dan Pasco. The maidens are reigning for KCC. That's his 4th. Both Pasco and Atiq Iqbal at the other end are going at 50% of their overs being maidens.
Impressive stuff from the KCC bowling unit. As we say at lunch, you know, they probably went in thinking that that they lost that first session of the day, but they've certainly come out here using their home advantage and bowled beautifully.
Well, if I remember correctly, it was 91 for 2, wasn't it?
Correct.
Now we're 150 for 9.
So 59 runs for 7 wickets. That's
yeah.
Outstanding. You know, in a 2-hour session, that really is highly impressive stuff from the bowling unit.
6 for 39, I think. Third wicket fell at 111.
So I think they're listening to you here, Botters. They've dropped their long off and long on back.
Yeah.
And I think the deep square's going back as well.
Yeah, this is... Any batter should be attacking this end now at this state of the game.
Atiq Iqbal left alone. I'm just noticing Sonny hasn't bothered to take the pads off. He's sitting down there at mid, long on. The pads inside the pants. Expecting a wicket very shortly, I guess.
One of the younger members of the team, I think. You know, he's under the lid with the pads on, and then he's sent out to long off as well. So he's got the hard yards today, that is for sure.
Cow corner's wide open. There's probably 70 metres between
long on and deep square leg.
Haroon Ashard takes a couple of shuffles forward, but can only push it to mid-off.
That's the one that's got to go straight down the ground.
Yeah, if I was Haroon here, I'd be targeting the sight screen and the offside. Anything dropped slightly short, back of a length, I'll be looking to baseball bat it over extra cover.
Yeah, absolutely. If you can pick up 20 bonus runs now, you've done a job.
False start from Atik.
I think there's a little bit of a chat behind the stumps. A little bit of chat. I know Pascoe seemed pretty vocal just before Iqbal got to the top of his run, but then and Haroon just withdrew. So
it's a lineup of yappy down there.
Mm.
It's Pascoe, Wakas is in there, Jamie. Anyone could be giving a bit of lip.
Except first slip.
I'm sure they're just inviting
Azars.
Haroon out for dinner tonight, I'm sure.
Yeah, sure. Absolutely.
You're 5 from 40.
I
Try to score.
I think it was actually people behind the side screen, to be honest. We've got more movement back there. Iqbal again.
Again, shuffle forward.
Oh, that's well bowled.
Sort of scooped the bat underneath it in the end.
He looks like he's not sure whether to stick or twist here at the moment, Haroon. He's a bit indecisive. I think he's just going to come down and have a chat here with Ayush Shukla for a bit of guidance. But knowing Ayush as I do, he'll be saying smack it.
Yeah, well, they're not going to push it round for ones and twos and put on 50, are they? And they might prove me wrong, but that's highly unlikely. The way you're going to put on 40 or 50 is hitting the ball.
It's a bit high on the bat there, so no runs.
So the way Haroon played that was the thoughts were try and get one off this delivery and give me the strike. But now you see the field's coming in, he's missed the opportunity. So really, if it is pitched up, I'll be saying go for it. Clear the infield and go for it.
Yep, got to go if it's up. No doubt.
2 balls left in the 53rd. Bangs it in. Heads down just outside the leg stump for another dot.
He's just such a smart bowler, Atik Iqbal, because he knows Haroon will just be trying to hit him down the ground now. So that one digs it in a bit shorter, more up round his ribs.
I've got to say, I've been really impressed with the captaincy of Jamie Atkinson today. He's read the plays beautifully. He's changed his bowlers as and when required and set his fields excellently.
And leaves, oh, that's very wide, but gets away with it. Another maiden. We've been stuck on 150 for a while, HKCC. 53 overs done.
Again, that's what I mean by smart bowling. Second last ball, field comes up, second last ball really short. Next one, wide of off stump. So come on, if you're going to go play well away from your eyes, and Haroon just watched it through, end of the over. Now they're going to have to try to take on Pascoe, hitting to the long boundaries.
Absolutely. We talk about batting partnerships, but for me, bowling partnerships are more crucial. I don't think bowlers always realise that. They tend to look at the wickets column for themselves. But if you can help your mate out at the other end, it's amazing what can happen as a bowling group. So here we go. Dan Pascoe bowling to the number 11, Ayush Shukla. He'll be really wanting to make an impression here.
Oh, toe of the bat, he's going to get runs.
Oh, we'll be disappointed with that. First ball of the over, and he's got off strike, rotating that just behind square for 1 run.
Just circling back on your bowling partnership comment, Atik Iqbal has now bowled 15 overs, 8 maidens, 2 for 24.
That's gold. As a team, that
Priceless,
is absolute
right?
gold. Yep.
Pascoe to Haroon, who whips it with the wrists, but can only manage the single.
Just had a little bit of a, oh no, it's caught up now. 152 for 9 after 53.2.
First run since the end of the 51st. Going to grind this out to tea, are we? 22 minutes to go.
He'll be itching to play a shot here, Ayush. There's no doubt about it. So Dan's just got to keep his discipline, keep his patience, and know at some stage Ayu should come fishing.
He's wound up on that one and caught by Wakas Baka. That's the 10th wicket to fall. HKCC all out. Exactly what head coach Simon Willis said. He was going to have a go at some point, and Ayu Shukla did, and he hit it straight to mid-off. Wakas Baka takes another catch, and that's it. 152 in the books for HKCC. Gentlemen, do we think that's enough?
Simon Nostradamus Willis sitting next to me on my left. Absolutely outstanding. Calling the play before it happens. Look, 152 on face value shouldn't be anywhere near enough, okay? Having said that, if you can bowl out HKCC for 152 with the batting lineup that there's no reason why the favour can't be returned.
Absolutely, and the opening partnership for HKCC, I would imagine, will be Adil Mahmood and Ayu Shukla. You know, two guys that do something with the ball regularly. So, you know, KCC will know it's going to be a very difficult last session here. But if they can lose no more than 2 wickets, they'll be happy.
Well, I suspect they will open with Sonny and Mo. You get one of them, you expose Jamie early. You get another one, you expose Bubba. And before you know it, it's game on again.
Absolutely. You know, HKCC will be saying, guys, you know, we've got some top batters here who found it difficult to score runs today. So if it's difficult for us, it's going to be difficult for them. So keep our patience, keep our discipline, and let's see where we are in 40 overs time.
Yep, time for the tea break here at Kowloon Cricket Club. You can see the match summary. Anshuman Rath starring with a 52 and Kinshid Shah a very handy 39. But after that, the runs didn't really come for HKCC, only 152 on the board. Bowling, couple of threefers. Dan Pascoe got his third right there at the end. Jay Davidson with the 3 for 43 and handy from Atiq and Azaz Khan getting 2 apiece. We're going to have a drinks break here at Kowloon Cricket Club. We'll be back in about 10 minutes.
G'day, this is Botters from the 8 for 52 podcast. Join us weekly for the news, views and interviews of all things in cricket in Hong Kong. Get us on the podcast, Apple and Spotify, the 8 for 52 podcast, the 8/52 podcast. Join us weekly. All right, welcome back to the Kowloon Cricket Club, where Hong Kong Cricket Club, after winning the toss and batting, have been bowled all out for 152. Tremendous, tremendous bowling display by the Kowloon Cricket Club. Simon Willis back with us.
Yeah, just chatting to the KCC boys there. They were saying they were 120 for 2 at one stage of the game, so they reckon they've taken 8 wickets there for not very many runs.
Yeah, the third wicket fell at 111.
Okay.
Okay, 3 down for 111, ended up at 152. So
still a great effort.
Well, look, 152 might be better than it looks. We don't know that yet. Let's Shukla and Mahmood will open the bowling. They've been in tremendous form this season, both of them, so they'll be all fired up and really would have liked what they've seen out there. And Mo Khan and Sunny Bimsari are going to be the openers for the Kowloon Cricket Club, Bushy.
Yeah, it's going to be a good run chase, a good last session here at Kowloon Cricket Club. Remembering whoever scores the most in the first innings, if it doesn't go the distance, will be declared winners. So lots to play for in this final session here on day 1.
I'm going to bowl the first over from the bowling club end, it would seem.
Well, just had a quick look at the pitch in the interval there, and plenty of grass there. So opening bowlers should be encouraged with a nice new ball in their hands. There's plenty for them to work with. So as long as HKCC here keep their discipline, anything could be possible.
The other thing, Simon, looking at the pitch again, I did the pitch report this morning, went out and had another look then. The red clay is really coming up for the batters at the bowling club end, so when the bowling is from the clubhouse end as well. So you won't normally get spin bowling from this end, but certainly we might see some movement off the seam as that red clay keeps coming up.
Absolutely. So
all right, so
Shukla taking the first over here.
Yeah, Shukla's going to take it from the bowling club end. Mo Khan, as he does, takes the bail off, takes his centre. He's going to take strike. Sunny Bimsaria is going to be at the non-striker's end.
Are you superstitious, spotters?
Not at all, actually.
Do you wear various shoes or anything else for your commentary stint?
No, I've got no superstition about me at all. Although I am quite OCD in that I need to be in number 2 on the panel.
Okay.
And at the moment I'm in number 1, and it's really it's putting me off as far as pressing buttons are concerned.
So you don't like taking the first ball of the day then?
No, Bushy's just messaged. Well, in my day I did always take the first ball actually, but I'm very concerned about being on number 1. But anyway, so far so good. We've got the first ball from Shukla here. He's going to be bowling to Mo Khan. 3 slips and a gully. Shukla steams in. Oh, what a ripper first off. Ayush Shukla in the game from the first ball.
Yeah, as a bowler, you know you've only got 40 overs potentially left in the day, so you can come in hard here. You know, he can bowl 10 overs off the reel potentially if he starts well. So plenty of motivation, and I'm sure he will make some impression.
He comes again from the bowling club end. Mo Khan lets that one go through.
My only worry here, looking at the slip cordon and the way the keeper took the ball there between knee and shin height, is that the slips might be a little bit deep. I know Mo Khan plays his shots and certainly goes hard at the ball, so that might help carry. But if the batter's just defending and gets a nick, I'm just a little bit worried that the ball won't carry to that slip cordon.
Speaking of the keeper, I had a quick chat to David Jakir during the break, asked him about that one in the ribs. He said it doesn't hurt as much as his broken finger he's keeping with, so there you go.
Shukla. Mo Khan goes back. It's on his hips. The KCC chase is underway. 1 run into the leg side. Umpire Vasha lifts the knee, waiting for the scorers to acknowledge, which they do. Leg by kicks off Kowloon Cricket Club.
So a 7-2 offside field here for Ayush. Again, just puts the pressure on the bowler here to have to control that off-stump line. Anything straight is easy for the batters to rotate strikes. So he's got to keep his discipline and not get too greedy here.
Bimsaria first ball. He lets that go through. That's quick from Shukla. That's good pace early.
Yeah, that's carried through nicely to the keeper. So a little bit more effort has allowed that to carry through nicely.
And you talk about that 7-2 field, Simon. It's a backward square leg on the rope and a mid-on and then nothing. It's just a paddock.
Absolutely.
Anything straying onto the legs is runs for KCC.
And Shukla's got to be attacking that off stump, which he has been so far. Oh, Bimsaria pulls, nearly takes the square leg umpire with him. That's gone straight through square leg for 4. That's too short from Shukla there.
Absolutely,
And the wrong
great
line.
shot. But Ayush will be very frustrated with himself there. Shouldn't be looking to go short on this pitch. Got to consistently hit a length. There it is. Excellent execution there by the batter. 4 runs through square leg.
Sonny was onto that quickly.
I was about to say exactly the same thing, Bushy. He was on that really quickly, picked up the length early, and it was true bounce. The man at fine leg was a long way away from that. Hit it into the empty spaces. How's Shukla going to respond? It's outside off stump. Quite wide. Be wide in any T20. Not in a 2-dayer. That's the end of the first over. Kowloon Cricket Club 5 for the loss of no wickets.
Yep, so Shukla probably be a little bit disappointing with that start. He'd be wanting to really put his marker down, build pressure. Unfortunately, on that occasion, was just a little bit too short. So hopefully he learns before the next over. But Adil Mahmood, the experienced campaigner here, coming from the other end.
Yeah, they could have gone with Arun Ashad, of course, as far as opening, but I think it's the right move to go with Adil.
Yeah, I think they opened with this attack last week, the Premier game, and had great success against Little Saiwan. I saw there that Haroon came on first change. So sticking to the plan, and I'm sure Adil, with his height and wrist position, will make the most of these conditions.
He's going to be bowling to Mo Khan, who's yet to get off the mark. Only faced the 3 deliveries, took the leg by off Shukla earlier.
Okay, so a little bit more 6-3 here, this field. Got a mid-wicket in, as well as the fine leg and mid-on.
Mahmood. And pitches up. Khan just defends into the leg side.
Which tends to suggest that Adil will bowl a little bit more at the stumps. Gives him a little bit more freedom with that mid-wicket in place.
I think that's probably smart here with the very short boundaries to the offside.
Yeah.
Just attack right at that off-stump line. Mo might be trying to look to turn it around the corner. So you just got that just in front of square. I think that's Rag Kapoor there.
Yeah, I much prefer this field to the 7-2 that Ayush had. Just gives the bowler a little bit more cover.
It's good pace from Mahmood early, but just the wrong line. They're going to get 2 here, Kowloon Cricket Club. No, they're not. Just the single. Mo Khan, he gets off the mark. Takes the score to 6.
Okay, so the umpire just having a quiet word there with Adil Mahmood about his front foot. It's obviously getting a little bit tight on the line, I would suggest. One thing HKCC bowlers cannot afford is giving extras, given the score that they got in the first innings.
Bimsaria now to face Mahmood for the first time. Oh, that's got up on him. Just maybe back of a good length, but that really just got up on Sonny there.
He watched it well. He played it well in the end, the rising ball.
He did actually. That could have gone anywhere.
Got him behind it well, which allowed him to adjust his hands accordingly.
It really took off though, didn't it?
Yeah, and that's what can happen when you got someone, you know, over 6'3", coming from that really high point.
He comes in again. That's much fuller, nicks off, falls in front of slip. Simon, you were saying in the previous over, you think just with the carry, they might be a little bit too far back. And just looking at the replay, that was a genuine edge from Sonny. Just waiting for the replay to come up. It's in slow motion. Probably might get it now. But it was a genuine nick through. First slip there, Martin could see her, it is. Just a little bit too far back. Mahmood charges in again.
Oh, he just ties Bimsawyer up a little bit and ends up defending it well into the leg side.
So I think sometimes as keepers, you got to realise the positioning that you take does impact on your slip cordon. And here, you know, the keeper is looking to take the ball generally, looking at his positioning between knee and shin height. So for me, your slip cordon should be slightly further up and slightly wider from that position.
Down leg side that time. Big shout from square leg for caught behind. Nothing really from behind the stumps. That's the end of the over. That's 2 now completed. The score is 6.
Yep, 6 for none. KCC will be pretty happy at the moment. HKCC a little bit both sides of the wicket, probably feeling the pressure of a low score on the board, and their team having high expectations of them delivering with the ball here. So they've just got to be patient, focus on their processes, and try to build some pressure up. Because as we saw in the first innings, batters eventually come looking.
I just noticed the keeper and the slip cordon have reset themselves at this end now. Shukla with his genuine pace coming in from the bowling club end. Change in field. Cover. Rug Kapoor is going to move across.
Leaving a big gap on the offside now.
So he's going to move across to the leg side just in front of square. And there's a huge gap at cover if Mo wants to take it. Bit more field change here by the look of it as well. All right, we're ready to go. Shukla to Mo Khan. Short. He's played through that gap. He found it. That's in front of point. It's going to race away. Oh, good piece of fielding. Oh, he was never a chance, but he got there in the end. Matur, he saves 2 runs. That's a great piece of fielding.
Yeah, poor piece of bowling that by Shukla. Short again on the offside. Just changed his field, which made it easier for the batter to find a gap. But well run down there by the young Shiv Matur. Diving stop and saved 2 runs for his team.
I think he probably took a bit of a knock as well off the concrete there, off the drainage. Looks all right at the moment. He's just feeling it back of his left leg as Shukla comes in again. And that's outside off stump, and just Mo Khan watches it go through.
Yeah, I'm never convinced about a gully in this format of the game. I think it's overplayed. For me, I'd rather have a third slip if the ball's doing something, and stick my gully here in the ring, because it's got to be a wide ball, a wide slash to be able to get to gully.
To play it through.
Yeah.
Shukla. That's short. That's gone. That's over the top. That could go all the way. Has it? No, I think it's maybe 1 bounce. Or has it cleared the rope? Just waiting on the umpire. They're trying to check. It is 4 runs. Yeah, 4 runs. Very short there.
Not the length that you should be bowling on this pitch. So a bit of indiscipline here from Ayush Shukla. Needs to really get his mind back on the game here and start to find his length through to the keeper on the offside.
Having said that, it did really tie Mo Khan up a little. It got up on him quickly. It wasn't the full-blooded slash. But he's got to be fuller, and he's got to let the new ball do the work here, Ayush. That's better. That's exactly what he does there.
There you go. That's his strength.
That's much better. Go back to where your strengths are.
Absolutely. It's all about relentless discipline here on this pitch.
You saw, it's exactly what we saw from the Kowloon Cricket Club bowlers earlier today.
Absolutely.
Just nagging at the right line, the right length, and it all came together. Yeah, they got away for 91 for 2 or whatever it was, but then all out for 152. Just bowling consistent.
Absolutely.
See if you can do it again, Ayush. That's fuller, that's better, that's well defended from Mo.
So, here we go. There's no doubt that there'll be a little bit that Mo Khan is a bit reluctant to the short ball. You don't want to pitch it up because he can hit you out the ground. But I think in these conditions, you just got to back yourself and say, look, if you can hit my best ball out the ground, fair play to you. But if you don't, then I'm giving myself a chance of nicking you off to the slip cordon.
That's short again. It's gone again into the leg side. He didn't get all of it, but he certainly has got enough of it. That's going to run away for 4 again. Ayush Shukla just getting too short onto Mo Khan's leg side, and he's taking full advantage in this over.
Yeah, he's showing a bit of emotion here, Ayush. He's had a little bit of a kick at the footholds there, so I don't know if there's a bit of a problem, but certainly disappointing here in his first 2 overs, bowling far too many short balls. So needs to learn quickly.
Well, he's gone for 3 boundaries. Bimsaria took 1 of them, and then Mokan 2, and they've all been behind square on the leg side.
Absolutely. Well, we go to Adil Mahmood here. HKCC will be wanting to build some pressure here because the runs are flowing.
Yeah, well, there's
this new ball.
16 at the end of the third, just defending 152. So you can make short work of it if you don't get your bowling right. And at the moment they haven't. Not to say that they won't. But Shukla, we know how good he is, and we know when he's targeting that off stump and letting the ball move away and just his natural swing, how good he is. He needs to go back to that right now.
Absolutely. It's all about the pressure of expectation, and going in there, the Hong Kong Cricket Club batters will be telling the bowlers, it's your job to go out there and win us this game, and maybe they're just putting a little bit too much pressure on themselves at this moment in time.
It's going to be Adil Mahmood's turn now. I think Sonny Bimsaria is having a word about the sight screen. Having a chat to the umpire about the sight screen, wanting it moved a little bit. Adil Mahmood is standing his ground and not moving any sight screen.
No, not happening.
Bimsaria now talking to the fielders behind the wicket. Signalling to the umpire.
Wants the screen moved.
He does.
So see one of the KCC boys running around, so I don't know if they're going to move it for them, but HKCC not even looking like moving the sight screen from this end.
Which is unusual, as the KCC bowlers were down there changing the sight screen earlier when needed. Maybe it isn't the sight screen, maybe there's something behind the sight screen.
It's hard to see from this.
You could see Jamie Atkinson coming around.
He's moving
there's
some
a trolley.
Trolley, yeah.
Okay.
Interesting.
So it's not the actual side screen, what's just next to the side screen in Bimsaria's eye line, which has now been shifted. So we should be able to go back to some cricket. Umpire just waiting until it's totally moved. Bimsaria looks ready to go.
Not doing much for the over 8 this, is it?
No, it's not at all. We've got some staff coming down now. They're out of picture. Okay, it's game on. And he lets that go through outside off stump again. That's not taken around the ankles. That was taken around the toes.
Yeah, absolutely. Which tends to suggest those slips are a little bit deep.
A bit difficult though, isn't it? Because you're getting those some other ones that are taking off at times as well. So
yeah, I'd rather the keeper be a little bit too close where you know the ball's going to carry.
Yeah.
And might hurry you than it not carrying at all. So as I say, the slips always feed off where the keeper stands, and the keeper sends a message as well, whether they're a diver or not. So first slip is quite narrow.
Bimsaria right in behind that one and defends. It's probably where Mahmood wants to be though.
Yeah, just need a period of dot balls here, HKCC. It's amazing what happens if you can just string 1 or 2 maidens together.
Mahmood charging in. Found the edge earlier of Bimsaria that fell just short of Martin Katsia at first slip, hence the conversation about that Simon's talking about, where the keeper stands, etc. Mokan just coming down, having a word to Sonny. Just be talking about patience. They've hit the loose balls for 4. Now we've got someone else just gone behind the sight screen. They've gone. It's all been roped off, and someone's just walked under the rope. Yeah, and they're working directly behind the sight screen.
Not ideal.
Adil Mahmood actually talking to them, saying, "What are you doing?" Just another short break in play. All right, we're ready to go again.
Short ball, Bimsaria thought about pulling, withdrew.
Yeah, it's certainly anything short, and the batter's going for it. But for me, you know, the tactic of bowling short is not a good one. These HKCC bowlers have got to hit that good length, get the batter coming forward and trying to nick these batters off.
See what Adil Mahmood does this time. It's Fuller. Sonny drives, but it's fielded off his own bowling.
Better length.
Yeah, that's where you need to be. You need to plug away there and a little bit back from there, and it'll come. It will.
Absolutely. It's all about mindset at this stage. You know, how patient can you be, or how greedy do you want to be? Oh, he's lost his run up.
Yeah, just backs out there.
Last ball of the over, maybe playing on his mind. You know, his 5 dot balls there. Needs to finish off the over strongly. There you go, that's the maiden.
Yeah, big exaggerated lead from Bimsaria. A good maiden there from Mahmood. Starting to build that little bit of pressure. It's got to start somewhere, and after 4 overs, Kowloon Cricket Club is 16 for the loss of no wicket.
Yeah, so we talked about bowling partnerships there. Adil Mahmood's figures, 2 overs, 0 for 1 and 1 maiden. So he really needs some support here from his other opening bowler, Ayush Shukla.
Who's gone for 14.
Who's been expensive from his 2. So I'm sure Ayush will want to turn that around as quickly as possible.
Yeah, 12 of the 14 boundaries behind square leg umpire. All off short balls.
Yeah, absolutely.
So if he gets it up there, lets the ball do its magic, lets the wicket do its magic, he'll be a chance. Keeps bowling short, he's going to keep getting put away. How does he handle his 3rd over? It's better. It tied Mo up a little bit, just defended into the offside.
So Bushy's back with us.
Yeah, he went over the nets and did a bit of bowling, I think.
Yep, our team's training over there, so I'm just hovering between here and the KCC Knights training session. Took a wicket and then I left.
Have you had any use of your birthday presents yet?
No.
So still a virgin bat?
Well, apparently we only play once a month, and I played the day before my birthday. So it's still sitting there looking good, and I haven't brought it to the nets yet.
Oh, okay.
Well, they train when I'm commentating. It makes life difficult.
Any wickets in the nets?
I got one and it's left. Nice little leg spin.
Beautiful.
Off the top of the bat.
Enough. Shukla's about to bowl.
Yep.
Mo defends into the
well
offside.
fielded.
That's a good piece of fielding.
Hand.
Luke Jones there,
Yeah.
Gully.
Absolutely.
Yeah, very good. Yeah, Simon, the 8 for 52 podcast, Bushy's trying to, starting to talk about Friday men's over 70s league or whatever it is they play in. Masters, sorry. Yeah,
Be polite.
Masters. Yeah.
Well, he's seeing all these tournaments around the world, I think. So he's probably thinking he can get on one of those gigs.
Shukla again.
Might as commentator. Don't think there's much chance of me getting out in the middle.
Yeah, I'm sure they need a media man.
Yep.
This is better from Ayush here, 3 balls.
Still a touch short. The ball's going back with the square. Really he wants to drag that batter forwards. Particularly Ayush, who has the ability to swing that ball away from the right.
That's right. And that's what he should be doing. He's putting it right up there. But at least he's got his line right. Now he needs to work on his length. Nothing short on that leg side. In he comes. That is down leg side. But not short that time. Just straying. Just struggling a little bit with his line and length. Ayush Shukla here.
Yeah. A bit disappointed with himself here at the moment. He's a far better bowler than this. Maybe just trying too hard.
Yeah, that's probably it. Defending a small total. He knows he's got a big responsibility to take wickets. He knows he's got Jamie Atkinson and Bubba Hyatt coming next, who he wants to expose. Probably just is trying a little bit hard.
That's a better length.
Yeah, that's the one. That's full. And that brings the support of his teammates as well. They know that's where you want to be. And plug away at Mo Khan's off stump. Full. Frustrate him. Get him to play that big shot.
We have seen times where Ayush does get frustrated, both either in the Hong Kong team or at HKCC. And I guess it's something that he needs to work on to bring himself back in and just settle.
You know, he's a puppy as a bowler as far as I'm concerned, so he's got lots to learn.
Rattles Mo's thigh pad there. But I'll tell you, a lot of that, he's a young man still, right?
Absolutely.
What is he, 20 or 21?
Yeah,
something
absolutely.
like that. The passion that he shows when he plays is unbelievable. Sometimes he might need to bottle that passion up a little bit, but he's when he gets it right, he can be unplayable. That's the end of 5 overs. The score is on 16 for the loss of no wickets, of course.
You know, it's part of his strengths. You know, it's a strength that can be a weakness. So the more he can be aware of how to manage that is really, really important. You know, and he's getting there. There's no doubt about it. He's made huge improvements in the 8 months that I've been around him.
Yeah.
You know, it's very exciting to see where his future might go, because he is a quality bowler.
Mahmood. Oh, Paul's gone. So that's too short. That is gone.
That's 6.
Yeah, that has gone
6.
all the way. Got on that really quickly, Bimsaria. That's too short again. And he's put that up, not quite out of the ground, but it's hit the fence on the side of the ground.
I'm glad I gave up training. Very dangerous down there. That's
Very
where the
close.
6 has gone.
Body language is quite interesting here from HKCC at the moment. It's very quiet and very flat out there, which tends to suggest that things are going very much in the way of KCC.
Well, Bimsaria was just on that in a flash. First ball of the over, Mahmood too short. What's his response? Fuller, good leave from Sonny Bimsaria there.
And this can sometimes be a result of bowling indoors a lot. You know, Adil Mahmood, I'm not sure how much bowling he's done outdoors. I know he played last weekend, but the majority of their training's indoors on AstroTurf.
Yeah.
And you can get a little bit carried away indoors with the lengths that you bowl. So for me, it's always encouraging guys to bowl a little bit fuller indoors, allowing the batters to drive as much as possible.
Yeah. He comes in.
That's the length.
Yeah, that's where he wants to
That's the
be.
length.
He's just driven him to mid-off. For a moment there, it looked like it was going to get through, but it was Nazakat Khan there, came around and cut it off, so it's no run. Mahmood will keep Bimsaria down the striker's end.
Tell you the one thing I've struggled with today is seeing players in whites. Haven't seen players in whites for a long time.
Yeah. Plenty
So,
colour clothing cricket here.
yeah.
And that's that one through again. It's a good leave. Left on height and outside off stump, that one. You're right about the field. There was some good encouragement when Shukla got the line of length right in the previous over, but this over's just flat.
Yeah, absolutely. It needs someone to step up with the ball here to try and get the HKCC boys back on task. That's the length.
Yeah, well, he found Bimsaria's edge earlier. We've spoken about it a couple of times. That fell short of Kutsia, which was lucky for Bimsaria. He needs to find that and just stick there.
Yeah.
And plug away.
I'd probably have a change. I'd probably bring Haroon on and see what he can do, because maybe just allow Ayush a little bit of time to get his emotions back in order, and see what would happen.
Mahmood. Again, leaves alone Sonny. Yeah, look, that's something they absolutely should consider. And that is the end of the over. That is 6 overs done. The score is 22, Bushy.
Yeah, earlier today joining us in commentary was Malhar Vora, captain of the Kowloon Cricket Club Saracens.
Not having the best of seasons so far, the Saracens?
Well, I'll just tell you right now, they put on 207 in their 35, and coming in at number 4, the fourth batter scored 78 off 67. Can you guess who that was?
Will Walsh.
He came in at 5.
Not Malhar.
No, Yasmin.
Oh!
Yasmin Dazwani playing for the Saracens, top scored with a 78. And she's going to be in commentary tomorrow.
Brilliant. I know she was playing out there, and that's just a tremendous effort from her. Well done indeed.
Is that Mission Road?
Yes, I do believe
I
so.
think that was out at Mission Road. Shukla. Short, cut, out. Yes, taking the catch. That's a good catch. Mo Khan will be disappointed. He'll be very disappointed with that.
Shukla's gone short. We've counselled him not to, and he has gone short again. Khan has thrown the bat at it, hasn't got it in any way, shape or form how he wanted. He tried to go over the top. All he succeeded to do is hit it straight to point.
I'm not convinced that was on purpose, that delivery. Apologies if I got that wrong, but that looked like that came out totally wrong. A bit like Dan Pascoe's wicket earlier in the day, and the batter's given him a freebie. Great catch behind backward point there by Shiv Mathur, made it look really easy. And HKCC will have a sigh of relief there, I think.
Yeah, it's a bonus wicket for them, really. We've got Bubba Hyatt coming in at 3. I thought Jamie might have come in at 3, but Bubba's going to come in now. So that's a big wicket to get Mo like that. How many did he get? Not many, 11. Called Shiv Mathur, bowled Ayul Shukla. That brings Bubba Hyatt out. Let's see about the 10-ball rule with Bubba.
Yes, 9-ball rule.
Well, it's not a 9-ball rule. Try to explain to everybody. It's a 10-ball. If you get Bubba within the 10 balls, it just so happens he quite regularly gets out on the 9th. But he also gets out on the 5th and the 4th. Let's see what he does today.
Right. Well,
he was on the 852 podcast recently. If you're out there, go back and have a listen to that interview because it's a tremendous one with Bubba and how he prepares for matches and how he thinks about it out there. We're saying there's a lot of good info for young kids about how Bubba approaches his batting.
And how he started to play the game in Hong Kong. That was an interesting part of the journey.
Azaz Khan found him.
3 6s, wasn't it?
Yeah. 3 6s, 4 6 you're out because he hit it too far over the school fence. Now he faces Shukla. And he lets go outside off stump.
You know, the whole tape ball game is a great game. Given, you know, the finances in cricket, it can be expensive to have to play it. So the tape ball avenue for some is a big plus, and it's an area that I know Mark Farmer and co are really trying to look into to see how we can access that area, because we know how much, you know, your Pakistan Indian community love their cricket. So
quite seriously, it is worth a listen to Bubba's story in the My Story episode on the 8 for 52 podcast for everyone, because it's to get to where he is today. It's quite an amazing story. Now he faces Shukla again. And he goes, you couldn't have gone harder at that. It's within the first 10 balls.
I was going to say, what ball was that? It's the second ball?
Second
third
ball.
There you go.
Not the shot that is required at this point of the match, but you're not going to change this man.
No. I actually prefer him playing positively than prodding around.
Yep.
So I'd rather him get out playing a shot like that than playing defensively.
That's what we see quite regularly with Bubba. It's the prod shot that gets him out, not the big swing.
Yeah, it's when he prods early that he can get out. It's nicely off the face of the bat into the offside. Get through for an easy single.
Yeah, so for me, it's the whole, what does playing yourself in mean to you? And that's different for different players.
Yeah.
And, you know, sometimes I think people think I've got to play some dot ball cricket to feel my way in. Well, for me, Bubba, if it's a half volley and you think you can hit it for 6, hit it for 6.
Yeah.
That's your game. And we saw that to great effect playing against the UAE when he came in and got that amazing 60.
51 off 15, wasn't it? Fastest 50 in Hong Kong.
That's what he's capable of. He's a dangerous player when he's playing at his best. He's certainly a match winner for us.
He's at the non-striker's end now. Bimsaria leaves that one through. He's leaving well at the moment, Sonny. It's just 10 off 20. Big bad Bubba Hyatt out there with him now. Scores 23 for 1. 1 ball to come in the over. Successful one for Shukla. Not the greatest delivery you will see take a wicket, but he takes the wicket nevertheless.
Absolutely.
We said on the podcast we can't really call him big anymore.
He's still
He's
big,
tall,
big and tall.
But he's strong and
God, he's fit.
And he's so fit now.
Yeah. Bimsari leaves again.
Full credit to all the players. You know, they've worked really hard on their fitness over the last 6 months, and you know, starting to appreciate how important it is for their longevity. You know, injury prevention. Touch wood. We've not had too many muscle injuries, so yeah, they're fully committed to it. That is for sure.
7 overs down, 23 for 1.
We'll keep going around the grounds today, and in 2 weeks' time on the podcast, because we just keep saying podcast, Who's our guest that week?
Sahal Malvinkar.
116 off 74.
Who's on today? Who's he playing for today?
Nomads versus the Yotters.
So he's gone back-to-back centuries, one in Sunday League, one in Saturday League, and he was actually named on the team sheet here to play today. So
exciting.
Accidentally, I would say. All right, Adil Mahmood.
Great length.
Yeah, that is, and Bubba just defends.
6 of those. That's all you need to do as a bowler on this pitch. Keep hitting that length, and something will happen eventually.
Make Bubba Hyatt do the work for you.
It's interesting looking at the field. Got a massive gap on the offside. Mid-off, slightly squarer than normal. So anything in his arc, I'd be saying go for it. Great length.
Yeah, that's well bowled from Mahmood there. You get there early to any batter and it's difficult, whether it's Bubba Hyatt or anybody else.
It's just a good length delivery. You know, he's hit the seam and it's gone away from the right-handed batter. Beautiful delivery.
Yeah, really got Bubba pushing at that, away from his body. Mahmood needs more of that. It's a bit full of Bubba leaves.
Good leave. It's something you don't see a lot of now, the leave in the game of cricket, but in red ball cricket it's such an important part of your game. You know, make the bowler bowl to hit the stumps. As soon as you start to come fishing into that 4th, 5th stump area, you might get away with it on occasions, but the bowler's always going to be interested.
And that's where Mahmood's persevering with at this point with Bubba Hyatt. He defends into the offside, into that big gap there. He's just going to take the single, and Nazakat Khan will come round and field easily. He gets 1. He goes to the non-strikers end. He's faced 7 balls now.
Speaking of Nazakat Khan, when you were over in the UAE, in Nepal, playing that Tri-Nations, and Nazakat didn't bowl. Is that a reason? Because I really liked his bowling in the All-Stars, but he didn't have a bowl over there?
He's a reluctant bowler, is Nazakat. Yeah, he's certainly someone that I'm encouraging to bowl more. You know, I love multi-skilled cricketers, but he just, as captain, sometimes puts other people before himself, which is a great quality. But there are times when he really should be grabbing the ball and saying, okay, it's my turn now.
Mahmood to Bimsaria into the offside. There was interest from behind the stumps there. He just got up a little bit off a length. They thought they were interested. The edge might have been coming. It wasn't. He gets 1.
That's good cricket. Good awareness. Bubba there as a non-striker was looking for that from very early on. I think that's just the game plan. Anything that's difficult, try to steal a single if you can, and then just wait for that bad ball to put away to the boundary.
Bubba Hyatt about to face his 9th ball. Defends. Right in behind it. A little bit short there from Mahmood. Got to use the new ball fully. That's 8 overs gone, 25 for the loss of 1.
Yeah, so if you were looking at the bowlers' pitch maps here, you'd probably be saying they've been a bit too much on the short side of things. 25 for 1. You know, far too many boundaries being struck. They really need to keep getting that ball up. Again, the batsman coming forwards.
Shukla will continue. He's bowled 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 15.
I'd be tempted to take this gully out and put him in the ring just to give the bowler a little bit more cover. I think they're bowling a little bit on the short side because of that big gap there. They're worried about getting hit through there. I think only 1 ball's gone to gully.
Another good single. Good early call from both of them. Good support for each other.
So if you had cover in there, that wouldn't have been a single.
Yeah, they allowed them to turn the strike over straight away.
You've really got to ask yourself the question: what's gully there for? You know.
Now I do apologise. That was Bubba's 8th ball. This is his 9th ball.
Okay. So once he gets through this one,
No, he gets through
gets
two more.
100, does he?
No, he gets through 2 more. He's still got to get through the 10th.
I think you mean with the 10th.
Oh,
Also, we shouldn't be saying this. He'd come back and listen to it and be terrified of his... He doesn't do that. He gets himself into the right zone.
Shukla. Fuller driven.
Was well fielded.
Good piece of
well
fielding.
fielded by Cap.
Zakir Khan.
Back from some surgery, I heard today before the game. Missed a couple of games for Sunday Elite and last week's Premier League game for Hong Kong Cricket Club. Just a little bit of surgery. All good now.
He's like in an extra cover position there.
Yeah, he's kind of in no man's land.
He's not mid off.
Yeah.
And he's not cover.
He's trying to cover too wide an area for me.
Having said that, he did stop 4 runs the previous ball.
But if you had your mid off and your extra cover in place,
Yeah.
you've covered both.
Yeah.
So you're just being a bit greedy here, HKCC.
Bubba now successfully through 10 balls.
That's good. We can all breathe a sigh
He's
of
on
relief
2.
now and enjoy his batting.
Bimsari is 12 of 23, halfway through the 9th over.
Well bowled.
Just defends into the offside.
Very well bowled. So I've been told we get an extra half an hour here today for over rates. So we
Can
go
use
till,
it.
Yeah, till 5 o'clock. So
Consciously, it was originally scheduled to start at 10. Consciously moved forward to 9:30 start for a 4:30 finish, but should give us enough light for that extra half hour if need be to up until 5 o'clock. Whereas between 5 and 5:30 would be most unlikely. Oh, he's beaten him. He's got him. He's edged it. Sharoy has given in. Bubba's walking. Bubba was walking before Sharoy gave it. Oh, that is a big loss for Kowloon Cricket Club and a massive win at this point of the game for HKCC. Shukla has got the big breakthrough off the back of his Mo Khan wicket. He's now put Bubba Hyatt back in the sheds for just 2 of 12 deliveries, more than 9, but still he's gone. He's gone for 2, Simon Willis.
Oh, yeah, and that's what he does. Ayush Shukla gets good batters out consistently. Despite him not bowling at his best today, he's come up with something special there.
Yeah, he's got it in him. He's a tremendous young bowler, and Bubba Hyatt, you see, he didn't wait a second. He's just turned and walked. He's gone. He's nicked off. That's a huge wicket. HKCC fighting hard early, 26 for 2. We've got a game on our hands.
Yeah, he's found that good length that we've spoken about. You know, the length where a batter's not quite sure whether to go forwards or back there. And Bubba, unfortunately, got stuck on the crease and has edged that one through to the wicketkeeper. So HKCC now will be very positive with Jamie Atkinson coming to the wicket. 26 for 2. They'll be hoping to get 2 or 3 more now from this position before the end of play.
Captain Atkinson out there, Bushy.
He's going to have to do a captain's knock. 26 for 2.
He wouldn't want to be out there in the 9th over. 1 ball to come in the 9th. We were talking about this off air before the game started, saying 152 might look better than it does on face value, and if you can get a couple early and expose the likes of Bubba and Jamie early, well, that's exactly what the Hong Kong Cricket Club have done, as Shukla steams into Atkinson, who defends into the offside. Now there's a little bit of noise out there from the field.
Interesting stat I heard at tea time in these 2-day games. Neither team who have batted first have ever batted a whole day.
Is that true?
Apparently so.
I thought Isaac told me one time Hong Kong did, and then managed to roll 30 wickets fell on the Saturday, other than the Sunday. But
well,
I'm not sure.
Maybe we can throw it out there for all those people that have been involved over the years.
Well, I've got the record books back from 2016 backwards. I'll go back and have a look at that.
You're the Sultan of stats.
They're not in great shape, I must say, the spreadsheets. I did have a little look because I was going to do a bit of work on them and try to tidy them up, and that went in the too hard basket very quickly. I do love a good spreadsheet, so I don't mind a challenge, but that was a little bit too much for me.
You were mentioning we might go through to 5 p.m. Here at 5 p.m, with this cloud cover, it's going to be very dark.
Well, we might have to stop for bad light, but at least we can go past 4:30 until bad light will stop us. Now we've got players behind. We've got people behind the sight screen again.
actually congregating. You can see them there behind Mahmood, and he's laughing, saying, "What can I do? It's families, families just have a nice day out. They don't even know what cricket is.
Yeah.
They're just having a lovely day. It's like we've got a queue, procession.
Maybe it's a KCC tactic. Send their families around there to delay the day.
Yeah, a little girl walking up the stairs, just having a day out, coming back from the pool area.
Maybe going up for the sun lawn.
Yeah, on the way up.
Have a drink and watch the rest of the cricket. You can do that. Come on down to KCC. The sun lawn is open.
And now we might have some play again. We do. Bimsari are on strike.
That's well stopped.
Great piece of fielding. Fincher, great piece of fielding. Mahmood won't be disappointed with that though. It's a good ball. Just got to get that little bit fuller.
How close was it to chopping on? No, we're not
No, a long way away.
Yeah.
It was a fair way away from that.
Pop
but a little bit more inside edgy, and there was every chance he was going to chop on. Oh, it's pulled straight to square leg though, just in front of square there. Kapoor, I think it is there. Sonny's eyes lit up for a second there. Just wants to be careful he doesn't do something that he doesn't have to.
Yeah, absolutely. This game's certainly moving forwards quickly today. You know, we've lost 12 wickets in a day so far. 180 runs or thereabouts. So, all in the bowler's favour at the moment.
And that one just goes a little bit along the ground. Not as much bounce there. Sonny Bimsari just lets it go through. It might have got one of those areas I was talking about where the red clay's coming up a little bit through the surface. Yep. Sonny just went down and did a little bit of gardening.
I think I heard you say earlier in the day that the wicket was a little bit too paced here.
Well, last week it was. It wasn't just too paced. It was inconsistent, poppy, and off a good length at times, just dangerous.
Okay.
Now this wicket's played 10 times better.
Yeah.
Cuts, one bounce, point fields. You know, Sonny just showing a little bit of frustration there. I have no idea why you would be a little bit frustrated, but got all the time in the world here.
I'd imagine that's why both captains wanted to bat first today.
Yeah, correct.
Given those characteristics, there's no doubt that it'll go up and down a little bit as the game goes on.
Wasn't just last week, the week before, Saturday league game the week before. It just deteriorated and deteriorated as the day went on. It was nearly unplayable by stumps in that Saturday league game. Mahmood down leg side. I don't know if there was any bat on it. There was certainly some pad on it. It's going to run all the way to the boundary. It does. Yeah, it's 4 leg byes. Sounded very paddy, and it was. Nothing for Bimsari there, but importantly for Kowloon Cricket Club, 4 more runs to them. They go to 30, and we've got 1 ball remaining till the end of the 10th over.
So 5th over here for Adil Mahmood. 0 for 9. Interesting to see how many more he bowls.
We saw KCC really push through their bowlers into long spells. But maybe HKCC have a bowling lineup where they can rotate after every 5.
Yeah, I think that would be sensible.
Well, he pulls, he misses. I think Mahmood fancies getting him on the pull shot now. The one earlier in the over, I know he went for the big 6 a little earlier, but the one earlier in the over he didn't get right, and that one's gone through to the keeper. Could have easily nicked off.
He seems to be a bit compulsive on the short ball. You know, it's the one shot that he goes for every time. Is the pull shot, so he's obviously got a bit of a reputation, and HKCC are happy to test it out.
He's on 12 and with 1-4 and 1-6, so he's faced 29 deliveries, 1-4, 1-6 on 12. There's only 2 other singles out there, so across those, what would that be? 27 deliveries. So Jamie Atkinson just running up and down on the spot, trying to get his feet moving, getting himself into the game. He's only faced the 1 ball. He knows what responsibilities on his shoulders now as one of the 2 absolute gun batters in this team. Still plenty of batting to come, but you don't want to expose it this evening if you can help it. Shukla wants to expose it. Oh, and he nearly does expose it.
Wow.
It runs off the face of Atkinson's bat. Sort of beat him in pace there, Simon, maybe.
Yeah, that tells me a little bit where the batter's mindset might be at the moment, and it's survival mode rather than scoring mode. There, he's lunged quite early and got caught a little bit with the pace of Ayush Shukla there. So I'd be very encouraged if I was the bowler here.
Yeah, too right. You'd be extremely encouraged. His tail up a little bit now, Ayush. Atkinson drives that one well. He's going to get one or misfield from Nazaka. You never see that, but it's not going to cost him anything. There's a little bit of a bad bounce as it got to him. It's just a single.
Yeah, he has got his tail up here, Ayush. You can see now he's marching back to his bowling mark, whereas in the first 2 overs he wasn't so quick. So you can tell that taking the big wicket above a higher has really motivated him now, and knows that he can maybe do a critical job for his team.
I just love watching young, emotional, passionate, quick bowlers. He hadn't been getting it right. He got one perfect to Bubba. Now he's a different bowler.
Absolutely.
Full
it's
of confidence,
how the
right?
game can change in one ball.
Full of confidence. Oh, he's bowled another good one there to Bimsaria. That was quick. Bimsaria, to his credit, did well.
Notice, because they've got the 3 slips and a gully in, Luke Jones is in gully, who's normally at point, so Shiv's been given the responsibility of, which is a very good, big position to be fielding. I saw him at the end of the other over as well. Fielded really well, but they're giving the young fella lots of responsibility because it's just him and a paddock on the offside.
And he took the nice catch off Mo Khan as well. Shukla again, halfway through this over. Shorter, Sonny goes again. They're going to keep bowling there for him every now and then. He took Shukla down there for 4 behind square before. They've given it again, he's missed it.
Yeah, we were saying how well he pivoted on those first couple, the 6 and the 4, but the last few, the ball's gone past him by the time he's pivoted. So he's going to have to speed up or perhaps tone it down a little.
Shukla's just building up some great pace from the bowling club end also.
I actually might play some mind games with him here and just stick the square leg back and see how he plays it with 2 men back, because at the moment it's a free hit.
It's Fuller. Plays that well into the onside. Fielded at mid-on. Just the 1 run. It was only, it must have been 3 or 4 weeks ago that Sonny went out there to bat in a Saturday game and went down like he was shot. And he had a back spasm and had to leave the field. Tried to stay out there for another delivery, I think, and then left the field.
I called that game.
Yeah, and came back right at the end.
Saved the innings. But yeah, he was dead in the water.
Yeah,
It's good to see him back.
Yeah, too right. Atkinson now, his turn. Defends well. That's a well taken single. That's good. Turn that strike over into that gap that you don't like there, Simon.
Yeah, absolutely. I know why they're thinking it, to try and get the batter driving through there. But for me, when you've got 3 slips and a gully, you know, you've got to work out your percentages. Where's the ball going to go most of the time? Where am I going to take my wickets? And for me, gully's a luxury at the moment. Stick him in the offside. Still got your 3 slips there ready to take the catches when they come.
11 overs gone. The score's 33 for 2. Just chasing 152, Bushy.
Yeah, Dill's going to continue. They're not listening to us. They're not resting their quicks. They're going to try to pick up a few more wickets before the end of play today.
What's Mahmoodi's bowled 5 overs, 2 metres, none for 9, so you can't really complain. One of those 9 was a 6 on one that was too short. So
yeah, but you've got bowlers. You've got Rag.
Yeah, and you've got
Luke.
Haroon.
And Haroon Ashad.
So you don't need to bowl 10 over spells, but perhaps that's the plan today.
Fincher will bowl his spin, no doubt, as well. Can use Archie.
I'd be amazed to see a spinner bowling tonight if it was me. It would be short, sharp spells, rotating them regularly, 5 over spells, keep the pressure up.
You wouldn't give Luca a ball?
Well, it depends how many wickets we've taken.
Yeah.
You know, always if you're getting into your lower middle order, you might consider it. But
Atkinson now on strike. He edges off into gully.
Oh, there it is. Only the second ball that's gone there.
Good piece of fielding from Jones. On it quick, fires it back at the stumps.
It's probably more as a 5th slip.
Yeah,
Gully.
I reckon you're right.
Which leaves that gap between point and gully, which I think that's where Jamie was somewhat aiming.
Can't be far away from Drinks, probably about another 7 or 8 minutes. Couple of overs. They'd love another one, HKCC.
Is that your drink, Spot it? Or
Huh?
is that your drinks or the players' drinks?
No, my drinks. Coincidentally, the players will go around the same time. Was that Atkinson who pulled out of that one, or did Mahmood lose his run up? I'm not sure.
He's looking at the ball here. He's not happy with the ball.
I think it was Atkinson pulled out. I think it was another side screen issue.
I think it's Mike again.
Yeah, it is Mike.
Mike doesn't care.
Nah. Mike does his job. Players can do their job. And he does a wonderful job, Mike, as well. Yeah, we're underway again.
Good length.
Yeah, well played from Atkinson. He looks looking solid after that first delivery. I think it was the first that ran off the face of his bat into gully. Than that, he's been quite confident and pushing forward and defending solidly. I want to say that. He picks up the inside edge, I think, there.
He's bowled nicely here at Dill, but kind of hasn't felt like he's going to take a wicket, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, yeah.
He's bowled well, but
found the edge of Bimsaria early.
Yeah.
That fell short.
But again, the sign of bowling in partnerships.
Yeah.
You know, he's bowled really well from this end, and Ayush has got the rewards the other end.
Yeah, whose first 2 overs or 3 overs were not of the highest standard. That's down leg side that time. Atkinson sees it go through. Yeah, Shukla's bowled the 6 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 19. I can see Haroon Ashard standing at mid-on, starting to warm up earlier in this over. He's either sending a message to his captain or he's been advised.
I think it's sending a message.
Yeah. My time.
Yeah.
Mahmood. Yeah, again, solid in defence, Atkinson.
I went and found out from the scorers. Drinks break will be at 3:45.
So 4 minutes.
One more over, probably.
Yep.
3, 4, 5.
You hold out okay, Butters, till then?
Yeah, it's fine.
Don't you dehydrate?
We'll get through it. Bushy's got me doing lead for an hour. He normally can't get lead off Bushy.
I had cricket training.
Been very generous. Been over there.
Well, they've gone down to 1 net, so they obviously need him over there.
Yeah. All right, Mahmood to finish the 12th. Again on the front foot,
Nice
solid.
shot.
This time
Nice
through. Looked like for a moment it was going to go through all the way through the field. It didn't. It's just 1. Atkinson will keep the strike. That's the end of the 12th over. It's 33 for the loss of 2.
Yeah, so the HKCC bowlers come back well here after, you know, a bad start, I'd say. You know, Adil Mahmood 0 for 10, and Ayush Shukla taking the 2 wickets. Starting to really get some consistency.
Now, Simon, I'm just looking out there. Ayush has just been taken out of the attack by Captain Kinchett, and let me assure you, he's not very pleased about it. He obviously got himself back in the zone and was more than happy to continue.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Oh, he's obviously going to get his jumper here. He's not walking off in discontent.
No, it was just quite an animated, passionate conversation between captain and young fast bowler.
Maybe the hint from Haroon doing his warm-ups has convinced the captain that now's the right time for a change. So,
and quite possibly the last over before drinks. So I see absolutely no problem with this move from Kinchett Shah at all.
no, absolutely. You know, he's bowled 6 overs. He's taken 2 wickets, Ayush, and you know, who knows? He might have to come back and play another role later in this session to take his team into a commanding position.
I love this idea because the batters have faced both Ayush and Adil. Got 1 over before drinks. Let's see what Haroon's got.
Yeah. Smart move from Kinchett. Haroon Ashard again. Very quick. Not as quick, that one. His first loosener. Jamie went for the kitchen sink, eyeing off the Chinese Army barracks or the pool pavilion, but he got none of it.
I would be disappointed there because that was very much a loosener from Haroon, and you know, Jamie's generally pretty quick on the short ball, so
I just think he thought it was going to come through quicker on him than it actually did.
yep, absolutely.
I think he's trying to pick out Jay Davidson relaxing under the palm tree down there.
I noticed that the fine leg is more of a deep square leg to Haroon,
Yeah,
which
very
is
much.
an interesting position.
It's on leg stump again. There's no run though. Square leg will cut that off.
So he's got a square leg in front in the ring, and he's got a deep square leg behind square.
Yeah.
Which tends to suggest that Haroon's going to bowl at the stumps with this field.
Try to hit Jamie's pads or the stumps.
Yeah. The only thing here is if he does get it wrong, there's no fine leg
It's
and
4
it
runs.
can be tickled away. Yeah.
Aruna Shard, what we think will be the last over before drinks. And short, that's pulled. Where's that
Straight
gone?
to the deep square.
Yeah, along the ground. The angle that he hit it looked like it was going to go for 6, but obviously didn't get all of it at all. Those trees been pruned, Bushy? They look a lot less
Maybe.
green coverage than previous. Just looking up there now.
Possibly. I
think
have
they
no
are.
idea, I'll be honest. I don't look at the trees very often.
There's
Unless
been
there's a cricket ball going through them.
Pre-winter prune, maybe.
Or the typhoon. Looking for the
No,
typhoon.
that was a long time ago. I would have noticed by now. Anyway, Bimsaria on strike. He'll face Aruna Shard for the first time. He hasn't had a lot of strike recently, Bimsaria, either. It's been Jamie dominated. He's 13 off 33. He gets through to drinks. He's done his job as the opener to this point.
Absolutely. Never easy batting up top against the new ball, particularly on a pitch that's doing as much as this one has. So, you know, to bat for an hour on it is done really, really well.
Oh, Leo Shukla's got a smile on his face. He's over it now. He's just supporting Aruna Shard, as you would expect. That's pace building up now from Haroon. Sonny just intimating that skidding off.
That's actually what David Keir said when he copped it in the ribs. He said it just skidded on me and then jumped up and got him up on the rib
Yeah.
cage.
There's one to come in this Aruna Shard over. We're past 45 now, so according to our advice, we'll be going straight to drinks after this. 2 down. Best case scenario, they would have wanted 3 or 4, but they'll be happy with 2 HKCC. And they're going to have to be happy with 2 because Bimsari's got right in behind that and defended it well. That is the end of the over. That is drinks. We're Kowloon Cricket Club at 35 for 2 after 13 overs, chasing HKCC's 152. We'll be back with you in a couple of minutes. G'day, this is Botters from the 8 for 52 podcast. Join us weekly for the news, views and interviews of all things in cricket in Hong Kong. Get us on the podcast, Apple and Spotify, the 8 for 52 podcast, the 8/52 podcast. Join us weekly.
Welcome back to Kowloon Cricket Club for the Cricket Hong Kong 2-day Premier League Fincher Shield. Aaron Bush with you. Joining us in commentary for the last session, Matt Botters-Botfield will be back shortly. And of course, head coach of Hong Kong China men's team, Simon Willis, is very graciously joining us for the afternoon session. It's been good, a good battle. First session after the innings break, Simon, and I think you'd say it was pretty even, right?
Yes, but I'd be saying if I'm HKCC here, look, if we can have a good half an hour, 45 minutes, we could be walking off this field tonight in a very, very strong position.
And vice versa, if KCC grind up to 100.
I think they'll do well to score that freely because the wicket is very bowler friendly. So for me, this last session will be dictated by how well the HKCC bowlers deliver. And
I was discussing during the drinks break with the scorers, there's still plenty of batting to come for KCC. Azaz Khan, Wakas Bakat, they got Samad Khan, Dan Pascoe, and then even the tail enders. But we're going to get underway here. Adil Mahmood will continue. And rightly so.
Great start, but again, ball's not carried to the slips. That's two now that's found the edge from this end and not carried.
So what would you do there? Would you bring them forward?
Yeah, I'd be bringing them forwards, and literally first slip would be level with the keeper, and therefore second slip would be in front of them, and that would have carried then. So for me, they've got to get their stagger right, and at this stage, I don't think they have.
Where does that call come from? The keeper, the captain?
Should come from the keeper. Yeah, the keeper should be telling them, look, I need to stand here, and I'm going to catch the ball at a certain height. So if I'm going to catch it at that height, you need to be in this position to make sure it carries through to you. So yeah, I just don't feel the ball's ever going to get to Martin Coetzee at first slip.
And Dylan again. This time slashed at it.
Oh, bottom edge.
Just chopped straight down, dribbles to the keeper.
Could easily have gone anywhere that. And, a nervy start here from Jamie Atkinson since the drinks break.
I feel like perhaps that was an attack after the ball going to slips and just falling short.
Yep. So Adil Mahmood on his way in.
Once Jamie got this time, gets more batter. A bit of bottom hand though. Doesn't carry back to Adil.
Yeah, it's a good length. Yet again, showing what he can do.
He started well here after drinks, hasn't he?
Absolutely.
Welcome back, Botters.
Thank you, Bushy.
Have you finished doing your lead? Am I taking over for the rest of the afternoon?
You're production manager. You tell me what to do.
You sit back and enjoy.
All right, I will.
Watch that replay screen. And Adil Mahmood steams in again. 3 dot balls to start with. Lofted. That could go all the way. It goes all the way. That could be into the playground. Watch out, kids.
That's 6. Yeah, poor bowling that. Too short. Jamie, as we said earlier, gets onto that short ball quickly, hits it cleanly, clears the ropes comfortably, and that's 6 runs.
Yeah, shame for Mahmood there because his first 3 were fantastic out of the drinks break. And Jamie just got all over that one.
Can only be focus. Things like that. When you've bowled 3 beautiful deliveries, to go to a short ball like that without any impetus tells me he just lacked a bit of focus there.
What's he got in return? This time driven very hard.
Shot.
Another one.
Wonderful shot.
Didn't miss out there again, Atkinson. Just driven through covers, 4 runs.
Yeah, it wasn't a half volley, as we'll see here on the replay. Wasn't a half volley, but he's got into the ball beautifully and committed to the shot on top of the bounce through the offside.
Wonderful cricket shot.
Nothing like a cover drive, is there?
Lovely to watch.
Pretty to watch.
Only thing better is a left-hander playing that shot.
Yeah, I'll give you that. Yeah,
like me.
Yeah, but you don't play that shot.
Not yet.
So you prefer watching Lara to Kohli play that shot? Is that what you're saying?
100%.
Yeah. I think left-handers in any sport.
I think
golf.
I think I've just upset about probably 70% of our audience. That's okay. You can only tell the truth. I tell you who played that shot better than anyone, in my opinion. David Gower.
Oh, now you're talking. Made it look very easy, didn't he?
Did indeed.
Okay, gone for 10 off the last 2 deliveries. and he's going to get another single. Jamie will retain the strike. A good over for KCC there, 46 for 2.
Yeah, the problem here for Hong Kong Cricket Club is with only 152 on the board, if you can't give up too many 10 and 11 runs and over at all, so you've got to bowl tight because they'll run down that 152 very quickly. They're nearly within 100 of it now.
Amazing. First 3 balls of the over, we were saying how well they started, and then the last 3 balls have gone for 11 runs. So, you know, that's where the discipline as a bowler comes in. That's where the focus comes in. You know, it's 6 balls that you have to do it for. And Haroon Arshad coming on again after his first over before drinks.
Yeah, we talked about that last over. Started with almost Jamie being caught in slips, just that they were too far back. It's a tale of two halves, really.
And that's the game of cricket. It can change so quickly. You can think you're on top and things disappear, and vice versa. You think you're out the game and suddenly you're in a winning position.
I think Mahmood's bowled his last over for a while. You've got Raj Kapoor warming up over there.
Haroon Arshad. Martin could see it standing a long way back in first slip. It's whipped on the leg side. There's going to be runs here. It could go all the way, racing away. It's just going to be cut off inside the rope. Well run, but they only just got the 2.
Again, talking about the line that Haroon's trying to bowl here with this field, you know, does give the batter freedom to score on both sides of the wicket, and excellently executed there on the leg side.
Well, if you drift onto Atkinson's pads, 9 times out of 10 he's going to put you away, and you've only got the 3 fielders out there, so it's easy for Atkinson there.
Okay, so the last 4 balls have gone for 13 runs. What's Haroon got for us?
Good times for KCC. Haroon Arshad steams in. Jamie gets a leading edge. Again, doesn't carry.
A big outside edge there. Fell well short of Kinchit Shah that time. We can't criticise them for that. Soft hands from Jamie Atkinson. Straight into the ground.
Did it come off the edge or was it the thigh?
It looked like edge from where I'm sitting. Maybe wrong.
Just the way the ball died so quickly. Just never looked like carrying to the slips.
It's a good delivery. After almost going for 4 off the first one. Good comeback. In again. Jamie gets behind this one. It's on the stumps.
Yeah, the good balls he's going to defend, and anything loose he will put away. He's got so many strengths, Atkinson. Comes down the wicket, does a little bit of gardening, a little bit of clean-up work. Umpire Sharoy Vasher just checking the front foot marks. Making his own little lines. All the paint's gone away already into the clay.
Three balls remaining in the 15th. Shard in again from the bowling green. End. It's going to get past
4
Gully.
runs. That's 4 runs.
It is 4 runs. Racing right down, bang, into our commentary position. We saw earlier that Jamie was targeting, we thought, between Gully and point, and that's the one he pulled off. Luke Jones just couldn't get down to it.
Yeah, it's just placement there from Atkinson.
Yeah, too much width here from the bowler, Haroon Arshad. Well, no, actually it was a bit straighter than we thought from that angle. So it was a well-worked boundary from Jamie Atkinson because it was on off stump.
Yeah, he just placed it through the gap. Jones threw himself to the right, but really wasn't a chance. 50 up, 52 for 2 now. 2 balls to come in this, the 15th.
They trail by 100 runs.
Exactly 100.
Little milestones.
Game on with 2 balls remaining in the 15th. It's good bat on ball.
Nice
That's
shot.
4 as well.
Beautiful cover drive again there from Jamie Atkinson.
Yeah, HKCC have got to be really careful because this could slip away really quickly in this last session today.
There's a couple of the HKCC fielders with double teapots at the moment, hands on hips, which tends to suggest they're not happy with proceedings here.
I just noticed we missed a no ball in there as well off that first 4.
Oh dear,
so that's even more
expensive.
runs.
Yep.
An extra ball that Haroon's got to bowl.
So what do we have? 11 off the last 3 balls of that previous over, and there's 11 off this.
Amazing, isn't it?
22 runs.
Amazing.
7 balls, 8 balls.
A
7
break.
balls.
We thought they were going to start well with 3 dot balls, and now everything's starting to slip away.
Just guided again. This time Luke Jones is all over it. Tried to get that gap down to our commentary position, but good fielding by Luke Jones. Cuts it off, keeps it to a dot.
Yeah, it was very well fielded there. Saved another 4. 1 to come in Haroon's over. Just looking at Haroon's body language. Needs to really rip and tear and get the right line. They've got to find a way to get Atkinson out here. He's rocketed along to 25 at a run a ball.
Yeah, he's a key player for KCC, very experienced campaigner, and he'll be wanting to grab hold of this for his team.
He's tried to go big on that one, but mistimed it and just dribbles out on the offside. So that's the end of the 15th. Another good one for Kowloon Cricket Club Premier. They are 57 for 2.
So another change in the bowling attack here, with Rag Kapoor coming on to replace Adil Mahmood after that disappointing last 3 balls of the last over. The captain's going to have to get his thinking cap on here. They're going to have to come up with some plans, because KCC are just starting to get on top.
This is a pitch that could suit the likes of Rag Kapoor, I think. If he gets his line and length right, toil away.
Yep. I think he's just got to learn from the KCC bowlers and, you know, the way that Atik bowled for them.
That's right.
Came on from this end.
Yeah.
Just tried to dot ball it up. Nothing fancy. And he got his reward. So I think that's the one lesson here for the HKCC attack, is that they just haven't been able to build consistent pressure. When they have, Ayush Shukla took the 2 wickets.
And we saw that in the first innings, where 27 consecutive dot balls between Atik Iqbal and Dan Pascoe really put these screws on the batting lineup for HKCC. Rag Kapoor, 1 outside off, left alone.
Called a wide.
2-day game wide. That shows how wide that first ball was from Rag Kapoor. A nervous start.
Yeah, real loosener from Kapoor there. Time is not the friend of HKCC here as far as runs are concerned. They haven't got the time to be able to bowl bad balls. They need to be on the money.
This time onto the thigh pad, onto the
2
hip.
runs here, I think.
At least. They're going to come back. Jamie turns around and says yes.
Just pulled around the corner there from Sunny. It's 2 runs, so Kapoor's first 2 balls were a wide outside off and then straight onto the leg. So he needs to get it right. He needs to get it right quickly for the sake of HKCC here.
So I didn't hear your predictions for this game in the podcast, gents. What were your predictions this week?
I can tell you exactly. I tipped Kowloon Cricket Club for these reasons. To me, the HKCC batting lineup was stronger, but having watched these wickets for the last couple of weeks, I rated that Jay Davidson and Atik Iqbal on this wicket would be very, very difficult to play and have the ability to go through them. And for that reason, I tipped Kowloon Cricket Club. I did clearly say without confidence, but that was my theory, and at this point, it's holding up.
I picked HKCC.
Interesting. Interesting.
Look, we've still got a very long way to go in this match, and I'm not giving it to Kowloon Cricket Club at this point in time.
No, the lads will tell you that I was very honest, that I went KCC.
Yeah.
And that was again on what I'd seen in the first, in the 2 previous weeks in club cricket and the pitch.
So we were very similar in our thinking.
Yeah, I just felt that the bowling attack of KCC was had a little bit more depth to it, shall we say.
That's exactly why I fell on the side of KCC as well.
That one from Rag stayed very low. It was wide, but stayed low.
Lots of cricket to be played here, though. So either team is still capable of winning this match, which is great for everybody watching.
Well, if they can pick up a wicket soon, HKCC, that'll bring probably Azaz Khan to the wicket. Then you've got Samad Khan on debut, the young fella. But at the moment, Bimsari and Atkinson are doing a great job.
Yeah, I've just got to find the combination here, HKCC, to get those maidens. I'm not sure how many maidens they've actually bowled. I think Adil Mahmood may have bowled 1 or 2, but I'm not sure too many of the other bowlers have. So 3 overs.
Adil's bowled 2 and Ayush Shukla's bowled 1.
Yeah. So.
Whereas Iqbal bowled 8 across his 14 or 15 overs.
Big edge. Oh, it's on the inside. I thought it was flying to slips there for a second. So did the slips, Gordon.
So did I, actually. It's just trick of the eye from where we're sitting in our location.
Oh,
it looked like it was flying off.
I'm not going mad.
No. It did look like that for that split second, and then you saw it come out to the leg side.
The way he angled the bat,
yeah.
where the ball was, expecting it to go to Kinchit or Martin, and went out to square leg. Anyway, good delivery from Rag. He's slowly honing in on after that wide to start with. It's been a pretty tidy over. Good fielding again. Ends it off. 5 dot balls to end the 16th. KCC 60 for 2.
Looks like Atkinson's going to get some new gloves here.
Yeah. So 3 maidens in 16 overs, 18%. So on the theory of what I was talking about earlier, 25 to 30% in maidens, you're on top in the game. So probably a really good example there to the HKCC bowlers where they've been letting themselves down.
It's holding up, yeah. The theory itself is holding up. Atkinson 25 off just 26. Bimsaria 15 off 41.
So here we go. Change in the field, possibly. Lots of discussion going on between captain and bowler here. They definitely changed the field, so the deep square leg that they had for Jamie is now more of a fine leg. So
You just can't be short to Atkinson. Can't be short.
Well, in theory, the one that he... Oh, no, he's changed it. There you go. So Raj Kapoor was in the wrong position.
There we go. Haroon Ashad bowling the 17th from the bowling green end. Jamie Atkinson on strike. Whips it around. They do have protection, so it'll just be the single. I just wanted to quickly point out
that another no ball just been called down.
Oh, can't be giving them away. Jamie's going at 96 as a strike rate, and nobody in the HKCC innings went even close to that. The highest was Nazakat 16 off 22, which was about 76. So these runs that Jamie are putting on and putting on quickly is putting a lot of pressure on HKCC.
Yeah, very much. He's taken full advantage of the 4 balls. He really has. When it's been there, he's put it away. 3 boundaries and a 6. But he's turned the strike over as well.
I think he's just being very positive. Whether he's defending or attacking, he's being decisive. It's probably a better word.
Yeah.
He's got a clear game plan and he's sticking to it.
Shard in. That one's a legal delivery, so it'll be the first of the over, and they get a single to a wide mid-off.
I like what Sonny's doing here as well. He's playing his role.
Speaking of sunny, we've actually got some sunshine.
Blue sky as well now, broken through.
That's good for the light, if we're going to have to play through to 5. Can't see it on the screen because we're in shadows here, but one player is in some sunshine at backward square leg. Jamie back on strike. Haroon Ashad. Positive.
It's well run. It's very well run.
Yeah, you said positive it was. It was out there on the front foot, trying to dictate terms. Taking the singles, these two. Rotating that strike.
So just looking out on the field, I'm seeing a variety of different cricket jumpers out there. We've got the traditional woolen cricket jumper and the more modern polyester style. Where do you sit as a cricket enthusiast?
Much more on the traditional, the woolen.
Yeah.
Very much so.
Same here. It was a big debate in the UK when they changed the to names and numbers on white clothing for championship cricket.
Rashad again. Sunny on strike this time, drives positively. Nizaka not going to have a shy, and obviously you're not going to want my opinion on the jumpers, because you two are having a woolen love-in over there. But I prefer the one that's a bit lighter.
Oh, okay, interesting. Anshuman Rath is wearing the one that I'd like to see. Traditional wool jumper with the colour combinations, very smart.
Well, that's the vest, right? It's not got the sleeves on it. It's just the
sleeveless. Yeah, that's it.
That's okay. I mean, when you get into the full one, it's a bit long and heavy. It's hard to field.
You don't say that in England in April, trust me.
Well, it's not my fault the weather's rubbish in the UK 11 months of the year, but all right, here we go. We've still got half an over left of the 17th. Jamie's back on strike. All right on the toes. Well played. No run.
Yeah, it was well bowled there from Haroon. Got that right up in the block hole, and Atkinson had to really dig it out. The first slip, Martin, that's the traditional.
Yep. And the wicketkeeper's wearing the more modern version with less colour on it.
Yeah. Definitely could see her in Archie's.
You know, we're commentating the long form of the game when we're down to jumpers with an hour to play.
In the UK, you'll be talking about cakes and things like that, you know. Get samples sent round. And
don't get that service here.
Certainly don't.
Bring your own Red Bull.
Yeah.
In comes Haroon. 4 off the over so far. Again, it's full,
what a shot.
but that's a great shot.
Beautiful
That's going
shot.
all the way. Oh, no, it's not. It's pulling
slowed up. Just slowed up. Oh.
That's really well fielded if stayed inside.
It's well run, though, by Jamie Atkinson. 3 runs
there.
there.
Gets 3 from it. It was a lovely shot. A little bit too full there from Haroon. Atkinson reacted quickly and just punched it down the ground.
I think I'd be taking Haroon off after this over. He's gone for 20 off 3, which is far too many runs in these conditions. I see Luke Jones is warming up. Saw Ayush jumping around as well. So I think the captain's got to try and come up with something from this end, because it's not working at the moment.
No, it's certainly not. And Luke Jones is well worth a chance up there at the bowling club end. At 68 for 2, with only 152 on the board.
Final delivery of the 17th.
Oh, goodness me.
Bit of pace. That's the end of the 17th. KCC 68 for 2.
Yeah, if you don't bring Jones on now, you're probably not going to bring him on at all, because if this keeps up, before you know it, they're going to be 60, 70 to win, and they can be off and gone at 2 down, right?
Absolutely. You know, it's momentum has shifted to KCC at the moment. This HKCC attack is looking a little bit exposed.
We discussed it last over, and I think perhaps what HKCC need to do, Rag Kapoor with Luke Jones, do the Iqbal Pascoe thing, just shut it down, stop the scoring, put some pressure on these two out in the middle.
They need to find control, and that's whether that's by not over-attacking with your field placings or by finding your right combination with your bowlers. They've got to try something. So here we go, Rag Kapoor.
Jamie tried to go big again.
Short again.
Just didn't get onto it.
Yeah, didn't get the timing right on that one at all.
Thing is here, it's not a massive boundary this side, so even a half hit can go for 6. So it's a brave bowler to try and bang it in from this end.
Well, especially Kapoor's pace as well. He hasn't got the same pace that Shukla's got.
Absolutely.
His best chance is the nick off or the mixing the pace.
Got it there, perhaps. Yes, the finger goes up. Nicks off just as you called it, Botters, and the 3rd wicket falls for KCC. They're 68 for 3.
I've joined the Nostradamus Club. of Simon Willis. That's exactly what Kapoor needed to do. Get it up there, give it a chance, and get Atkinson nicking off, and that's exactly what he's done. And that's a huge wicket for the Hong Kong Cricket Club. Having a look at the replay here, gets it full. Oh, Jamie, one hand off the bat. Yeah.
Inside edge, another one today.
Yeah, we saw Atkinson benefit from it when he took that great catch before.
What
but
would
today,
be the greatest delivery Rag's ever bowled from a line point of view?
But at least he put it up there, right,
absolutely.
and gave it a chance.
It's the length. The length was crucial.
Now, Azaz Khan's not coming in at 5. Samad Khan is coming in at 5.
So is this the debutant?
Yeah, outside of his Hong Kong under-19 national games, this would be the biggest match Samad Khan has played in, debuting today. Still part of the under-19 setup, of course, and he comes out to join Sunny Bimsaria.
Well, what an experience. We saw 15-year-old Shiv Mathur earlier playing in this game, and now we've got KCC's version. So really looking forward to seeing how this young man copes. Not an easy place to bat, number 5, as a young player. You know, coming in 68 for 3. How do you approach it? Do you play positively, or do you try and soak up pressure and hang in there till the end of play? So it's going to be really interesting to see how he approaches it and what his team have asked of him.
Yeah, and a difficult time of day to come in as well. Really difficult at 68 for 3. KCC in front of the game at the moment as it stands, but they still need 84, okay, to square it up. That's a long way away, and you've got no Atkinson, you've got no Bubba anymore, okay?
Even Stephen for me now,
yep.
68 for 3. The wickets were crucial, and, you know, fair play. HKCC have taken that crucial wicket.
Do you think this is strategic from KCC, keeping Azaz Khan perhaps doesn't have to bat tonight?
No, this would be the order they put together. They wouldn't send a young bloke out in front of Azaz unless it was the game plan. Round the wicket to the left-hander.
Yeah, I have a little bit of insight into that one. Azaz was asked whether he would like to bat 5 or 6, and he said after bowling that spell, can I bat at 6? So, yeah, I don't think it's strategic.
There you go. It was a big spell. He put in a lot of effort, and his shoulder held up well, which is good.
Absolutely.
For you.
100%.
Rag around the wicket again. Bat on ball this time for Samad Khan. No runs, though.
If you were going to play what you're suggesting along the lines of a night watchman play, you wouldn't be sending in Samad Khan as night watchman. You'd be sending in Atiq Iqbal, for example.
Absolutely.
Out there. It's a really tricky time for young Samad to come out and bat.
Absolutely. If I was HKCC here, I'd be all over him.
Yeah.
You know, the fact that Raj coming round the wicket is a great sign, because he's going to make the batter have to play as many deliveries as he can, rather than coming over the wicket where the angle might allow him to have the choice not to play.
What are we now? 4:18. We can play until a maximum of 5 o'clock, it's been said. Is that correct?
That's right, yeah.
Okay, so we've got 40-odd minutes, 42 minutes, say, to bat through.
Rag, final delivery. Almost gets the edge, but that is a wicket maiden for Rag Kapoor.
Yeah, that's it's a really big wicket of Jamie Atkinson there. 68 for 3 after 18. You know, Rag's come on there, 2 overs, 1 for 3. Doing the job that we spoke about when he came on, similar to Atif for KCC. I reckon they're going to be 5 down at the end of play.
Well, you might be right. We've still got 40 minutes to play, and I'll tell you what's interesting. They were bringing Luke Jones into the attack, but now they're not. So with the fall of that wicket, they're going to go back to Shukla, and I'll tell you what, that's the right play from Kinshid Shah.
100%. You know, new batter in, pressure, because Bimsaria hasn't faced many deliveries recently. So for me, this is 100% the correct play, and I know Ayush was hinting that way as well. So we've got a big 40 minutes coming up here.
Yeah, 2 right we have, and good flexibility. Jones not coming on. They're going back to the young spearhead quick Ayush Shukla.
Shukla to Bimsaria, wrapped on the pads. Only a half-hearted appeal. They get 3 for a leg by.
And that'll bring Samad Khan down to face Shukla.
No leg by, so there's a bit of bat on that one.
It's been that sort of day, hasn't it, where you see a partnership just starting to establish, and then suddenly one of the in-batters is gone. And, you know, by the end of play tonight now, HKCC will be wanting them to be probably somewhere around 90 for 5 at worst.
Could be.
You know?
Could be. We're not going to get the full overs in.
Yep.
There's no doubt about that. We're going to get in 40 minutes if the light stays good, and the light is very good at the moment. So Samad Khan now to face his first delivery from Shukla. Just well outside off stump, he lets that go through.
The keeper's taking that down by his shoes there, so you know, I'd be pushing them up, get up, you know, first slip, second slip, and the keeper go up another yard. You know, it doesn't matter if you drop it, just make sure that it carries at this stage of the day.
Yeah, well, Shukla's going to be bowling, of course, to the left-hander across his face, probably being able to get some movement back into him as well. He's going to come around the wicket now, umpire Sharoy Vasher is saying. Bowling into his body, looking for a bit of movement away.
Shukla around the wicket. Shoulders, arms. Let's go through chest height.
Yeah, left on height and outside off stump. Showing good composure at the moment, Samad Khan.
Yeah, absolutely. It's amazing what a wicket does, isn't it? It was quiet as a mouse out there for the last 3 or 4 overs since drinks. Take a wicket. And now suddenly it's all a little bit more vocal from the HKCC fielders.
Yeah, the old saying, 1 brings 2 and 2 brings 3. And
absolutely.
They're up and about in the field now.
Shukla for his 4th delivery. He's prodded back to the bowler.
It's solid in defence.
Played nicely, got him behind the ball.
Yeah. No thought for half a second of any pull shot, just in behind the line, defend.
Absolutely. It's a horrible time to bat this, 40 minutes before the end of play.
Zero upside.
Absolutely. And you've got to start again. If you do get through, you've got to start again in the morning. It's really, really tough.
But it's worse if you wake up in the morning and you know you can't start. You've got to watch.
Correct.
And that's what these two are fighting for at the moment, the right to be there in the morning.
Shukla to Samad.
Oof, that's a brave leave. That's come back a long way from outside off stump, going over the top of middle, and the keeper's taken that well down the leg side by the time it's gone through.
They say that any leave that doesn't hit the stump's a good leave, so we'll put it down as a good leave, but yeah, you're right on the angle. It did come back a long way, and we saw that was where Kinshit got out earlier, wasn't it? Trying to leave, and it flicked arm, glove or bat, we're not exactly sure, and went back on, and very similar to that. All of a sudden, Shukla's figures are 2 for 20 off 6.5.
This is the 1 run off the over so far, and he's got a wicket.
There it is.
Right through Samad Khan, and the 4th wicket falls for KCC. They're 69 for 4.
Yeah, that's well, it was lined up with the ball before, wasn't it? And then that one's come back in on the angle again, but that one's hit the stump, Simon.
Absolutely. As we see here on the replay, Shukla coming around the wicket to the left-hander, going direct at the stumps, hitting off stump.
Top of off.
Can't complain about that. Absolute beauty. I feel for the young man. Really difficult situation to come in and a bat. And now, look at the game. Changed.
Yeah.
You know, 69 for 4. HKCC tails are up. And KCC have got a tough little period of 35 minutes to bat.
Yeah, but the biggest thing now is they do get a look at Azaz Khan tonight in this last 40 minutes, or what is it now, 37 minutes of play. Oh, this game's on an edge now. Bimsaria doing a great job out there. The opener's still there. He hasn't scored that many, but he's out there.
Yes.
And he's joined by Azaz.
This is a huge partnership. You know, I think you got Wakas Barkat next. Dan. And then you start to get, start to get into that lower middle order. So for me, these two need to get through tonight to allow those guys a fresh start in the morning.
You've got Daniel Bakari will probably come in next.
Okay.
So they bat deep. They've got Danielle batting at 7. He'll probably be followed by Wakas. But all of that could change depending on what happens tonight. You might actually see Atiq Iqbal being sent in if there's another wicket in, say, 20 minutes' time. So,
well, Azaz has got a little bit to do with the bat after the shot that he played last game that I was here. Don't know if you were here. USRC last week, I think it was. And he didn't last very long, shall we say. Big shot up in the air.
Raj Kapoor to continue from the pavilion end.
Oh, that's a hell of a catch off the thigh.
Off the thigh.
Immediately signalled
Good
off
coverage
the leg.
that by the keeper there down the leg side.
Sonny's immediately saying, what the hell's going on, fellas? That clearly hit my thigh
I
pad.
wonder if we've got a replay for that at all. Interesting to
Kapoor
see.
very excited. And they are up and about. That was a very enthusiastic appeal. And
There was definitely a deflection, but the umpire was quick to say off of the thigh pad, so I'm sure that
I
that was
don't
true.
mind that from HKCC. They've got themselves back in the game. They're enthusiastic. Rag Kapoor's all over it. All of a sudden, Ayil Shukla's gone from bowling not very well in the first 3 overs to 3 for 20. Just reaching there, Bimsari, a little bit.
This is why this longer format is such a great game, because the ebbs and flows you get during the day is fantastic.
Sorry again. Cuts
Ooh,
hard,
that's a bad
cuts
ball.
well.
It's a bad ball.
That's 4 runs.
Put away well by the batter.
Yeah, it was. I'm just looking there. Waqas Barkat just picking up and fielding. Hasn't got the pads on, so Bakari must be coming in next, or a night watchman's getting ready to come. Yeah, it wasn't a great delivery, but you still got to put it away, and Bimsari did. Found the gap, 4 runs.
Certainly looks like he favours the back foot, Bakari, with the scoring shots that he's played today. So it's now about how Rag Kapoor bounces back from that poor delivery.
Yeah, Bimsari goes to 22 now. Drives. It could go all the way as well. He's going to go all the way. Back-to-back boundaries for Sunny Bimsaria. It does. Fielder does his best to make it, but he can't get there. Shiv Mathur with the big chase. Wasn't quick enough. 2 fours in a row for Sunny Bimsaria. And just as the pressure was building massively, there's a little bit of a release for Kowloon Cricket Club there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's bowlers were getting on top. Rag Kapoor starting to go for the stumps rather than doing what he did well, which was just bowling those dot balls and building pressure, and leaked 2 boundaries. So all to play for here.
Can he get it right this time? He's short. Oh, Sonny pulls out of that. He's been pulling anything that was in that area, but that was just a little bit outside off, and he did well just to withdraw.
Yeah, too high that one. Watched it well, let it go. 1 ball left in the over.
Just gone past the halfway mark now, actually. They're on 77, trailing by 75 now.
It's well bowled.
And they've lost 4 wickets in the process.
Yeah, so that's the over.
20
Done.
gone, 20 gone, 77 for 4.
So Shukla striding in from the boundary, wanting to bowl this next over. After bowling his first 2 overs of the game pretty poorly from his standards, is now looking like the wicket taker for HKCC.
Yeah, and the form he's showing right now and the passion that he's got running through his veins and the confidence is very hard to bet against him. And he's bowling to Azaz Khan, which is the big wicket now.
Absolutely, and like any batter, your first 20 to 30 balls are always your most challenging. So for me, Ayush, it's it's all about asking those right questions.
Especially when you're coming out and facing your first one at 428 against the fired-up Shukla with 3 slips, a gully. They've left cover totally vacant for him to have a go on the basis they might pick up the edge. So this is going right down to the wire here this afternoon.
No, it's not always about big scores and flat pitches. This has kept everyone interested throughout the day, so it's been a great day's cricket.
Shukla in. 3 wickets to his name already. Wide outside, so just easily left by Azaz Khan.
Nice one for Azaz to have a look at first up.
Any scores from any of those matches, Bushy, today?
Which
just
ones?
I just wondered if Botters was going to get any people back on your podcast from today's results.
I'll have a look for the Saracens after Yasmin Daswani's massive 78.
It must be favourites at that point, you'd think.
Shukla this time.
Well bowled.
Really squared up Azars there.
So Azars won't be lunging forwards here. He'll be sitting on the crease a little bit, so you can afford to be a little bit fuller. He'll be conscious of the short ball.
Big Adil Mahmood coming in, just welcoming Azars to the crease, just having a little chat. Haven't caught up for a while. Azars didn't seem to reply.
Yes.
Shukla. This time well defended by Khan.
He's asking all the right questions here at the moment, Ayush. Hitting that good length, bringing that batter forward. That's all he needs to do, because eventually something's going to happen.
The game's still going, Simon. At the moment, Craigenauer hung C 80 for 2 in the 18th.
Oh, okay.
Chasing what?
208, I believe.
Should be a good game, that one then.
It's going to be dark by the time they finish, but continuing here, bashed into the old pitches, dust flies up. Well fielded by Shiv at point.
Very confident defence there, Azars. I don't think Azars feels pressure in any way, shape or form. He'll just go out there and he'll do Azars Khan things. He'll bat. If it's there to hit, he will hit it. He won't be flustered in any way, shape or form. 77 for 4.
This is all about bragging rights for our national boys. I've been talking about this game all week. So
I have no doubt that's the case.
Shukla, fifth delivery, beats everything.
Can't do any more than that.
Well, well, well. What a delivery that one. Let's just watch the replay here. Shukla charging in. Azars moving forward, just
that's a beauty.
Pokes at it and misses it straight through to the keeper. Could have easily nicked that one.
So 3 for 20 off 7.4 overs now. When you think how many runs his first 2 overs went for, he's got 3 for nothing.
Absolutely right.
Shows the quality of the player.
The comeback has just been enormous.
2 balls left in the over. Whipped away on the leg side.
Oh, wow. The old man, Adil Mahmood.
I tell you, if Adil Mahmood was lying on his side, throws it back in, if that manages to hit the stumps, Azars Khan is out.
Absolutely.
It was just a wonderful piece of fielding. Threw himself to his right, had a throw at the stumps, and if it hits, Azars was gone.
It was like watching slow motion. Somehow he got to the ball. Azars didn't move, and the throw came in, and like you say, if it hit the stumps, he was gone.
Yeah, he was gone a mile. He wasn't even trying to get back. He was just in a position where he just had to watch what was happening. And
absolutely convinced that Azars thought the ball had gone past Adil, the way he reacted.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Anyway.
Great piece of fielding.
Yeah, it was. Late in the day as well. Still trying hard. 4:33 it is now. 27 minutes to go.
I was right. The ball before was the 5th delivery. That was the end of the over. Our overlay's not quite caught up. Rag now will continue into the 22nd. Strays down leg.
Oh, they'd kill for another wicket tonight, the Hong Kong Cricket Club.
Definitely. So you go, Martin Curtsey coming down to pass on some advice here. Just to calm the young man down. Realises that leg side delivery probably trying a little bit too hard to take a wicket.
It's set on the screen before, if anyone's noticing. The minimum overs required today is 15. That won't be happening because we can't play past 5 p.m. Hong Kong time.
Rag full. Punch to mid-on. Zucker does the fielding.
Which is now 26 minutes away.
So we've probably got about 6 or 7 overs, max?
Yeah. Yeah. Unless they go to Jones for a couple of them and then...
Yeah, I don't see that happening tonight. I think they're going to push harder with the seamers.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think Shukla will want to be removed from that end at this point at all.
Be a brave man trying to take the ball out of his hand, that is for sure.
Right, Kapoor stands up there, Sonny.
I could see Adil Mahmood having another go from this end after Rag at some stage.
Yep, even if it's just 1 or 2 right at the death. Getting a little bit darker now. Still fine for playing cricket, but noticeably darker than it was.
Yeah, just
10,
the sun
15
going
ago.
down,
Yeah.
the shadows are starting to creep over the ground now. It's very well bowled.
After this over, gentlemen, we'll go round the grounds and have a look at Saturday Championship. Got a few games on today, so we'll check in with the scores. This is dot ball pressure continues from Hong Kong Cricket Club here in the Fincher Shield. Two balls remaining in the 22nd. Kapoor put some effort into that one, but just chopped straight out to point. Shiv picked that one up.
Yeah, Sonny just showing his defence earlier in the over. Tried to be more attacking there, but just found himself hitting it straight to point. 5 dots means it's a chance of a rare maiden for Hong Kong Cricket Club. Kapoor's been good. Taking a wicket, just giving up the 11. Here he goes. Bolster Bimsara, who lets it through. It is the maiden over. That's it. 77 for 4 at the end of 22.
Right, let's have a look around the ground, shall we? The Asqua Little Saiwan leaders are playing the India Club Suryas. Saturday Div 2, I believe.
Both of us tipping Suryas in that.
And we're not doing very well.
No,
then.
we're not.
Little Saiwan leaders put 169 on in only 30 overs, so they were bowled out before their 35. But Suryas, 81 for 7. Ouch. Right, let's have a look at this one. It's the Witherers versus Kaitak. And Kaitak probably going to struggle to get to that total of 227 for victory. They're 136 for 3 in the 27th.
Can see Chris Ryan in the runs there again, as well as Partha Southari.
He's always in the runs, isn't he?
Always on our leaderboards, those two.
And the Nomads versus the Yotters. Yotters are 99 for 4 in the 18th, needing 292.
Who got runs up there?
You know who got runs up there.
Oh, Melvin Carr.
Yep.
That's right. Shukla in.
Crossley swatted for... No, fielded, sorry. Thought that was going racing to the boundary.
Yeah, it looked like it was going to go straight, but it hit straight to Mahmood.
Yeah, hit it down into the ground.
Now in our defence, it doesn't look so dark on the screens, but it's rather dark looking out. And also my angle, I'm making excuses now, but Azaz Khan and Adil Mahmood were in a line from where I'm standing. So I thought, well, that's going straight through mid-wicket.
Look at that Witherers game. Matt Rosley brought up his ton as well. A lot of them must have been a big partnership. They've done well, the Witherers up there.
It was 187 run partnership.
All right. Shukla now.
Oh, didn't carry. Mid-on didn't react.
I'm not sure. It did carry, I think. Did it not just?
Didn't look like he didn't react early enough. Ball was in the air for a while.
Yeah, it really just ballooned up there.
Yeah. Definitely an opportunity.
Is that Haroon Ashad?
Yeah, whether he was expecting the ball to come to him at this stage of the game. 25 minutes left in the day. Fielder's got to be fully focused here.
Are you putting that down as a chance in your book?
Well, it's got to go down as a chance for mine.
So
Azaz Khan dropped on 0. Even if it didn't carry, I'm still putting it down because it should have carried. Should have been out of the blocks a little bit quicker, Haroon.
Yeah, lacked anticipation there.
Well, that could be very costly. 75 to win. Just stalled here at the moment. KCC on 77.
Just feels like something's going to happen.
Doesn't it? It really does. We're getting late in the day. Now getting into that. Just need to hang on till stumps time.
Shukla, and this time runs, gets off the mark.
Should be 2.
Tell you what I am noticing is that as the sun has gone away, the outfield is really slowing up. Like during the middle of the day, that sort of shot would probably race down to the training nets.
Yeah.
That one's just pulled up for a 2. Some more troubles, just more difficulties batting at this time of the day for KCC.
Gets Azaz off the mark with that double. They're going to take a slip out and move in to plug that cover area. Anshuman Rath making the move there.
This time of year, would you get a dew in Hong Kong like we do in the UK, or is that?
Can. Not as regular as the UK.
Yep. I was just wondering the condition of the ball. If it is slowing up due to dew, then would the ball be affected at all?
Shukla. Oh! What's happened there?
Nicked it through first slip by the looks of it. Keeper and first slip.
Yeah, it's hard to tell just from our angle, but my immediate reaction was he's nicked off between keeper and slip, right?
Yes, yeah.
Well, that's where the ball's gone, because I couldn't keep track on that.
Umpire's not sure because he's not signal. Yeah, he has. Yeah. There you go. He's nicked it through the keeper and first slip.
That's what it looked like. It was a quick delivery. Oh,
keeper's gone the wrong way.
Yeah, he's
Keeper's
going down
leg side.
Shakir was going leg. It's hit the outside edge.
Yeah, it's got drawn in. Unfortunately, it's leg cutter. Keeper's gone for the angle. Rather than holding his line.
It was some sort of ball, wasn't it?
Ended up being a regulation nick. Yeah.
So Azaz Khan, that goes down as another chance.
2 catches.
1 on 0, 1 on 2. In the same over.
Yep.
Wow.
That can change matches, right? Simple as that.
Wow. Anything's possible here at the moment. It's been an interesting last session.
19 minutes remaining maximum. Shukla with the final delivery of the 23rd. Bat on ball this time. Gets through Adil. Got to get through for a single, and Azaz will retain the strike. 23 overs done. KCC 84 for 4, trailing by 68.
Well, what an eventful over that was. Azaz Khan probably should have been out twice, let's say.
Yeah, probably doing some heavy lifting there. Should be out.
Yeah, I think it's probably more correct. Should have been out twice and wasn't. You take a big wicket like Azaz Khan with less than 20 minutes to go into the day's play. You're either bringing out Daniel Bakari at number 7, who's making his 2-day debut for KCC. Anything's possible.
Certainly is.
Sunny Bimsaria doing a great job. He's still out there after opening the batting. He's on 26. Azaz Khan somehow found his way to 7. Rag Kapoor's going to continue pushing.
Rag Kapoor coming off a maiden. Gets another dot ball.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be hard to take the ball out of these bowlers' hands at the moment because there's something going on pretty much every over.
Yeah, well, you're not even thinking about taking Shukla off because he just won't let you. And Kapoor's going well himself. He's 1 for 11 off his 4 overs. Just only bowled 1 ball in this over.
Bowled.
Let go from Azaz.
So playing his role beautifully here, Rag Kapoor. Just running in, hitting a length hard through to the keeper. Not trying to be too greedy.
We've spoken about it all afternoon, Simon, about bowling partnerships and how important they are, and the fruits of the labour are coming now.
Absolutely. These two are good mates as well, so...
Slower ball. Takes a lot of pace off that. It's a huge shout. Azaz Khan's putting his hands in the air.
Here we go. Let's have a look at the replay.
A lot slower, that one.
Telegraphed it really early.
Oh, it's way too high.
High and outside the line.
Yeah.
Too much doubt there for sure.
Yeah, a lot of excitement.
Right decision by the umpire for sure.
A lot of chat going on. It's definitely correct decision. On the replay, it wasn't close actually. But good innovation from Rag there. Throws in the slower ball. It did beat Azaz, but it wasn't out.
Umpire Venkat, very experienced. Making a great decision. A correct decision, and Rag Kapoor continues.
Way
Oh,
outside off
that's
start.
as wide as the one he gave earlier. Got away with that one, Rag.
Just trying a little bit too hard there and dragged it down.
2 balls left in the over. And I think Shukla will be happy to have a bowl at Bimsaria.
Kapoor, driven.
No
Well,
run.
Good fielding. Just having a look. The last time any runs came off Rag Kapoor was back in the 20th when he went for those 2 fours from Sunny, and since then it's been a dot ball fest.
All the way through.
Fantastic.
He's done a good job. He's doing a good job. He's got 1 more ball in his 5th over. And that one goes safely through untouched.
Done his job. So Shukla coming on now.
Can have another crack at Bimsaria. He's bowled 5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 11. As you say, he's done his job.
And the 11 was back-to-back fours in 1 over.
Yeah, that's right.
So everything else has just been pretty much bang on from Rag. Well bowled, and that's the one thing, you know, you two were talking about picking KCC. Exactly the same reason for me is that the bowling and batting lineup just doesn't stop. You think, okay, I've got through a Yush, I've got through a Dill. Oh no, here comes Rag. Oh, here comes Haroon. Oh, now there's Luke Jones. So it's going to be a great battle tomorrow if we get through as it is.
It could be a nail-biter.
Yeah, 84 for 4 after 24.
KCC would be happy here just to walk off 90 for 4 at the end of play.
Shukla in again. Fast, full, and driven to mid-off.
I think they'd be happy walking off 84 for 4, to be honest. It's the second number that matters, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Just don't want to lose these two. Bimsaria has done a really good job opening the innings. He's still out there. Azaz Khan should have been out twice in the last over. Shukla now gets a real red-hot go at Bimsaria as we go. It's less than 15 minutes left of the day's play.
He's just stretching a little as we get late in the day. He's into his 10th over now. Bowling to Sunny. Sees it well onto the bat again. Hits it to mid-off.
He's found his length now, hasn't he, in this spell. He's bowled a lot of short balls in his first spell. Hasn't even looked like bowling a short delivery. He's got his tail up, that is for sure.
I know Sonny was pretty solid in defence on that, but I'm not sure that his footwork followed his head. And you've got to be real careful with Ayush, because if he gets one to bite and zip, nick.
And he is stretching again. He's getting tired.
Bit of cramp maybe starting to creep in.
Cold weather coming in.
No, yeah, you're not the best at drinking water either.
He's steaming in again. Shuffle from Sunny. Sees it again. Hit to mid-off. Even.
He worked hard, Bimsaria. You'll want to get through to stumps. Give him a chance to be out there again in the morning.
So for Yush's cramping up, would you bring back Haroon from 1 more over from the other end, or just get Ayush to push through?
I'd bring a Dill on if he couldn't bowl. Yeah, I'd bring a Dill on.
So Rag and a Dill.
Rug's doing his job well, so.
Still got 3 balls remaining in the 25th. They're going to go.
Oh,
No!
run out.
Speaking of a Dill, did the
All
fielding.
happening.
He's a big man, had to get a long way down and shuffle around onto his right, so Sunny scampers back.
Yeah, there was a lot of confusion there, and it looked like Bimsaria was stranded for a split second, but he did get back. Mahmood was a little bit slow releasing the ball after fielding it.
There you go. There's a sign from the slip cordon. Ayush needs a drink. So that tends to suggest that it's cramp.
You say there was confusion there, Bots, but there was only confusion from one person because Azaz Khan did not move.
Yeah, no, I just meant confusion between the pair. Bimsaria was off and Azaz was going nowhere.
Shukla wrapped on the pads.
Huge shout. And not for the, that's the update time today. Shroy Vasher says no.
At least he didn't tease us with his ball counter.
Let's have a look.
Slowly brings that up instead of the finger.
Didn't get it all on the replay, but going down leg.
He's done a good job. Our retiree into his 12 months of retirement goodbyes, Shroy Vasher. Both umpires have done a good job today, actually.
Yeah, 2 right.
Bat on ball this time.
It's the over. 25 gone and another maiden. It's 84 for 4. There's Shukla, that's his 3rd maiden now. 10 overs, 3 maidens. 3 for, just went off the screen, not sure. 3 for 27.
It's 33% of his overs in maidens, so there you go.
Well, I think the first time you were reading that stat in the innings, they were around 15% or 18% or something.
18%, that's right, yeah. That's how the game's changed.
Yeah.
I'm also noticing HKCC are changing ends a lot quicker at the moment. They want to get as many overs in with less than 10 minutes available.
Yeah, I think they've probably got 3 overs.
I'd give the last over of the day to Anshuman Rath off his medium pace.
What about Nazaka?
He's not bowling pace anymore.
Isn't
now
he doing
gone
that?
back to left
Has he gone back
spin.
to spin?
Yeah. Yeah, he's
when he was on the
chopped and
podcast.
changed. Yeah.
Rag Kapoor, the man that's just bowling maidens.
He's realised that being a top order batter and a fast bowler is quite hard work.
So he made him out. Last time he was quite proudly telling us about his medium pace and how well it's going.
Yeah. No, I think that the conditions when we were in Nepal and seeing what wickets we might play on in the future encouraged him to go back to his left arm spin.
Probably pretty wise. Well, I probably wouldn't go to his left arm spin then on that basis.
He's bowled it nicely in the net, so looking forward to seeing him bowl it in a game at some stage.
Kapoor racks up another dot ball.
It's just dot after dot after dot. 68 to level the scores for Kowloon Cricket Club.
I have to say that what KCC want to do, like you said, they'll be quite happy to be in at 84 for 4.
Yeah, that's absolutely they will.
Dot out the next 9 minutes.
Yeah.
8 minutes now.
We'll slow it down as well, so they only get 2 more overs in rather than 3 more overs.
Yeah, Sonny might get a cramp shortly.
Yeah. Well, we saw Anshuman Rath earlier in the day
Yes, we did.
play for lunch. Very.
There's a very long shoelace.
And gloves.
He struggled. He struggled for quite some time to tie that shoelace up.
The education at Harrow didn't teach them how to do their shoes up, apparently.
Didn't know how to burn some time before the lunch break. It was fun to watch. We were commentating it and having a bit of a laugh. It was blatant. Rag. Nice forward defence there from Khan.
I've seen some good ones over the years, though, where one bowler at Kent named Mark Elam lengthened his over out to over 6 minutes. The captain told him that we've got 6 minutes left in the day and you're bowling the last over of the day, so make sure it is.
6 minutes?
Yeah, he had a shoelace. He had a fly in the eye.
You even have flies in the
yeah,
UK.
fly
Shocking
in the
time.
Eye. Everything was coming out the locker.
Goodness me.
2 left in this over, the 26th. Chopped down on, picked up by Luke Jones. Another dot.
Yeah, there's absolutely zero interest in run scoring out here at the moment from Kowloon Cricket Club, and you can understand that. Azaz Khan's 7 off 23, Bimsare 26 off 63. Probably got 2 more after this. Unlikely to get any more in, so we'll only see 1 more over probably from the bowling club end, and that surely has to be Shukla. And it's just a question of do you give Kapoor the last one down here?
I'd have a go with Adil Mahmood for the last over, if he's loose. If he's not loose,
Shoulders, arms. End of the over, another maiden in the books for Rag Kapoor, and we stay after 26. 84 for 4.
Yeah, it seems like 2 maximums right. Where are they going here? Let's see. Shukla is taking his jumper off, hat off. He's going to tear in for 1 more time. Can he make that big breakthrough? .454 in Hong Kong.
I'd have a play with the field here for the last couple of overs just to try and get in the batter's mind a little bit.
I think
put a man in on the drive, put your extra cover back a little bit. Anyway, let's see what's going to happen. Last over for Ayush Shukla today, I think.
Comes steaming in, 18 dot balls in a row for HKCC. Whipped up, it's the tall Adel Mahmood. He's been put down there, Sonny, and it's going to race for 4. He hit it well because he got a big hand on that one, Adel.
Should have taken that. Should have taken that. It went quickly, but he got a hand on it. Chance for Bimsaria.
Here we go. On the replay, middle of the leg, clipped it. As you say, got a strong hand on it, but couldn't hold on to it.
I just noticed the Tiki Iqbal is padded up over there as well. The boundary went right in front of a Tiki Iqbal then. No, that was a big chance. In Adil Mahmood's defence, it was up. He's a tall man and it was high, but he got a good hand on it. But couldn't grasp it.
Shukla again. He's had a few dropped.
Wow.
Beats everything.
Well, the first 2 balls have had everything. Drop catch and then beats him outside off. Not going to die wondering, are you, Shukla?
It's a bit of a nothing shot from Sonny.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? It was just didn't need to be played.
So the last 4 balls of his over here, Ayush, he's just got to make the batter play every ball. Doesn't matter what happens, just play every ball.
Comes in again. And makes Sonny play that one.
Sonny does well. He's right at off stump, that one, just defended well. 3 to come.
So you're not here tomorrow, Bottas, are you?
Mrs. Bottas' birthday.
Ah, happy birthday, Mrs. Bottas.
Mrs. Bottas' birthday.
And anything nice on the agenda?
Zuma.
Ah, okay.
Zuma brunch lunch with friends.
Wonderful.
3 balls remaining. Oh, chopped down on, picked up by Luke Jones. Yeah, that sounds delightful.
Yeah, lovely sushi and everything that they have down there.
Won't be any sushi here for me.
No, no. Will be beautiful time down there. Get down there for an early kick-off and a late finish, hopefully, and enjoy Mrs. Bottas' birthday.
Wonderful.
What about you, Simon? Are you dropping down tomorrow?
I am down here officially tomorrow, yes.
Oh,
Suited
you're in
and
the
booted.
suit.
Yeah, yeah. Been very kindly invited here. So
can you commentate in a suit?
I can.
Oh. We'll get you a nice chair to go with your suit.
I'd far rather be in a tracksuit, that is for sure.
2 to come from Shukla.
Driven. No, getting through covers there.
And then at the USRC Awards night in the evening. So a busy day tomorrow.
We're just listing things I haven't been invited to. Mrs. Bottas' birthday, the suit thing here for lunch, the USRC Awards.
You're too valuable on the commentary, Bushy, that's why. Can't pull you away.
Have to have a chat to Imran about that, where my invite got lost in the mail at USRC.
You've been invited to commentate.
Commentate
Biggest
the
privilege.
awards night?
No, commentate.
You're the number 1 invite
tomorrow.
for commentary.
It's because I'm the only one turning
Shukla,
up.
last ball.
Kick it around the corner. Got protection, so just the single. Another run on the board. 27 done, 1 to go for sure. There's only 2 minutes before end of play, so we'll get the 28th over done. KCC will want to survive on 89 for 4. And of course, Hong Kong Cricket Club Premier would like a final wicket before they go in to end the day, day 1 of the Cricket Hong Kong 2-day Premier League. The Teddy Fincher Shield sitting next to us will go to the victor.
Yeah, Rag Kapoor's going to bowl the last over.
Oh, I've just been told we're having 2 more overs.
Oh, okay. 5:05 is the finish time. Interesting.
Oh, because we started 5 minutes late, so they put the 5 on the end.
Okay.
The light's okay. So Shukla will get another one.
Anytime
Or someone will get another one.
Anytime I make a grand statement, someone comes and tells me it's wrong. I've been told all afternoon 5 o'clock's the cut-off, and the second I do a big outro, boom, we're going to do another over.
5:05.
So still got a chance to get my 5 wickets then. Come on.
Yeah, very much.
Right, Kapoor, the maiden man. Swatted, that's coming all the way here. 2 bounces, smashes into the concrete for 4.
Well, Sonny, after being put down in the last over at mid-wicket, it was. He gets a short one and he just crunches it over the head of mid-wicket for 4.
Yeah, at this pace you can't afford to be short. And Sonny's latched onto that one very quickly.
I think if Adil was there, that would have been a catching chance.
Yeah, without a doubt.
Is that Haroon there?
But he really got hold of that one.
Oh, yeah, he crunched it. Rag, it's ended his run of maidens.
It was a good slow ball there from Kapoor. Searching and probing and trying to he'll take it any way he can. He's going to put it up there and see what happens. 93, so there's been a few runs. Down to 59 to win.
Ragin again. And that's a dot. I did say earlier, Simon, that KCC would be happy to get to 100 at the end of the day. They're not far off.
No. After that drinks break in this last session, I think they scored about 30 runs in 3 overs. That gave them the momentum.
Yeah.
You know, and Jamie Atkinson played a nice little role there. But Bimsaria here, 35 not out, is a valuable knock for them.
Very, very much so. He's just got to get through 3 deliveries now as we got more people walking behind the side screen. I wonder if Sonny sent them across there to try to chew up some time.
He's been playing with his gloves.
Got to pull out again.
He's got it. It's going to be a long stall. He's got 4 more minutes before the game over, and there's 3 balls left of this over. Oh, that's out. He goes. No footwork, and he's hit it to first slip, and the 5th wicket falls. 93 for 5, KCC.
Oh, Sonny Bimsaria, after doing all the hard work, he gets through to 501. He can't get through to 505. He goes for 35, and that is a big wicket at this stage of the game. 93 for 5, Simon.
Yeah, I just wonder if there's a break in concentration here because of what was going on behind the bowler, because it wasn't a magic delivery. It was pretty much short back of a length, and he's just had a prod at it and guided it, I would say, to first slip.
I think that's really well summarised. It's getting near the end of the day. You can see Azaz Khan talking to the umpires now. You can see Sonny. I think there is a element of disappointment here. I think what's happened is you could see the umpire talking to Sonny saying, get on with it, right? I don't think Sonny was happy to continue.
Azaz Khan is definitely not happy here. He's remonstrating with the umpire, and Anshuman Rath has just stepped in to try and calm it all down.
Wait.
And you've got the umpire, now both umpires conversing with each other in quite animated fashion. I know actually he's talking past Sharoy and talking to Azaz Khan, who was very unhappy. Very unhappy.
The second that ball went into the hands, Azaz Khan was at umpire Venkat and was going on the entire time while Sonny was walking off and didn't stop until now. Atiq Iqbal, the night watchman, has come out to the crease.
Well, you mentioned the concentration thing, Simon. Before that ball, you could see Sonny talking to the umpire, not ready. You could see the umpire remonstrating to him, let's get on with the game, let's get on with the game. The next ball is dismissed. So Atiq Iqbal has come out to the wicket. They're going to leave Daniel Bukhari until hopefully tomorrow. That is their plan at KCC. Iqbal, 4th highest run scorer in Sunday League Division 2 this year. He's been outstanding. He's got to get through a couple of deliveries of this over.
Kapoor. And
it's a good first ball. He's got it right up there, made the batter play. Anshuman Rath now coming into 3rd slip, taking him from cover.
Right, Kapoor skipped and ran back to his mark there so he can get through. It's ticking over towards 5:04 p.m, so they will get 1 more over in if they get through this last delivery. Driven hard. He's going to get off the mark with a 4. The man's in form. Atiq Iqbal.
That's been Atiq Iqbal all season in Sunday League. Just stand and deliver. Gets on the front foot. Down the ground for 4.
Yeah, watched it well. Low full toss, and he's crunched it through the offside for 4 runs.
And racing to get into position. Umpire at the clubhouse end only just starting to move now. He's going to get into his position before 5:05.
That's when the umpire at the bowling end is in position. So Sharoy was in position.
Oh, and now he's just left position, Sharoy.
Yeah, so
but he was there originally.
Yeah,
yes,
it's fine. So 1 more over left in the day.
That last over had all going on. Big 4 from Sonny. Dot. People walking in near the side screen. Then a wicket.
I think there's going to be a lot of chat about Sonny Bimsaria's dismissal.
He was
no
not
doubt
impressed.
About it. No.
When he was over there throwing the gloves off.
So 15 wickets in the day gone down.
And we're still, the day's not finished.
Absolutely.
Shukla. Azaz Khan. Swatted. That's coming for 4 as well. Both Simon Willis and Aaron Bush got what they wanted. Simon wanted 5 wickets. He wanted KCC to get to 100, so we're all happy.
101 now, KCC. Just the 51 required to take the lead on the first innings. Technically 52, but I'm assuming if they get to 152 and they tie on the first innings and there's no result, KCC would retain the trophy.
Going to have to be here for 9:30 in the morning, I think. It's going to be the first hour of play is going to be the exciting stuff.
Do you think Mrs. Bottles will put a birthday back till next weekend, Simon? Probably not.
Dot ball this time.
Azaz Khan been dropped twice in this innings, but he's still out there. And he's the one now. He's the name batter.
Where's Luke Jones going here? He's running off the field.
I think he's going to go back to
toilet break.
Backwards square. No,
Short
helmet.
leg.
Helmet.
Wow,
yeah.
that's brave.
That is brave. He's not putting any shin guards or pads on either.
Not sure why they're really going for this at this stage, but there we are. This is going offside.
At least he brought the box out.
So this one's going to be short, yes?
Shouldn't be. For me, it should be a double bluff. Just bang the length.
Let's see what Shukla. Let's see what the plan is. That's full. Double bluff. Down leg side, though. Way down leg side. Very well taken in the end, Shakir.
That was a great take.
Yeah. That had 4 wides or byes written all over it, but he did extremely well to get hold of that. Still got 3 more balls left there is. No. Yes, I was right the first time. 3 balls left. Shorter, pulled out. Oh, he's hit it straight to him, Azaz Khan. Oh, my goodness me, it's all happening here. Ayush Shukla has been fired up from that end, and it must be said, Azaz Khan has played a very disappointing shot. That is not the shot to play in the last over of a 2-day game. He's tried to hit it over the top, into the leg side, over towards the pool pavilion, and he's just picked out the fielder and hit it straight to Adil Mahmood, who takes the easiest of catches, Bushy.
Well, that's the end of the day. 101 for 6. Big wicket. He survived 2 beforehand, but really just needed to get through this over for KCC. And now, tomorrow morning, as you said, Simon Willis, 9:30 is going to be very, very exciting.
Yes, 2 wickets in the last 2 overs.
Can I just say, if Sunny Bimsaria's dismissal was controversial before, it's just become massively controversial now with the fall of that second wicket. We'll see what the wash-up is of that.
Absolutely. 101 for 6. All to play for.
All to play for. We're going to pull up the match summary and have a look at how the day has gone before we end the telecast today. And before I get stuck into this, I want to say thank you to head coach of Hong Kong China men's team, Simon Willis. Thank you so much for joining us. And the world's most average podcaster, Matt Bottas-Botfield. Thank you for joining us today.
Number 1 in Brunei, number 1 in Taiwan.
You're just making up things now. We're not even in Brunei.
What's that country called? Bhutan. Bhutan. Thimphu.
Did I not say you were a pretty average podcaster?
And number 1 in Council Flats, Iowa.
Yeah, thank you.
Bushy,
Matt.
Good night. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure for you as always.
All right. We'll see Simon tomorrow. And thanks to Bottas for all his work today. The match summary, you can see there, Anshuman Rath, the one scoring the big runs for HKCC Premier. He got 52, helped out by the captain, Kinshid Shah, but then it dropped away. For the wickets, Dan Pascoe got 3 and Jay Davidson also with 3. Then this afternoon, as KCC Premier chased what is a reasonably small total of 152, Bimsaria out in the second last over for 35. Jamie Atkinson went out there and went strong, 30 off 32. You can see there, Azaz Khan, 11 off 28. He was dropped on 0. He was dropped on 2, but he couldn't hold out the third time and was out for 11 right at the end. So we're poised for a huge start to day 2 of this CHK 2-day Premier League game between Kowloon Cricket Club and the Hong Kong Cricket Club. They're playing, of course, for the Teddy Fincher Shield. We'll be back live from 9:20 a.m. on Cricket Hong Kong Facebook, Cricket Hong Kong YouTube and KCC YouTube. But until then, Aaron Bush signing off.